My sexy twin roommate. I never expected that Lu Yifan would be lucky enough to find a pair of twins as roommates. Faced with the two sisters, Jiang Ying and Jiang Li, who look identical but have completely different personalities, which one will Lu Yifan choose? Chapter 1: Never choose a female roommate. Early spring, with continuous drizzle. The sky was grey, like a blurry pair of eyes. Due to the weather, even though it was noon, it still felt a bit chilly outside. Lu Yifan stepped through puddles, dragging his suitcase to the base of a residential building. He wiped the rain from his face and glanced at the unit number on the door. Building 105, Unit 2. After confirming, he trudged up the steps with effort, carrying his suitcase as he entered the building. Lu Yifan was actually still a college student, but now he was in his senior year and there were no more classes. With the money he earned from a part-time job and his knack for finance, he ventured into the stock market. To his surprise, his luck was extraordinary. The price of coal stocks skyrocketed right before the new year, and he sold at the peak, making a cool million. Although 1 million isn't much these days, considering Lu Yifan was still a student, he had already achieved financial freedom while his classmates were still worrying about job prospects. However, Lu Yifan wasn't blinded by the money. He always adhered to the principle of not flaunting wealth, so he didn't tell anyone and instead headed to the capital of Liebei province, ready to make a fresh start. As for why he wasn't continuing with stocks, as his father always said, it's best to take the money and run when the time is right. The property prices in the capital were indeed expensive, so Lu Yifan chose to rent a place with roommates, intending to use his money wisely. Like anyone who moves to a new environment, Lu Yifan felt some nervousness. He was no exception. The agent hadn't informed him about the current tenants, so Lu Yifan stood outside the door, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his restless heart. He took out the key card the agent had given him and slid it into the door lock. Ding! As the door opened, he was surprised to find that the apartment wasn't as simple as he had expected. There were several pairs of high heels placed by the entrance, and a plate of freshly washed fruit was sitting on the coffee table. The apartment looked very tidy and smelled faintly of a refreshing fragrance. Girls. Lu Yifan's first reaction was that the current tenants were women. Out of courtesy, he didn't immediately enter but stood outside, observing for a moment. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. No one's here. Lu Yifan wondered. It was still raining outside, and although it wasn't heavy, he had nowhere else to go. Forget it. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go inside this cozy little apartment. Just as he stepped in, the elevator rang. Lu Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be this coincidental? He thought bitterly. But, as fate would have it, it was indeed just that coincidental. The elevator doors opened, and a girl stepped out, spotting the suspicious-looking Lu Yifan. The girl was strikingly beautiful, wearing a black knee-length coat paired with a seductive pair of bare-legged tights. She was at least 1.66 meters tall, and the rain had left some droplets on her face. Her large, dark eyes were clear and bright, her small, delicate nose was slightly upturned, her full lips red, and her fair chin framed her soft, long hair that cascaded down her back. As she walked in, Lu Yifan even caught a faint whiff of lychee. "Who are you? Why are you in my apartment?" she asked in a voice that was both pleasant and suspicious. Seeing how beautiful she was, Lu Yifan's first thought was, this blind box was a jackpot, my luck is insane. However, he didn't stare at her for long. Instead, he politely said, "Didn't the agent inform you? I'm the new tenant here." Upon hearing his explanation, the girl glanced at his suitcase and then lowered her guard, though she still asked, "She never told me. How did you get in if no one's here?" Although she was now convinced, there was still a slight hint of annoyance. After all, Lu Yifan didn't even have a pair of slippers to change into. Lu Yifan mentally cursed the agent 100 times for not notifying the current tenants about the new roommate. Looking at the shoe prints on the floor, he apologized, "I waited outside for a while, but no one showed up. Since it's cold out, I decided to come in. Sorry about that." The girl didn't press him further, as his attitude was enough to convince her. "All right, come in then." She glanced back at the hallway. Lu Yifan, still puzzled, thought that normally, she should have called the agent to confirm the situation, but she seemed strangely hurried. Soon, he understood why. The elevator doors opened again, and a guy walked out. "Jiang Li, don't leave me, please." The guy ran up to the door, clutching it and begging. Lu Yifan watched the scene unfold with a sense of déjà vu. This was straight out of a drama on TV. The girl, Jiang Li, turned back helplessly. "Gao Ping, we broke up over 6 months ago. Why are you still clinging to me?" She wasn't moved by his pleas, instead looking slightly annoyed. Lu Yifan quickly realized that this guy had no self-respect, begging after half a year of breakup. Where had he been all this time? "No, Jiang Li, forgive me just this once, okay? I've already broken up with her. I promise I won't do it again." The guy didn't give up, continuing his shameless pleading. Lu Yifan mentally thought, oh, so he found someone else in the meantime. He was impressed by the guy's audacity. Jiang Li looked angry and shot a glance at Lu Yifan, who was standing by the door. Lu Yifan just wanted to be a passerby, but seeing her look at him in complaint, he knew he couldn't avoid getting involved. After all, this did concern him too. Lu Yifan stepped forward, stood between the two, and shoved the guy aside, pretending to be annoyed. "What are you doing here? Get out." The guy froze for a second, noticing Lu Yifan for the first time. He stood straighter, arrogantly asking, "Who are you?" The two faced off across the door. "Who am I? Who do you think I am? I should be asking who you are." Lu Yifan wasn't intimidated, as he had been in plenty of fights when he was younger. "Who is he?" Gao Ping angrily asked Jiang Li, pointing at Lu Yifan. "He is my boyfriend, and we're already living together," Jiang Li snapped back, annoyed by Gao Ping's persistence, and without thinking, added her words to Lu Yifan's. "Did you hear that? Don't ever come here again, understand?" Lu Yifan smoothly went along with her. Gao Ping now believed them and felt completely humiliated. "You're bold, kid. Watch yourself when you go out next time." Gao Ping glared and left in a huff. The elevator dinged once again, and Lu Yifan quickly closed the door, but a voice behind him broke the silence. "When are you going to let go of my hand?" Chapter 2, Never Find a Female Roommate Part 2. The girl named Jiang Li looked at Lu Yifan's rather smug expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of anger rise in her chest. As expected, all men were the same. Lu Yifan naturally realized he was still holding her hand, but the sensation from her soft, delicate skin made him reluctant to let go. Not only was this girl beautiful, but her skin was also smooth and soft. He wanted to pull his hand away, but his body seemed to have a mind of its own. It wasn't until the girl's annoyed voice broke through his thoughts that Lu Yifan finally pretended to come to his senses and released her hand, apologizing, "Sorry, that was all that guy's fault." Lu Yifan quickly passed the blame onto Gao Ping. Jiang Li could tell that Lu Yifan did it on purpose, but she didn't press the issue further. After all, his action was a sort of acknowledgement, and no matter what, he had helped her. "Come in, but after you're done, you need to mop the floor," Jiang Li said arrogantly. Lu Yifan noticed Jiang Li hadn't changed her shoes either, stepping on the clean floor and leaving wet prints. He frowned slightly but still agreed, deciding to be polite since he was new here. "You'll stay in this room." Jiang Li walked straight into a guest room, opened the door, and gestured for Lu Yifan to take a look. The room was simply furnished: a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk with a chair by the window, just 3 things. Actually, there were 3 rooms in total, 2 facing the sun and 1 facing north. Naturally, Jiang Li showed him the north-facing room. This left Lu Yifan puzzled. Why did he have to stay in the room without sunlight? The other 2 rooms were clearly better. However, he didn't voice his thoughts. He decided to observe for a while before making any decisions. After all, he was now part of this household. Eventually, he would be able to choose whichever room he wanted. Moving out in the future? No, Lu Yifan hadn't even considered that living with such a female roommate was something many men would dream of, so why leave? "All right, I'll stay here," Lu Yifan agreed quickly, hiding his inner thoughts from Jiang Li. Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. She had prepared to argue with Lu Yifan but didn't expect him to be so accommodating. Her surprise seemed to please her a little, so she softened her tone and said, "I'm Jiang Li, let us get along." "I'm Lu Yifan, let us get along." Lu Yifan extended his hand in return. However, Jiang Li cheekily winked and turned to leave, heading toward the room across from theirs. As Lu Yifan glanced inside the room just as the door was opening, he saw a coat rack full of clothes, and the room looked chaotic, quite different from the neat living room. From walking into choosing the room and seeing Jiang Li walk into the opposite room, Lu Yifan was confused. Did she tidy up the room? Why doesn't she live in the master bedroom? He thought to himself. With these doubts, Lu Yifan began unpacking his luggage. After changing into the slippers he had brought, he went to the bathroom to grab a mop. By the time he finished everything, it was already 6 p.m., and Jiang Li still had tea come out. Lu Yifan didn't disturb her. Just as he was considering what to eat, the security door opened. Lu Yifan saw Jiang Li walk in from outside. Like before, she was drenched from the rain, but she had changed into dry clothes and was holding a bag of groceries. It looked like she had bought ingredients for dinner. When did you go out? Why didn't you bring an umbrella? Lu Yifan asked, puzzled. Jiang Li looked at him sitting on the sofa, raised an eyebrow in mild irritation, then quickly relaxed. In an indifferent tone, she replied, when did you arrive? Don't you know? Lu Yifan felt something was off. While Jiang Li had kept her distance earlier in the day, it wasn't as cold as it was now. The tone she was using seemed emotionless, completely different from how she spoke at noon. Jiang Li asked, no what? Nothing. You can go ahead and do your thing, Lu Yifan said, dismissing the matter for now. He watched Jiang Li change her shoes at the door and neatly place her Martin boots on the shoe rack. Her actions left him completely baffled. Then, as if things weren't already strange enough, something even more absurd happened. Lu Yifan saw Jiang Li put the groceries in the kitchen, then head into their master bedroom. Damn it. She gets to live in both master bedrooms, and I have to share rent. This is too much. Lu Yifan thought to himself, finally deciding he couldn't take it anymore. He was going to have a serious talk with Jiang Li. However, just as he was about to speak up, the bedroom door locked. What's going on with her? She was a bit arrogant at lunch, but still somewhat cute. Now, she's turned cold. Is it because she went out in the rain to buy groceries? I didn't ask her to, though. What does it mean that she just put the groceries in the kitchen and left? Should I do something? Lu Yifan muttered to himself, completely confused. Forget it, I'll just check the kitchen, he decided, feeling hungry and tired of waiting. In the kitchen, everything was neat and tidy. Whoa! She bought so much food. Is she expecting 3 people to eat? Lu Yifan was stunned as he looked at the vegetables, green beans, cauliflower, and more. There was enough food for 3 people, with some left over. Maybe she thinks I can eat a lot. How considerate. Maybe I'll let the room situation slide for now? Lu Yifan thought to himself, feeling pleased. He hummed a little tune. She sings, meeting an old friend in a distant place. Each step, each word, is full of longing. The audience cheers as the scholar passes the exam. Unaware of the old acquaintance in the crowd. He speaks of the wedding night. Everyone congratulates, the beauty and the talented man are matched. Oh, didn't he expect you to sing this well? But I wonder who your beauty is. The teasing voice startled him, and compared to the earlier emotionless tone, it was much warmer. Tilda, how did you sneak up on me without making a sound? Lu Yifan complained, turning to see Jiang Li leaning against the kitchen door, throwing him a flirtatious look. You're here singing by yourself in the kitchen, and now you're blaming me. Lu Yifan was about to ask Jiang Li about her strange attitude earlier when the door to the room she had entered earlier opened. At that moment, Lu Yifan was completely stunned. Was this a twin? Chapter 3, 3 Rules. Twins. Lu Yifan stared at the 2 girls outside the kitchen in surprise and confusion. The 2 of them really looked alike. Same height, same figure, and most importantly, they looked exactly the same, more difficult to distinguish than a finely crafted porcelain model. Lu Yifan had never seen identical twins before, so encountering them in this situation made him a bit unsure of what to do. What are you 2 doing? One of the girls asked, looking at the 2 in the kitchen with a slightly unfriendly tone. Lu Yifan stammered, You too. At this moment, Jiang Li turned her head and immediately flashed a bright smile, saying, Sister, you're back. The girl who had just changed her clothes seemed to appreciate Jiang Li's playful manner and didn't press the matter further. Instead, she merely replied with a calm millimeter. Only then did Lu Yifan take a good look at the second girl under the light. She clearly seemed exhausted. Though she wore light makeup to hide it, the dark circles under her eyes were still noticeable. The girl, referred to as sister by Jiang Li, then spoke softly, "Why don't you sit down? Let's get to know each other." Lu Yifan could tell that this girl was probably sleep deprived. He could feel that she was forcing herself to speak, and her face bore the marks left by sleep. "All right. Millimeter." Both Lu Yifan and Jiang Li responded in agreement. On the living room sofa, Jiang Li and her sister sat together, while Lu Yifan sat opposite them. Looking at the two sisters, Lu Yifan asked, "So you two are twins? Is she the younger sister?" He pointed to Jiang Li, since he had heard Jiang Li call the other girl sister, and from her demeanor, she indeed seemed like the older sister, serious and composed. Jiang Li couldn't help herself and playfully grabbed her sister's arm, gently shaking it, and said with a mischievous smile, "This is my sister. Her name is Ying. Sister, this is Lu Yifan." Lu as in land, Yi as in one, and Fan as in ordinary. She then introduced Lu Yifan to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying politely nodded and then spoke softly, "I heard from the landlord. I wasn't home during the day because I had to work. This is my younger sister, Jiang Li. You two must have already met. She just graduated from college this year and usually lives here. She used to stay in the south-facing bedroom, but I haven't had a chance to talk to her about it since the landlord only told me yesterday." Lu Yifan finally understood everything after listening to Jiang Ying's explanation. No wonder he felt something was off when he first saw Jiang Li. "I get it now. I was wondering who kept this place so tidy," Lu Yifan said with a squint, smiling harmlessly. Although Lu Yifan appeared to be just making a casual remark, he had actually said this on purpose. From the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Ying and Jiang Li, he could tell that they had different personalities. Jiang Ying seemed like someone who worked in a teaching profession, disciplined and meticulous, and she was very neat, as evidenced by her room. On the other hand, Jiang Li looked like the mischievous, lazy type who had always been pampered and never had to suffer. Lu Yifan said this partly to get back at Jiang Li. How could she make him stay in the guest room when she was just a guest herself? The thought of it made him want to prank her a little and see how Jiang Ying would react. Sure enough, after Lu Yifan spoke, Jiang Li twisted her legs, her expression showing that she was trying to hold something in. Finally, Jiang Li couldn't take it anymore and raised her hand, blocking it. She pleaded, "Sister, stop pinching me. It hurts tilde." After blocking her, she quickly rubbed her thigh with her small hands and secretly shot a glare at the culprit, Lu Yifan. In reality, Lu Yifan didn't care much about which room he stayed in. His standards were low when it came to rooms. But he was happy to see Jiang Li suffer a little, so he pretended like he wanted to say something else, only to be interrupted. Jiang Li, seeing that Lu Yifan didn't care about her threat, quickly spoke up, "Sister, I didn't change my slippers when I entered, and Lu Yifan didn't have slippers when he arrived." She confessed and, in doing so, tried to shift the blame to Lu Yifan. "But I did change them afterward, see." Lu Yifan smirked and pointed to the floor, which had just been freshly cleaned. Jiang Li had nothing more to say and obediently lowered her head, waiting for the scolding. However, Jiang Ying didn't dwell on the issue. She glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing that it was almost time, and decided to skip the matter. With a neutral tone, she said, "Since we'll be living together, I think we should set some ground rules. It will make things easier. What do you think?" "I have no problem." "Go ahead," Lu Yifan agreed readily. Jiang Ying asked Jiang Li to fetch paper and a pen, and as she wrote on the coffee table, she spoke, "First, I work from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. Monday through Friday and during the day on weekends, so the house can't be too noisy during the day. Second, I'll cook lunch and dinner from Monday to Friday. Breakfast is on your own. On weekends, breakfast and lunch are also on your own. Of course, if the food doesn't taste good, you can find another solution. Third, I'll clean the common areas, but not your rooms. You're responsible for cleaning your own rooms. Keep them tidy. And one more thing, no one is allowed to enter my and Jiang Li's rooms, under any circumstances." After writing down these rules, Jiang Ying looked up, and Lu Yifan replied warmly, "I have no problem. These seem reasonable." He even felt like he was getting a good deal. After Lu Yifan spoke, Jiang Li raised her chin with an air of pride and said, "Of course. And I'll tell you this, my sister's cooking is amazing. You won't have to cook, but you'll need to pay for the meals. No objections? Then I'll start cooking. You can try my cooking." Tomorrow, I'll ask Jiang Li to give you the south-facing room, Jiang Ying said as she stood up after finalizing the rules. R. Tilde. Lu Yifan also stood up politely, saying, "No need, I've already unpacked. She can keep the room." "Yay. Do as you like," Jiang Ying replied lazily and then started busying herself in the kitchen. Chapter 4, Buying a Car. At 7 a.m., with the sky barely light, Lu Yifan had already woken up. He didn't stay in bed like he used to, but quickly and neatly got out from under the covers. It wasn't because he was especially diligent or not tired, but because he was excited. First of all, he had moved into his new home, and there were beautiful twin sisters living there. Lu Yifan looked forward to his new life, especially after the pleasant dinner the night before, where Jiang Ying's cooking had been excellent. Secondly, he was about to go out to take care of something. After folding his bed sheets, Lu Yifan hummed a tune and opened the door. "Huh? Why is the door open?" Lu Yifan wondered, seeing the door of the room opposite his Jiang Li's room slightly ajar. He could see the unmade bed and the clothes hanging inside, various JK skirts and kapows. Where is she? Lu Yifan went to the bathroom, but it was empty. He looked around and found that Jiang Li was nowhere to be found. Is there someone who gets up earlier than me? Looks like I need to step up my game. He thought curiously while brushing his teeth. Even though it was spring, mornings in Liebei were still quite chilly, so few people would be out at this hour. Lu Yifan had been studying here for almost 4 years and knew this well, especially since Jiang Ying had mentioned her sister was still in college. Soon, after finishing his morning routine, Lu Yifan walked downstairs. His movements were quiet to avoid disturbing Jiang Ying, who was still asleep. The sun had just risen, and the temperature hadn't warmed up yet. The air had a thin layer of mist, and with a deep breath, Lu Yifan felt an unusually refreshing sense of calm. After taking the subway line 9, Lu Yifan arrived at his destination. "Hey, brother, I'll have one with 2 eggs." He called out to a pancake stand he noticed on the street. "All right. You here to practice driving?" The pancake vendor asked as he skillfully made the pancake. The stall was next to a driving school, so most of the regular customers were there for driving lessons, and the vendor often struck up conversations with them. Lu Yifan shook his head with a smile. "I'm just wandering around, getting breakfast. Make sure to add some spice." "No problem." As he chatted with the vendor, Lu Yifan scanned the area. Although he had studied in the capital city for several years, he wasn't familiar with this particular area. Suddenly, someone covered his eyes from behind, giving him a start. "Guess who I am?" It was a pleasant voice, and it was a girl. "Jiang Li?" Lu Yifan guessed, eyes still closed. "Eh? How did you know it's me?" Jiang Li let go of her hands, curious. Lu Yifan turned around and saw Jiang Li, who had just stopped standing on her tiptoes. Jiang Li was wearing a long white turtleneck sweater, black spring tights, and a pair of trendy sneakers. Her hair was neatly styled, and she wore a pair of white earrings. Her makeup was just right, giving her a youthful and fresh look. Lu Yifan smiled and asked, "Could your sister joke around like this? What are you doing here?" Jiang Li gave a sweet smile. "I'm here for an exam. Are you planning on learning to drive too?" The three of them had talked about some things the previous night, so Jiang Li knew that Lu Yifan wasn't from the area. She was a bit excited when she saw him, happy to have someone accompany her. 7 yuan. All right. Lu Yifan took the pancake that was just finished, casually saying, "Actually, I've already passed my driving test after high school. I'm here to buy a car." "Ah? Didn't you say you hadn't even graduated from college?" Jiang Li exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Yifan pointed at the pancake in his hand, changing the subject. "Have you eaten?" "I already ate." "Oh no, I'm going to be late, we'll talk later." Jiang Li glanced at her phone, hurriedly saying, "Goodbye." "Bye-bye." After parting with Jiang Li, Lu Yifan arrived at a Mercedes-Benz for S dealership. This was a well-known store in the area, as seen from the attractive salespeople at the entrance. It was easy to tell that the manager had a bit of a strategy. When a customer entered, the manager would casually glance at them. If they looked serious about buying, the manager would approach them. If the person seemed like just browsing, they would leave them to the newer salespeople. Thus, the sales team mostly consisted of attractive young women, ensuring customers wouldn't feel neglected, whether or not they made a purchase. The manager, of course, preferred to focus on those who seemed likely to buy, as sales were the key to his position. Lu Yifan, in contrast, was someone who would be deemed a look but don't buy customer. Dressed in an ordinary jacket, the most valuable thing on him was his outdated iPhone 8. Entering the showroom, as expected, a young saleswoman, around 21 or 22 years old, greeted him. She was quite attractive, at least an 8 out of 10. She wore a standard business suit, a white shirt, black jacket, and skirt. When Lu Yifan walked in, she smiled warmly and approached him. "Hello, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" The sound of her heels clicking on the floor accompanied her speech. Lu Yifan didn't stare at her, simply responding with a faint millimeter hum. "This is my business card. I'll take you to see the cars. Have you already chosen one?" She kept smiling and politely guided him. It read, "Mercedes-Benz for S sales, Ning Sinew." "Take me to see the C200L, Lu Yifan replied. He hadn't expected the saleswoman to treat him so well. High-end cars really did come with a level of service. Her attitude made him hesitant to even negotiate, but he thought to himself, "This is a test, let us see what happens." "Sure, follow me," Ning Sinew said as she led him to a white Mercedes-Benz and patiently began her introduction. From the moment Lu Yifan entered the showroom, Ning Sinew maintained a friendly smile, which made Lu Yifan feel quite satisfied. He even thought her skills were better suited for a higher position than a regular sales role. Ning Sinew knew how to read his thoughts. She focused on the car's strengths and subtly downplayed any potential weaknesses. But Lu Yifan was still himself. He decided to go for the hard bargain, even though he didn't feel like it. "I understand. No need for more details. I've already looked at cars in more than 10 dealerships. I know everything about the car. Let us talk price I can pay today." Lu Yifan suddenly interrupted as he noticed Ning Sinew had almost finished her presentation. In reality, he had only looked up prices online the day before and decided to visit. But claiming to have visited so many dealerships added a sense of authority to his words. After all, how else could he justify a low price? Though this was obviously a bit of a joke, Ning Sinew didn't seem annoyed. This made Lu Yifan quietly nod in approval. "All right, follow me. I'll give you a quote." Ning Sinew, hearing Lu Yifan wasn't just bluffing, smiled even more widely. This smile was different from the professional one she had been wearing. This one was genuine. "All right." Chapter 5: Difficulties in the car shop. Wait a minute. Just as the two were about to look at the contract, a man with a manager badge on his chest came over and called Lu Yifan with a smile. "Manager," Ning Sinew suddenly said hurriedly. The man raised his hand to interrupt her, and turned to Lu Yifan and said politely with a smile, "Hello, sir, I am the manager here, let me serve you now." Then he criticized Ning Sinew sternly, "Did I say that you stay at your post? If you leave, who will greet you at the door?" Lu Yifan watched this scene and witnessed the manager's robbery, but he didn't say a word during the whole process. Even, he was a little happy in his heart. "Sir," the manager said again. "Okay." Lu Yifan agreed with a smile, and didn't look at the wronged girl who tried to make him say a word to help. After Lu Yifan was taken away by the manager, Ning Sinew looked at the cruel man without even turning her head. This reminded her of the grievances she had suffered during this period, and the idea of resigning came to her mind again, but where could she go after resigning? In a spacious reception room, Lu Yifan and the manager were sitting opposite each other. "Mr. Lu, let me quote you a price. Do you want full payment or mortgage?" the manager asked politely as soon as he sat down. "Full payment," Lu Yifan said directly. Hearing Lu Yifan so straightforward, the manager was even happier in his heart. Generally, such people are very generous. "Then you see, the suggested price of this car is 330,000, and we can give you a discount here. The total is 376,888. the manager said and wrote on the paper happily. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yifan stood up. Seeing this, the manager hurriedly said, "Sir, what are you doing?" Lu Yifan looked at the manager unhappily and said to him, "You are selling too expensive. The stores I went to first are cheaper than yours. Please sit down first. I can give you a better price." 30 minutes later, the two came out of the reception room, but one was smiling happily, while the other was obviously frowning, with displeasure written all over his face. "Then let's go through the formalities. the manager said to Lu Yifan in a bad mood. Okay. Lu Yifan smiled. Finally, the car was bought by Lu Yifan for 320,000 yuan. After the 4S store finished everything, Lu Yifan got on the newly bought car, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and felt the first car in his life. When passing by the door, Lu Yifan stopped, lowered the window, and teased the girl who bowed to welcome him. Beauty, you are so beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? After saying that, he blinked at Ning Xinyu. Ning Xinyu was still a little upset about what happened in the morning, but she didn't dare not add him, for fear that the manager would make things difficult for her. Just like that, under Lu Yifan's coercion, he successfully added her WeChat. After adding successfully, Lu Yifan drove away from here with satisfaction, and stretched out his arm wantonly, shaking his phone at Ning Xinyu. After Lu Yifan left, Ning Xinyu looked at the new contact named Chunfeng Jie Fengqing on WeChat, and she was tangled in her heart. Logically, she shouldn't have this person, after all, he didn't help her when she was wronged, but she wanted to add him again. She felt that Lu Yifan didn't seem to want to chat with her. But Lu Yifan didn't know these. He added Ning Xinyu because he saw her business ability, and also knowing that she must be unhappy at work, is there any chance that she will come to help him? So he prepared to contact her at the right time. And the reason why he didn't speak up for her just now was for this reason. Driving, Lu Yifan arrived at the gate of the driving school. He suddenly had an idea and sent a text message to Jiang Li, asking her what she was doing. Jiang Li said that she had just picked up her ID and would be out soon. The two also agreed to go back together after Lu Yifan finished his work. Ding tilde. Lu Yifan honked the horn in the car and parked the car next to Jiang Li, who was standing in front of the pancake stall. When Jiang Li saw Lu Yifan in the car, her face was full of disbelief, and the same was true for the pancake stall owner. How come the man who bought a Mercedes-Benz also bought pancakes? Hiding in the city. The boss thought. Beauty, did you call the car? Lu Yifan lowered the car window, wearing the big sunglasses given by the car shop, pretending to be a DD driver. Jiang Li thought Lu Yifan was just talking casually, but she never thought he was really here to buy a car. Get in the car, I bought it, hurry up, or you will be fined. Lu Yifan looked at Jiang Li in a daze and urged impatiently. Oh tilde. Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat and looked at Lu Yifan, who was driving seriously from time to time. Lu Yifan was a little embarrassed at this time and couldn't help laughing. I haven't driven a car many times, and you are the first person to sit in my car. After hearing this, Jiang Li subconsciously checked her seat belt, and her mind became clearer, that is, she felt that she was stronger than Lu Yifan. However, at least the two of them got home safely, and Lu Yifan just got out of the car to find someone to help when parking. Going upstairs and opening the door, Lu Yifan saw the neatly arranged dishes and chopsticks on the living room dining table. After searching around, Lu Yifan remembered that Jiang Ying had to work the night shift. Did she finish her meal and go to work? Lu Yifan opened the upside-down bowl and muttered. The food was still warm. Is my sister not here? Jiang Li walked in afterwards, and it was more like looking forward to it than asking. Why are you so happy? Lu Yifan listened and asked curiously. Jiang Li was exposed by Lu Yifan, and said with a guilty conscience, really? You are wrong. Okay, let's eat quickly, the food is still hot. Jiang Li changed the subject, and Lu Yifan did not ask any more questions. What made Lu Yifan even more curious was that after dinner, Jiang Li actually offered to wash the dishes. Although Lu Yifan and her were roommates for at most one day, he also knew that Jiang Li would never be so diligent. The so-called being attentive without any reason. Lu Yifan understood it after dinner. Just as he was about to go to bed and play with his phone, the door rang. What for? Lu Yifan asked cautiously when he saw Jiang Li smiling at him as soon as she entered the room. Jiang Li pretended not to notice Lu Yifan's impatience, and laughed. Can you accompany me out for a while? We are having a college reunion today. Lu Yifan glanced out the dark window, and agreed after thinking. It was almost 8 o'clock now. After Lu Yifan agreed, Jiang Li immediately changed her attitude, from flattering to excited, and quickly ran into her room, locked the door, and shouted at Lu Yifan in the room, I'll change my clothes and leave. I'll drive in a while. Chapter 6 Bar Singing Girl. Suiyuan Bar is located on a commercial street not far from Lu Yifan's apartment. Even though the weather is not hot yet, it does not affect the prosperity of Liaoshan at night. Jiang Li should have just taken a shower. She was wearing a tight and sexy dress. She was carefully sitting in the driver's seat and driving the car. Lu Yifan beside her reminded her from time to time. It's so difficult. After getting off the car, Jiang Li dared to complain to Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan pouted disdainfully after hearing this. Of course, wearing high heels, can you drive a good car? Jiang Li looked at her newly bought shoes, blushed and said guilty, they are all like this, I can't still wear flat shoes. Are all your friends girls? Lu Yifan suddenly looked at Jiang Li excitedly. They are all in the same dormitory. Jiang Li said proudly. Go, go. As soon as Lu Yifan heard that there was a beauty, he immediately urged Jiang Li impatiently. He thought it was just a college reunion. If there were boys, he would be embarrassed to chat with them. After all, they were a small group, and stealing their love would be hated. Lu Yifan was the first to open the door and go in. Because it was early, it was not very noisy inside. There was only a singer wearing a sexy suspender on the stage holding a guitar and singing. Lu Yifan took a special look. The girl sang very well, but he could see that she was a little nervous. Because of the makeup, she looked better than Ning Xinyu in the daytime. The hair behind her was also dyed colorfully, which was very contrasting with the neon lights upstairs. Lu Yifan did not let Jiang Li lead the way. He often went in and out of such occasions. He turned around and said something to Jiang Li, and then came to their bar skillfully. Lu Yifan sat next to a man with dyed blonde hair. The boy was flirting with a girl and didn't notice Lu Yifan next to him at all. Give me a Long Island iced tea, Lu Yifan said to the bartender. The bartender was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask any more questions and turned back to work. However, the blonde man turned his head away angrily after hearing this, because the wine ordered by Lu Yifan completely exposed his thoughts, and the girl left here unhappily. Brother, what do you mean? Damn, Lu Yifan. The blonde man was ready to attack Lu Yifan, who was meddling in his business, but after seeing who was coming, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Old Zhao, stop making trouble, we have something to talk about. Lu Yifan looked at the blonde man and smiled evilly. The blonde man is Zhao Yang, a native of Lieshan. He is Lu Yifan's roommate in college. The two have had a good relationship since freshman year. Zhao Yang is a typical second-generation rich man. He has an older brother who is very capable. This also causes his family, including schoolmates, to look down on him, but these people do not include Lu Yifan. Zhao Yang is very dissatisfied with these people, but he really can't play with his brother, so he can be regarded as a down-and-out young man. Yifan, I haven't seen you since the beginning of the school year. Why do you want to cheat my buddy when we meet? Zhao Yang still cares about Lu Yifan ruining his good thing just now. Lu Yifan teased after hearing this, that woman looks like that, you can also be so arrogant. Oh my god, you are so arrogant after the new year. Okay, I smelled the smell of you when I just came in. I didn't expect you to be here. Lu Yifan said unyieldingly. Get out, you said you had something to do just now, what was it? You didn't even tell me when you came back. Zhao Yang complained. Lu Yifan is his best friend for so many years. As soon as the university was on vacation, Zhao Yang felt that Lieshan was boring and kept thinking about the carefree days they had together. When it came to business, Lu Yifan put away his joking thoughts and said seriously, I am going to start a business. Do you want to invest in it? After listening, Zhao Yang looked carefully and found that Lu Yifan was not joking. He sat forward and responded, I will invest, but I don't have much money. How much? More than 900,000 yuan, this is what I usually save, and my mother gave me during the Chinese New Year. Zhao Yang did not ask Lu Yifan how much money he had. Anyway, the two of them would each pay half. Enough, do you trust me so much? Don't ask me for it if you lose money. Lu Yifan said half seriously and half jokingly. But Zhao Yang was very serious. Yifan, you know, except for my mother and you, no one else looks down on me. Can I break up with you for this little thing? At worst, I will be a useless person who eats and waits for death. Can my father ignore me? Lu Yifan patted Zhao Yang's shoulder, and the two picked up the prepared drinks and clinked them. The resident singing girl sang decently at this time, and this song once again made Lu Yifan pay attention to the girl who was a little nervous on the stage. You haven't seen this girl before? Lu Yifan asked Zhao Yang uncertainly. Zhao Yang often comes here, so he knows everything about the bar. He replied, she has only been here for 2 days. Her father also opened a company before, but it went bankrupt. Guess who bought it in the end? It can't be your family. Lu Yifan tried. It's really my brother. Otherwise, I can't hook up with her, but hook up with the big sister just now. Zhao Yang said self-deprecatingly. He has always disliked the way his brother does things, too cruel. Is it the U group? Lu Yifan asked. Yes, you know it too. Zhao Yang didn't feel too incredible. After all, this matter was a big news. Lu Yifan thought about it and suddenly clapped his hands and said, Old Zhao, can you find a few people now? Yes, what are you going to do? Zhao Yang asked curiously. Don't worry about it, call someone now, the kind that looks fat, rich and like a bad guy. Oh. Although Zhao Yang didn't know what Lu Yifan was going to do, he still took out his mobile phone. Although he didn't manage the company much, he still had the contact information of the security department. Those were originally gangsters who could be ordered as long as they were paid. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Zhao Yang put down his phone, glanced at the girl, and said, I came here with a friend today. I'll go over there and you keep an eye on it for a while. Lu Yifan clinked glasses with Zhao Yang again and planned to go to Jiang Li's place to take a look. Male or female? Don't leave in a hurry. Zhao Yang was sitting at the bar and whispered, but Lu Yifan had already walked upstairs. Jiang Li and the others were in a private room on the second floor. Lu Yifan pushed open the door. 2 short-haired girls were singing in front. Jiang Li and the other 3 were sitting on the sofa drinking beer. The floor and the table were piled with empty bottles. Lu Yifan secretly smacked his lips, thinking that these girls could really drink. Jiang Li was the first to notice. When she saw that it was Lu Yifan who opened the door, she waved to him and asked him to come over. Others also looked at Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan pointed at Jiang Li and then found a seat and sat down. Sing one. Jiang Li picked up the microphone and shouted excitedly. Lu Yifan waved his hand and refused embarrassedly. This is my new roommate, Lu Yifan. Jiang Li introduced to her friends again. My college roommate, she is 1111, this is Shisha, Ting, and the ones in front are Xiaoxin and Lulu. She introduced her friends to Lu Yifan again. Hello. Lu Yifan nodded politely. I came to tell you that I have something to do outside. Contact me when you leave. Lu Yifan told Jiang Li about his plan. Don't you really want to play with us for a while? Jiang Li asked. If you really have something to do, I'll pay for it today. You guys have fun. I'll transfer the money to you later and we'll play another day. Lu Yifan negotiated. The girls in the private room were indeed very beautiful, much better than the ones in his university, and they had agreed to come over to play. If he didn't accompany them now, it would be unreasonable if he didn't do something. Okay, I'll call you when I leave. Jiang Li said proudly. Yes, Tilda. Lu Yifan cooperated very well, and everyone laughed at the teasing. Chapter 7 Modern version of a hero saving a beauty. After Lu Yifan left, the girls in the room stopped singing and started chatting. Lizzie, your friend is quite handsome. Lizzie, what does he do? He's quite rich. Okay, let's have fun. Don't worry about him. Jiang Li guessed that Lu Yifan must have fallen in love with a pretty girl, but she couldn't say it, so she could only laugh it off and try to get away with it. On the other hand, after Lu Yifan went out, Zhao Yang told him that the people had arrived. Lu Yifan whispered in Zhao Yang's ear, Old Zhao, let them. Are you sure? Zhao Yang asked in disbelief after Lu Yifan finished speaking. Hurry up, they will be off work soon. Lu Yifan pushed the reluctant Zhao Yang impatiently and urged him. Zhao Yang finally went. After he left, Lu Yifan ordered another glass of foreign wine at the bar and drank it, while secretly glancing at the girl singing on the stage. After a while, Zhao Yang came back and signaled Lu Yifan that it was okay. Wait for the show to start. In the Suiyuan bar, as more and more people came, the atmosphere in the bar slowly reached a climax, and it was often at this time that people were most likely to cause trouble. Look, the bar manager looked at a group of people who were obviously gangsters at first glance, each holding a bottle of wine, staggering towards the stage. He was about to stop them, but he didn't expect that he was pushed away by the person in front before he could even say a word. Get out of the way, you're blocking my brother's way. The person in front said drunkenly. The bar manager didn't dare to stop them in this situation, after all, they were just walking. The crowd came to the stage, led by a fat man, who was estimated to have more than 200 pounds of fat on his body. The fat man stretched out his hand and signaled the younger brother behind him. The younger brother was also very tactful. He took out a bag from his armpit and pulled out a stack of red bills. The fat man took the several thousand and handed it to the resident girl on the stage, saying drunkenly, "Sister, sing a song for me alone, these are all yours." After saying that, he staggered back a bit. Fortunately, the younger brother was sharp-eyed and avoided making a fool of himself. The girl had just come here and it was the first time she had seen such a thing. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do and could only look at the manager for help. Although he was the manager, he was not the boss here, and he didn't want to cause trouble, so he could only use his eyes to signal Yu Xinshin to agree. Yu Xinshin was the girl Zhao Yang mentioned. Her family company went bankrupt, and she, who had been living in a gentle place before, had to come out to share the worries of her parents. Fortunately, she had studied music when she was a child, so she found such a job. Although she was short of money, she didn't want to accept the fat man's tip. With a strong self-esteem, she felt a great insult. "Don't sing." The fat man got angry when he saw Yu Xinshin hesitated to answer and looked at him with unfriendly eyes. "Okay, then come down and drink with me." The fat man made another request, biting his lower jaw unhappily. Yu Xinshin put down the guitar in her hand and stood up to leave. She felt sick looking at the fat man now. At this time, this place also attracted the attention of other people in the bar. Everyone looked here, including Jiang and the others who ran down from the private room and lay on the stairs to watch. Some people even picked up their mobile phones. "Hey, what do you want to do? You haven't finished singing yet, is it time to get off work?" "That's right, we are guests, you have to do what the guests tell you." The younger brother didn't mind the crowd at all, and continued to make things difficult in front of so many people, not letting her leave. At this time, Yu Xinshin was desperate, and she even regretted her stubbornness and willfulness. Everyone. But when she was helpless, someone still spoke for her. "Lizzie, isn't that Lu Yifan?" The roommate who loves to watch the fun patted Jiang with one hand and pointed at Lu Yifan's back with the other, and said excitedly. Girls of this age are often the most romantic. Yu Xinshin was also such a person, but unfortunately her family suffered a sudden change, forcing her to enter the society early. Lu Yifan is not this kind of person. Lu's father attaches great importance to Lu Yifan's education, which makes Lu Yifan more mature than other children. The advantages of doing this were not reflected until he was about to graduate from college. In fact, Lu Yifan has been different from his peers since high school, but it is not obvious. After entering college, Lu Yifan has been studying how to run a business and how to start a business. He doesn't have any big dreams, but he just doesn't like working for others. In his opinion, working for others, not making money but also being bullied, is not cost-effective. At this time, there was another person following Lu Yifan, with a smile on his face, looking quite relaxed. "Everyone, they don't want to, I think it's better to just let it go." After Lu Yifan walked in, he acted as a peacemaker and said with a smile. The younger brother next to the fat man was about to curse, but was stopped by the fat man. The fat man looked at the two of them, especially stayed on Zhao Yang for a while, and finally shook his hand angrily, signaling everyone to leave. The younger brother was very obedient. Before leaving, someone just pointed at Lu Yifan maliciously, signaling him to be careful. "Everyone, it's okay, everyone go away," Lu Yifan said politely to everyone present. Then he looked at Yu Xinshin. Yu Xinshin didn't show much gratitude, because she saw Zhao Yang. How could she not know the second son of the Zhao group? "Miss, it's okay, he is my friend, I have something to talk to you about, of course, if you don't want to see him, I'll let him go," Lu Yifan said politely, while waiting for Yu Xinshin's answer. After all, Yu Xinshin had received a good family education, and she felt that she still needed to express her gratitude to those who helped her, but her attitude was not very good, and she said coldly, "Okay." Lu Yifan gestured to Zhao Yang to leave first. Zhao Yang just curled his lips, but did it. "Let's go outside to talk," Lu Yifan said again. Yu Xinshin wanted to leave here immediately at this time, and left here first after Lu Yifan finished speaking. After the two left, Zhao Yang found the fat man and his group. "Boss Zhao." After Zhao Yang came over, the fat man stood up and shouted respectfully. The younger brother around him was completely stunned. What's going on? Big brother actually knows this kid. Yeah. Zhao Yang replied lightly and sat in the main seat. Boss Zhao, what do you think of this matter? The fat man asked with a smile, and just wanted to give Zhao Yang a cigarette, but was stopped by Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang first looked around furtively, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he pretended again. You did a good job. I'll ask someone to give you a raise when I get back. I'll transfer some money to you on WeChat so you can buy cigarettes for the brothers. After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan. After hearing that, the fat man immediately smiled with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yang waved his hand, and then quietly left here. And poor Yushinshin, it's not enough that her family is bankrupt, she has to be calculated by Lu Yifan. Chapter 8. It turns out that you are waiting for me here. Lu Yifan and Yushinshin sat in the car. The lights were dark inside, and the two of them were sitting in the front row. From time to time, passers-by would look into the car, which made Yushinshin very uncomfortable. Ahem tilde. Do you want to put on my wig? Lu Yifan tried to find a point of entry, hoping to chat with Yushinshin. No need. After saying that, Yushinshin reached for her hair, took off the wig, and smoothed her hair. Yushinshin had very long hair, and the wig she wore as a singer actually covered up her original beauty. It turned out to be a wig, Lu Yifan thought. He then tried again. This job is not easy to do, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Yushinshin did not respond, which made Lu Yifan a little embarrassed, but he did not give up. Lu Yifan lit a cigarette, stretched his hand out of the window, and then said, Zhao Yang is my friend, and the two of us are planning to start a business together. Are you interested in joining us? Seeing that Yushinshin had no reaction, Lu Yifan continued to persuade, I know you have a grudge against the Zhao family because of your father's affairs, but this has nothing to do with Zhao Yang. He is a marginalized person at home. The words have been spoken, so Lu Yifan did not continue to talk. He took a puff of cigarette, exhaled the smoke ring, and then quietly waited for Yushinshin's attitude. Yushinshin did not like Zhao Yang. To be precise, she hated all the Zhao family members, but the reality had to be don't let her bow her head. It's too hard to find a job. Not only can she not make much money as a resident singer in a bar, but things like today will inevitably happen again in the future. When Lu Yifan finished speaking, Yushinshin was also thinking. After all, her family had done business, so she knew very well what it meant to start a business with Lu Yifan. In addition, relying on the power of the Zhao family, it was too easy for Lu Yifan to start a business. Now there is such an opportunity in front of her. She also understands what Lu Yifan likes about her. Now it's just a matter of nodding or not. Finally, Yushinshin thought for a moment, looked at the windshield of the car, and gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to see Zhao Yang. Okay, he just takes the money and doesn't participate. Lu Yifan agreed readily. Being able to cooperate with someone as experienced as Yushinshin, Lu Yifan felt that it was too profitable today. In the future, he will inevitably have to deal with the government and socialize, which he is not good at. Happy cooperation. Lu Yifan smiled and extended his hand. Yushinshin didn't shake hands, but opened the door and got out of the car. Lu Yifan rubbed his hands awkwardly in the car, muttering, very arrogant. Yushinshin went back to the bar to get her things, resigned to the bar manager, and went home. Lu Yifan also returned to the bar and waited until Jiang and the others finished. Damn, Yifan, your friends can really drink. Zhao Yang looked at the bottles on the floor of the private room and couldn't help exaggerating. At this time, only 2 of the 6 girls were still standing, and the other 4, including Jiang, were either lying under the table or on the sofa. Did you drive? Lu Yifan said to Zhao Yang. Yes, but I drank. Zhao Yang asked in confusion. But in Lu Yifan's eyes, this was a manifestation of not being very smart. Lu Yifan scolded, stupid, can't you call a designated driver? Call 2, there is another car at my door, and 5 people can't sit in one car. Oh my god, did you buy a car? Although Zhao Yang didn't need a car, he knew that he couldn't afford it without his parents. One of the girls who was still sober waved her hand and said embarrassedly, no, just take Li Zi back, we'll take a taxi back. They still lived in the school dormitory, but the school was not far from the bar, which was why they dared to get drunk, and they could go back in 10 minutes. Lu Yifan remembered the short-haired girl and said politely, it's okay, we are all friends. Zhao Yang didn't waste time and quickly found 2 designated drivers. The people are here, Zhao Yarn said, looking at the prompt message on his mobile phone. After hearing this, Lu Yifan sat up from the sofa and directly helped the two people walk out the door, followed by Zhao Yarn and the other two girls. You and Li Zi go back slowly. Xiaoshan, a short-haired girl sitting in the passenger seat of Lu Yifan's car, reminded him. Lu Yifan waved his hand and reminded the driver to be careful on the road. Yifan, I'm leaving too. See you tomorrow, Zhao Yan said to Lu Yifan in a car behind. Be careful. Don't worry. After everyone left, Lu Yifan looked at Jiang Li, who was drowsy at the moment. Jiang Li was sleeping soundly and didn't act crazy because of alcohol. You have a big heart. Lu Yifan smiled bitterly. It took Lu Yifan about 20 minutes to help Jiang Li back to the apartment. He took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. At the same time, there was a message on the phone. Putting aside other thoughts, Lu Yifan took out the door card and opened the door. It was dark in the house. When Lu Yifan turned on the light in the living room, he saw a person on the sofa. The face was gloomy, the eyes were cold, and a little tired. Jiang Ying and Lu Yifan's eyes intertwined, and Jiang Li arched towards Lu Yifan like a child. Jiang Ying was still wearing a green sweater at this time, and her pants were also a pair of straight jeans, which perfectly outlined her figure. Just got off work. Lu Yifan was too guilty to continue looking at Jiang Ying, so he lowered his head and asked weakly. However, Jiang Ying ignored him. After seeing Lu Yifan and Jiang Li, she got up and returned to her room without saying a word to Lu Yifan. After the door was closed, Lu Yifan scratched his head, looked at Jiang Li in his arms, and sighed silently. He didn't expect Jiang Ying to be waiting for them at home. When he helped Jiang Li to the door of the room, Lu Yifan found that Jiang Li's door was locked at this time, and he couldn't find the key. Helplessly, he could only knock on Jiang Ying's door. Thinking of Jiang Ying's unkind eyes just now, even if Lu Yifan had 100 courage, he would not dare to let Jiang Li sleep in his room. Dang dang dang. The door opened quickly. It seemed that Jiang Ying was not ready to sleep yet. She. Lu Yifan pointed at Jiang Li's door and hesitated. Jiang Ying turned aside, still did not speak. It seemed that she was still bothered by the two drinking today. Lu Yifan misunderstood, and helped Jiang Li to enter Jiang Ying's bedroom. The furnishings in the bedroom were not very messy, and it looked very warm. The most conspicuous were the two big bear dolls at the head of the bed. Lu Yifan did not expect that Jiang Ying, who was a queen, actually had a girl's heart in her heart. Lu Yifan. This was the first time Jiang Ying spoke, and her tone was flat. Lu Yifan was watching intently, and agreed reflexively. Did I say that no matter what the situation, you can't enter my room? The voice was calm, but it could still be heard that he was a little angry. So you are waiting for me here? Lu Yifan suddenly realized. Then Lu Yifan was about to hand Jiang Li to Jiang Ying, and at the same time took a step back, smiled and looked at Jiang Ying. Lu Yifan also planned not to talk to Jiang Ying, and to give Jiang Ying a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Ying never thought that Lu Yifan would really let go of Jiang Li, and she almost didn't catch it by accident. After stabilizing her sister, Jiang Ying immediately closed the door to express her dissatisfaction. Lu Yifan didn't mind. In his opinion, Jiang Ying didn't scold him, which meant that she had a good temper. After returning to his room, Lu Yifan took out his mobile phone. There was a message on his mobile phone just now, but he couldn't free his hands. It was from Yushinshin. Sitting on the bed, after relaxing and taking a breath, Lu Yifan replied to Yushinshin. See you at Liaishan University tomorrow morning. Chapter 9 Founding a Company. Because of drinking, Lu Yifan woke up slowly when the sun was high the next day. Looking at his phone, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yifan didn't have the habit of staying in bed. He went to wash up after waking up. He also paid special attention in the living room. The house was very quiet. He guessed that Jiang Ying and Jiang Li should still be asleep. So lazy. Lu Yifan glanced into their house before going out and muttered at the same time. And Jiang Ying's work became a mystery in Lu Yifan's mind. The two met very few times, and the time was perfectly staggered, but the more this happened, the more curious Lu Yifan became. Last night, he also added Jiang Li's roommate Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan woke up very early and sent a message to Lu Yifan early in the morning, asking him to come to Liaishan University to pick up the car. He took a taxi to Liaishan University. Liaishan University is very large. Lu Yifan searched for a while before arriving at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Xiaoshan went downstairs very early, waiting to return Lu Yifan's key and expressing his gratitude at the same time. Today she wore a fashionable white sweater with a black long hip skirt, which made her look very campus-like. Lu Yifan was very ordinary, wearing a black jacket and black pants, and he didn't look like someone who drove a Mercedes-Benz. Xiaoshan saw Lu Yifan first and greeted him from a distance. Lu Yifan also noticed it later, and politely stepped forward and said with a smile, "Good morning, have you eaten?" Xiaoshan responded politely, "I just came back from the cafeteria and waited for you here. I gave you the key. Thank you for yesterday." "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. See you later." "See you later." After separating from Jiang Li's roommate, Lu Yifan came to the cafeteria of Liaishan University again. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The cafeteria had just cooked the meal, and Lu Yifan planned to have his brunch here. Yuxinshin came here not long after. This was an appointment between the two. Today, Lu Yifan saw Yuxinshin's true appearance, which was completely different from last night in the bar. With long straight black hair and a full figure, she is the ideal look in a man's mind. No wonder she can work in a place like a bar. "Have you eaten?" Lu Yifan asked politely. Yuxinshin nodded in response. "Don't be so polite. We will be colleagues in the future," Lu Yifan said with a smile. After that, he walked to the cafeteria window and bought a bowl of ramen. When paying the bill, he confirmed it with her again. "What do you think of this cafeteria?" After buying it, Lu Yifan found a place to sit down and asked casually. "I think it's a bit old." Yuxinshin looked around and said her thoughts in a neutral voice. After all, the two had just met. And what she said was not wrong. Liaishan University is a relatively old school, and this is the old campus. The school only cares about the hygiene of the food. Lu Yifan nodded, which was considered as tacit agreement. Then he continued, "Our company has not been established yet. You will be in charge of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the next few days. Register the company first. The company will be called Chunfeng Media Company, Limited, with 2 legal persons." Yuxinshin naturally knew who the other person was, and she was also touched. It stands to reason that Zhao Yang must be present at such an occasion, but Lu Yifan ignored Zhao Yang to take care of her emotions. "Okay." Yuxinshin didn't ask any more questions. "Don't you ask how much the salary is." Lu Yifan saw that Yuxinshin was relatively silent, so he joked. Yuxinshin shook her head. She was very smart. Since she followed Lu Yifan to start a business, the initial funds would inevitably be tight. And if the business was successful, she would be a veteran in the future, so Lu Yifan didn't need to tell her about the salary. She would also bring it up at that time. "Okay, the salary is 5,000 a month, including insurance, and we'll talk about the rest later." She didn't say it, but Lu Yifan was still a conscientious boss. He had to show his appreciation for digging Yuxinshin, and he didn't think he was at a disadvantage. From the very beginning, we should win people's hearts and make it easier to do things in the future. Although 5,000 yuan is not a high income in Liaishan, it is still a token of our appreciation. Yeah. Yuxinshin did not act pretentiously. "Okay, that's all for now. I will arrange your specific work at that time. You should also learn to drive." Lu Yifan shook the key in his hand and gestured. Yuxinshin was very smart. She knew that Lu Yifan was afraid of wasting time, so she picked up the key on the table without saying anything. However, after walking a few steps, Yuxinshin stopped again and said to Lu Yifan with her back to him, "Remember to call him next time for such things." After that, she walked straight to the door. Lu Yifan could also hear that she was a little reluctant. This is also a good start, Lu Yifan thought to himself. In fact, team harmony is what Lu Yifan hopes to see most. Who can guarantee that they will not meet in the future? Not long after Yuxinshin left, Zhao Yang drove to the cafeteria of Liaishan University, which was also arranged by Lu Yifan. After Zhao Yang picked up Lu Yifan, he drove the car towards the city. Liaishan is very big, so big that even people like Lu Yifan who have lived here for 4 years and don't like staying in school can't go around here. "I'll take you to a place you have never been to." Zhao Yang drove the car and boasted. Zhao Yang is a native of Liaishan and is very familiar with this place. He liked to take Lu Yifan out to have fun during college. Does it meet the points I told you? Lu Yifan confirmed. You will definitely be satisfied. Zhao Yang vowed. That's fine. By the way, Lao Zhao, I remember you studied computer science? Can you make short videos? Lu Yifan suddenly asked when he remembered something serious. Yes, I liked this before, but my family forced me to study finance. Zhao Yang had a lot to say when he mentioned these. Okay, I already knew about your little thing. Lu Yifan stopped him in time. He knew Zhao Yang well. If he let him talk, he would not be able to finish in less than half an hour. At this time, Lu Yifan's phone suddenly rang. When he opened it, it turned out to be a WeChat message from Jiang Ying. Oh my god, Yifan, are you dating? Zhao Yang didn't forget to take a sneak peek while driving, because Lu Yifan's phone had hardly rang in 4 years of college. Lu Yifan said nonchalantly, no, my roommate asked me if I would go back for dinner. Lu Yifan picked up his phone and replied, no, I ate outside, you and Li Zi can eat. After sending the message, Lu Yifan looked at the time. It was 11:30 in the morning. It seems that I just woke up. Lu Yifan secretly calculated. This is considered very late for others, but after a few days of getting along, Lu Yifan knew that it was not late for Jiang Ying at all. He went to the toilet in the middle of the night before, and saw the light in Jiang Ying's room at 3 o'clock. He would not suspect that Jiang Ying was playing with her phone and staying up late. From the first time they met, Lu Yifan knew that Jiang Ying was a gentle person. She took care of the hygiene of the house and cooked for Lu Yifan and Jiang Li. Even though she was a little angry about what happened last night, she was still thinking about whether Lu Yifan had eaten the next day. Lu Yifan picked up his phone again and sent a message to Jiang Ying, I will go back to eat in the future, I will tell you in the group. After sending the message, Lu Yifan even felt a little regretful about what happened last night. I must not take Jiang Li to play crazy next time. Lu Yifan thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 10, I made a mistake again. There is a commercial street not far to the north of Liaobei University City. The locals in Liaoshan are quite familiar with this old street. They will call friends to gather here every now and then, because it is not only cheap, but the most important thing is that the price-performance ratio is really high. Zhao Yang and Lu Yifan came here. As soon as Lu Yifan got off the car, he felt a strong atmosphere. The blue tiles make people feel like they have come to the water town of Jiangnan. Although this is an old street, the shops on the street are not shabby. The fusion of new and old has a kind of indescribable beauty. How is it? Haven't been here before. Zhao Yang said proudly. Yeah. This time Lu Yifan did not refute, this place really made him very satisfied. Come on, I'll take you to a shop you would never expect. Zhao Yang boasted exaggeratedly, fearing that Lu Yifan would think he was unfamiliar with this place. Lu Yifan followed Zhao Yang for 2 streets before stopping in front of a small shop that looked very romantic and warm. It was a milk tea shop called Love Season. After Lu Yifan entered, his first impression was that this shop was well decorated, with soft lights, beautiful tables and chairs, and wish notes left by customers on the right wall. It looked much better than those greasy noodle shops. But just having an impression was not enough. Lu Yifan decided to buy a cup to try. Because there was only the boss lady in the shop besides Lu Yifan and the other 2. Boss lady, a cup of pearl milk tea. Lu Yifan said politely. What do you want to drink? Lu Yifan asked Zhao Yang again. Same as you. Boss, 2 cups. Lu Yifan raised 2 fingers and gestured. Okay. The proprietress replied with a smile. The proprietress looked about 30 years old, with some wrinkles on her face, and her clothes were not as good as those of Jiang Li and other young people. The milk tea was quickly prepared, and Lu Yifan found a seat and sat down, observing again. The milk tea shop was indeed good, and the milk tea was also delicious, but unfortunately the business was not very good. Lu Yifan actually expected this. Although it was not far from Liaobei University City, it was difficult for college students from other places to find this place. Now it is not like before. There are very few students who walk on the road when they go out of school and carefully turn around every street. Lu Yifan is such a person. When he goes out of school, he either takes a taxi or Zhao Yan's car. Bus number 11. Impossible. And the taxis go to those big shopping malls and the like. Like this old street, it is not at the school gate, there is no big shopping mall next to it, and it is close to some residential areas, so the business is naturally not very good. Boss lady, there are very few college students here. Lu Yifan asked, looking at the scattered notes on the wall. Well, very few. The boss lady said in a bad mood. Lu Yifan smiled. He continued, I'm in advertising. I can promote your store, and it's free for a month. Do you want to try it? Really? The boss lady was a little unbelievable, because no matter how good the effect was, it would not be bad for her. Really? Lu Yifan smiled. I just think it's a pity that no one comes to such a good dating place. Besides, your milk tea tastes good. Lu Yifan shook the milk tea in his hand and praised. That's great, then what are you going to do? The boss lady was a little curious. Lao Zhao, go take a few photos outside, and then take photos inside the house. The pixel of my mobile phone is not good. Lu Yifan said to Zhao Yang again. Wait until I finish drinking. In this way, the two spent 3 hours to deal with 5 or 6 stores on this street, and they were all small stores that looked good but had little traffic. These people are easy to talk to. When they heard that they would help them promote for free, basically no one was unwilling. Of course, some people thought that Lu Yifan and the others were liars and did not agree. But Lu Yifan didn't care. If this one didn't work, there were others. Yifan, do you think it's possible? Zhao Yang sat in the co-pilot seat, flipping through dozens of photos on his phone, and asked without confidence. Yes, have you forgotten who we are? Lu Yifan started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and joked. The distance from Liaobei district to Dadong district is not far, nor is it close. Fortunately, there is no traffic jam now. Lu Yifan returned to the residential area in 30 minutes. Zhao Yang also followed, saying that he came to recognize the door. However, Lu Yifan didn't believe this statement at all. When he heard that Jiang Li had a twin sister, this kid couldn't wait to see it. But seeing it is seeing, Zhao Yang will not have any ideas about the two of them. Ding! Lu Yifan took out the room card and opened the door. The house was still very clean. Zhao Yang was a little envious. He also had his own home outside, but it was definitely not as clean as this one, even if he hired a nanny. Not bad. Lu Yifan turned around and boasted in a low voice. Zhao Yang gave a thumbs up and did not hesitate to praise him. Back home, for some reason, the two did not relax as they did in the car. Logically, Lu Yifan also had a share in this house, but the two were more careful than each other. Change shoes. Lu Yifan called the silly Zhao Yang, and his voice was still so low. Oh, I forgot. Zhao Yang stopped immediately and said embarrassedly. Lu Yifan didn't believe what he said. This kid still has the habit of changing shoes when entering the house. Who doesn't know who? Yifan, why do we two look like thieves? Zhao Yang thought more and more something was wrong, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lu Yifan pointed to the white paper on the wall at the door and asked him to read it. 3 rules. No loud noises during the day. Got it? Sister Jiang Li works the night shift and sleeps during the day. Lu Yifan was still explaining. Just as the two were whispering furtively at the door, Jiang Li's door opened. Jiang Li came out wearing a JK uniform and a pair of pink bunny slippers. Jiang Li. Lu Yifan greeted with a smile. However, Jiang Li did not roll her eyes as usual, and walked to the sofa in the living room. When passing by the TV cabinet, she took 2 water cups. What do you want to drink? Jiang Li asked indifferently, but her voice was still so nice. Damn, Jiang Ying. Lu Yifan had 1,000 damn thoughts floating in his heart. He never thought that it was Jiang Ying who came out of Jiang Li's room, and she was wearing JK. Boiled water is fine. Lu Yifan said with an awkward smile after a while. He himself was a little embarrassed that he had recognized the wrong person. Jiang Ying was not as talkative as Jiang Li, and she did not care that Lu Yifan had recognized her mistake, but poured water for Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang first. Zhao Yang was very tactful and shut up from the beginning. He also saw that something was wrong, but he would never have thought that Lu Yifan had experienced so much in just a few seconds. Chapter 11 Gentle Sister. Where is Jiang Li? Lu Yifan asked first after putting down the things in his hand. He was still holding some cakes he had just bought from the old street. He thought they were good at the time, so he brought some back. Still sleeping, didn't have lunch. Even Zhao Yan could hear that Ying was a little angry at this time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let her drink so much yesterday. Lu Yifan expressed his apology. Although it was not his suggestion, he went with her after all. Now that Jiang was in that state, he felt that he was also responsible. It's none of your business. Where did you go today? Jiang asked curiously, looking at the food packaging box on the coffee table. This is my friend, Zhao Yang. This afternoon, he and I went to an old street, and I bought this there. Lu Yifan explained. Jiang nodded. Now the three of them just met, so there is not much to say, even Lu Yifan is rarely at home. I'll go see the pairs. Jiang sat for a while and found an excuse to leave, leaving the living room to Lu Yifan and the other two. After Jiang left, Zhao Yang finally couldn't hold back and hurriedly said, Yifan, this is my sister. They look exactly the same. Nonsense. After Jiang left, Lu Yifan relaxed, took off his slippers, put his feet on the coffee table, and crossed his legs. Listening to Lu Yifan's arrogant words, Zhao Yang carefully looked behind him. After confirming that Jiang was not there, he also relaxed and picked up a piece of fruit on the coffee table and started eating. Thinking about it, this is the first time I'm so nervous when I come to my buddy's house. Eat whatever you want, they are not stingy people, you will be fine after you get used to them. Lu Yifan explained. Yeah. After Zhao Yang got used to it, he slowly relaxed. After a while, the living room was messed up by the two of them, and during this period, Jiang did not come out to disturb them. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the door opened for the second time. My sister asked if you guys are eating at home. Jiang came out of the bedroom with disheveled hair and pajamas on, obviously she had just woken up. Jiang Lu Yifan confirmed. What do you think? I drank too much last night and I was starving. Jiang said casually. Eat at home. Lu Yifan replied. Jiang walked to the bathroom, picked up her purple toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste, put it in her mouth, and said vaguely, then what are you waiting for, there is no food at home. Jiang was not polite to Lu Yifan. With one sentence, she drove the two people who were going to eat together to the supermarket downstairs. Yifan, you said that you were born by the same mother, but how come the two people are completely different? And at the same time. In the supermarket downstairs, Zhao Yang said in a nagging manner. You and your brother have the same mother, why don't you two have the same personality? Lu Yifan asked back. There's a difference between me and them. They are twins, and my brother is 3 years older than me. Zhao Yang continued. He still couldn't believe what happened just now. One of them was barely enthusiastic, while the other didn't treat them as outsiders at all. While picking vegetables, Lu Yifan said, I heard Jiang say that their parents are very busy at work, so Jiang has always been taking care of her sister. This may be the reason for their different personalities. Because the elder sister has to take care of the younger sister since she was a child, she is very independent. Jiang told me that her elder sister not only looks so gentle on the surface, but is actually very girlish. She started gossiping with Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's interest was indeed raised, and he was surprised, really. Didn't you see the pink JK just now? Lu Yifan raised his eyebrows and teased. You really mean it? Zhao Yang suddenly realized. That's not right. Besides, I tell you, Jiang likes to eat potato chips. Go to the snack area and buy some potato chips now. When she sees it, the dishes will be delicious. Lu Yifan said. Okay, I'll buy more. Zhao Yang was still so naive. Yeah. After the two came out of the supermarket, Lu Yifan was carrying enough vegetables for 2 days, and Zhao Yang was carrying 2 large bags of potato chips. They returned to Lu Yifan's apartment, talking and laughing. You're back. Yeah, why did you buy snacks? Jiang said as she sat on the sofa and looked at the door. There was a variety show on TV. She changed her pajamas into a sweater, and she had just put on light makeup on her face. It seemed that there were guests coming, which made her pay more attention. Jiang put on an apron and was cooking rice in the kitchen. When the two opened the door, she stretched her head out to take a look. Here, I bought these. If you can't eat them, put them in the refrigerator. Lu Yifan said to Jiang after changing his shoes and walking into the kitchen. Well, just put it here. Jiang said casually. Do you need my help? Lu Yifan felt embarrassed and asked tentatively. No, just wait. Okay. Zhao Yang on the side looked carefully and didn't know where to put the snacks in his hand, so he asked Jiang Li on the sofa, where to put these. After saying that, he raised the bag in his hand and gestured. Just give it to me. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, and she stood up and said with a smile. My name is Jiang Li, I met last night. Jiang Li greeted Zhao Yang first. Yeah, Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang nodded in response. After knowing each other, Jiang Li was no longer polite to the two. In her heart, she had already regarded Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang as friends when she was in the bar last night, otherwise she would not be so bold to get drunk. Here. After Zhao Yang handed over the snacks, he also found a place to sit down, and soon discussed the show on TV with Jiang Li. Lu Yifan went back to their house first, and when he came out, he found that the two people in the living room had already fought, and Jiang Li was still eating the potato chips that Zhao Yang had just bought. I tell you, I hate this person the most. She couldn't stop her mouth even though she was eating, and she said angrily. That's enough. When Zhao Yang was about to express his opinion, Lu Yifan interrupted the two of them and took up a bag of potato chips and opened a bag himself. Look at you two, you have ruined the living room in a short while. Jiang Li, get up, the potato chips have fallen on the sofa. Lu Yifan lectured. Nonsense, it was obviously very messy here when I sat down just now. Jiang Li retorted. I don't know, I just saw you. Lu Yifan denied it and slandered. You? Jiang Li pointed at Lu Yifan angrily, but couldn't say a word. Lu Yifan spread his hands and provoked Jiang Li. Just when Jiang Li was about to pick up the pillow and hit Lu Yifan, Jiang Ying interrupted the two of them with dishes. Let's eat. I won't argue with you anymore. Jiang Li stopped immediately when she saw the dish just out of the pot, put on the same pink slippers, and ran to the dining table. She was already very hungry, and didn't eat lunch. She was called by her sister at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sister, today we cook mushrooms. Jiang Li said sweetly. She was completely different in front of her sister and in front of Lu Yifan, as if she had changed into a different person. She was a good girl in front of Jiang Ying, but she was much more lively in front of Lu Yifan. In fact, this is her personality, lively, cute, and likes to act like a spoiled child. It may be because Jiang Ying has been taking care of her, so she will be more restrained in front of Jiang Ying. This is not artificial, but her nature, a habit developed over many years. Well, go and help me bring out another dish first. Lu Yifan. Jiang Ying said to Lu Yifan again. Well, I'll come after washing my hands. Old Zhao, it's time to eat. Lu Yifan shouted casually. Okay. Zhao Yang clapped his hands and followed closely behind. During the second meal in the new home, the few of them had become completely familiar with each other. Chapter 12 Jiang Ying's Occupation. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening when they finished eating. Jiang Ying finished eating first. She went back to her room, changed her clothes, and then picked up her bag to go to work, leaving the task of washing dishes and cleaning the house to the three people who were still eating. Li Zi, you wash the dishes later. Lu Yifan ordered loudly. Why? Jiang Li slammed her chopsticks angrily to express her displeasure. Lao Zhao and I will go out to eat something delicious later and we won't take you with us. Brother, I'll wash it. Jiang Li immediately changed her attitude when she heard about the benefits. Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang planned to go out to solicit business in the evening. There were many streets in Lieshan like those in the afternoon, so their workload was quite heavy. As expected, it was Jiang Li who washed the dishes in the end. In fact, when she lived with Jiang Ying before, she was the one who washed the dishes and Jiang Ying cooked. Where are we going? Jiang Li asked impatiently after packing up. Go near your university. Lu Yifan said casually. It was already dark, and it would be inconvenient to go too far and bring a girl with me. Well, I'll drive while I change my clothes. Jiang Li said excitedly. She doesn't have a job yet, so she is very interested in playing things. No, we'll leave if you change your clothes. Lu Yifan picked his nose. He had seen this before and didn't want to wait for more than half an hour. Jiang Li looked at her own clothes and agreed reluctantly. Once again driving on the road to the university, she was a little more nervous this time than last time, because Zhao Yang's car was more expensive than Lu Yifan's. Zhao Yang noticed that Jiang Li was a little nervous, so he sat in the back seat and asked, Jiang Li, your sister is the same age as you, why is she already working? This is to help her relax. Oh. I took a year of tutoring in my senior year of high school, so I'm still in my senior year. Jiang Li stared straight ahead without turning her head. Lu Yifan pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Zhao Yan's question was also the one he wanted to ask the most. So what does your sister do for a living? Why does she start working only now? Zhao Yan glanced at Lu Yifan, understood, and asked again. Teacher. She works at a cram school, teaching English to high school students. High school students have classes at night, so she has to work at night. Saturdays and Sundays are daytime. Jiang Li described it in great detail, and it seemed that she had completely taken Lu Yifan and the other person as one of our own. What major did you study in college? Lu Yifan continued the topic and took the opportunity to ask. Art. I plan to draw comics after graduating this year. Jiang Li said confidently. The three of them chatted one after another and soon arrived at the street near Liaoshan University. The situation here is similar to that old street. It is not far from the university, but not many students know about it. However, there are quite a few guests here, most of whom are nearby residents. Is this the delicacy you were talking about? Jiang Li asked half doubtfully. You've never been here? Lu Yifan asked. I really don't know, but it looks good, but we ate it at home. Jiang Li said with some regret. It's okay. You can find one when you're hungry. After saying that, Lu Yifan took the lead and walked into a barbecue restaurant that looked good. Since it was just past dinner time and the boss didn't need to work hard, he could just serve the food to the customers and let them grill it themselves, so the restaurant was relatively quiet. And this is also the reason why Lu Yifan chose this one first. Welcome. How many people are there? The waiter at the door greeted politely when he saw the visitor. I'm looking for your boss. Lu Yifan stated his purpose. The waiter was stunned for a moment after hearing this. After confirming that he had heard correctly, he said again. Please wait a moment. The waiter quickly found the boss in the kitchen and explained the situation. The boss was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He became unhappy when he heard that there were three people who looked like college students outside. Tell them I'm not here, said the boss unhappily. In his opinion, college students have nothing to do except external relations and soliciting sponsorship. Sponsorship is also a waste of money, so the boss was very impatient. The waiter was about to leave, but when he turned around, he found that Lu Yifan had come behind him. Lu Yifan just happened to hear what was said, but he was not angry. Instead, he said with a smile, Boss, don't get me wrong. We are employees of an advertising company and we are here to discuss business with you. He spoke very politely, and when the boss heard that he was not there to solicit sponsorship, his attitude softened. Are you from an advertising company? What do you want to talk to me about? Asked the middle-aged man. He still didn't believe it. These three people looked like college students, especially the girl at the back. This is my business card and his. He is the new intern in the company. Lu Yifan took out 2 cards from his pocket and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and saw that it said Chunfeng Media Company, Lu Yifan, Zhao Yan, and their contact numbers. Give me 5 minutes and I'll introduce you to me. Lu Yifan tried to ask again. Yeah. The barbecue restaurant owner decided to listen. The 2 business cards and the confidence shown by Lu Yifan made him believe what Lu Yifan said, and he still had 5 minutes. We are doing catering advertising, and the media that places the advertisements are universities. We have communicated with several universities in Liaoshan, and they also said that there is no problem. Specifically, we will take some photos and then display them in universities to promote you. The first month is free, so you don't have to pay any fees. It can be said that there is no risk. The boss thought for a while and asked, What do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything. We just need to take a few photos. You can see the results in a month. Lu Yifan said with a confident smile. Can. 30 minutes later, Zhao Yan came out with a camera. The shooting is done. Zhao Yan said to Lu Yifan. Let's go and find the next one. Lu Yifan wrote the name of the store in the notebook and said. Yifan, I didn't ask you just now, when did you get this business card? Also, have you discussed it with the school? Zhao Yan couldn't help asking after walking for a while. That's right, that's right. Jiang Li also echoed. Business card. I printed it out during the holidays. As for school, I went to Li Zi's school this morning. Lu Yifan said indifferently. Damn, it turns out you had thought about it a long time ago, but you kept it from me and even fooled that person. Zhao Yarn said in shock. What's that? Do you know why I say that? Lu Yifan asked, pretending to be an expert. Zhao Yang really didn't understand. With your level, I won't say anything more. I do this because the shops here are different from the ones I went to this afternoon. They have their own customer base, so they are not short of customers. But who would complain that they have too many customers? Only by saying this can I attract them and they will agree. And what we did in the afternoon was just a last-ditch effort. Lu Yifan explained to the two of them. Oh, I understand. You are the best. Zhao Yang has now become a little fanboy, and Jiang Li is a little fangirl. When the three of them finished their work, it was already past 11 p.m. Lu Yifan did not fool Jiang Li, but took her to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. In his words, you can lie to heaven and earth and deceive ghosts and gods, but you won't lie to your true friends and parents. Chapter 13. It's confirmed. Jiang Ying is a uniform control. The next morning, Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang continued to look for shops as they did yesterday. In the past few days, Zhao Yang had witnessed Lu Yifan's ability. He was very good at telling lies to people and telling lies to ghosts. Zhao Yang couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Where are we going now? The two had just finished their work at a few restaurants. Zhao Yang looked at the time and felt that it was about time. Let's go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Yu Shinshin is in charge there. She asked us to go there in person and then go back to eat after we're done. Has the company license been issued? Zhao Yan said excitedly. He also wanted to make some achievements to show those who looked down on him, and starting a company was the first step in a long journey. It shouldn't be so soon. It will take a few days at least. Maybe we both need to be there in person. Lu Yifan guessed. Oh. Zhao Yang felt a little disappointed. He was too eager to show himself. 3 hours later. These people are so slow, making us wait for so long. Zhao Yang kept complaining as he went upstairs. It's normal that the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has to receive so many people. Lu Yifan was more open-minded and advised. In fact, Zhao Yang was mainly hungry. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the two of them had not eaten a meal. Ding tilde. They still used the familiar card to open the door and changed into slippers skillfully. They have adapted to the life here. Just as I was about to enter the living room, I heard that familiar voice again. Have you eaten? Lu Yifan didn't know who said it, because Jiang Li and Jiang Ying's voices were very similar. I saw a person wearing a tight cheongsam, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Jiang Ying. Lu Yifan tried to say. As for why he thought it was Jiang Ying, it was because Lu Yifan saw Jiang Ying wearing JK yesterday. She wore JK yesterday and cheongsam today. Yeah. Jiang Ying looked at the two stunned people and responded with a blush on her face. Today, she put on a rare exquisite makeup, and paired it with the cheongsam that showed off her figure, which made Lu Yifan, who thought he had good self-control, drool. What are you doing? Lu Yifan finally asked. I like to dress like this sometimes at home. Jiang Ying felt embarrassed being looked at, so she stood up and responded with her head down. After saying that, he trotted to his room and closed the door. Oh my god, Yifan, is this still the domineering Jiang Ying? Is what you told me yesterday true? Did Li Zi really tell you that? Zhao Yan's face was full of disbelief. It's confirmed. I really envy you. Look, there is still rice left on the table. Zhao Yan saw the upside-down food on the table again and said with envy. Okay, let's eat first. Lu Yifan was so tired that he walked into the kitchen and said. The rice in the rice cooker was still a little warm, so Lu Yifan didn't make a fuss and served 2 bowls. He also simply heated up the dishes he prepared. However, just as he was about to open fire, Jiang Ying's door opened. Jiang Ying changed into home clothes, and now she became the goddess in Zhao Yang's mind again. Let me do it. Jiang Ying took the pot and said in a light voice. Profound. Sorry, I came back late today. Lu Yifan apologized, remembering what happened at noon. I had originally sent a message today saying that I would be back, but I was delayed because of something happening at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Jiang Ying ignored Lu Yifan and continued to stir-fry the dishes. Where's the pear? Lu Yifan felt that he should say something, but didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject. Going to school. As expected, Jiang Ying was interested in this. Oh. The two fell silent again. 3 minutes later. It's ready, please take it out. Jiang Ying spoke again after the dishes were heated. Lu Yifan guessed that Jiang Ying was unhappy because he came back late at noon. He even felt that the relationship they had just established seemed to have returned to the starting point because of this time. Anyway, he didn't know what Jiang Ying was thinking, but he liked it. Think of things in the worst possible way. In fact, he still didn't understand a woman like Jiang Ying. She would prepare every meal carefully, but she would not be angry with Lu Yifan because of this. She just hadn't recovered from the embarrassment just now and didn't know what to say. I originally thought that they would not come back in the afternoon, but I didn't expect that they would see another side of me. Now, not only JK, but even the way I wear cheongsam was seen. The two of them stayed silent, and Lu Yifan even had a small misunderstanding about Jiang Ying because of this. Lu Yifan took the plate outside and found that his good brother had already picked up the snacks he bought yesterday and started eating them. Is it heated up? Zhao Yang didn't know what was going on in the kitchen, but when he saw the hot food, he couldn't help but say excitedly. Seeing Zhao Yang looking so relaxed, Lu Yifan had already thought of a way to make up for it. The food Jiang Ying cooked was indeed delicious. Both of them ate 2 large bowls each before they were full, and not a single drop of food was wasted on the plates. After having a good meal and a good drink, Zhao Yang leaned back on his chair, burped, and said contentedly, Yifan, have a cigarette. How could Lu Yifan dare to smoke in the living room in front of Jiang Ying at this time, so he winked at Zhao Yang frantically, indicating that Jiang Ying was still in the room. Jiang Ying kept staring at the TV, as if she didn't hear the two people talking. Zhao Yang reacted quickly. What he did just now was just his old habits. He thought Lu Yifan was a bachelor, but now he has a family. Zhao Yang sat up straight with embarrassment, and since he had nothing to do, he started to clear the table. After tidying up the table, Lu Yifan looked up at the wall clock in the living room again. 3:15 in the afternoon. Old Zhao, let's go. Lu Yifan whispered to Zhao Yang. Profound. Then Lu Yifan stood up and said to Jiang Ying, you don't have to wait for me tonight. After that, he walked out. Jiang Ying just watched TV and said nothing. After going downstairs, Zhao Yang asked hurriedly, what's going on? I guess he thought we didn't come back on time at noon. Lu Yifan said with a wry smile. In fact, he was also guessing. So that's how it is. I thought it was something else. After all, it's just what you think. Give me a cigarette. Zhao Yang said nonchalantly. Maybe she's embarrassed because we found out that she's a uniform control freak. Zhao Yang thought about it and expressed his opinion. He thought this possibility was more likely. Let's take a look. Lu Yifan gave Zhao Yang 1 cigarette, and the two of them squatted downstairs and started smoking. Where are we going to wait? Zhao Yang took a deep breath and changed the subject. Let's go to the furniture store. Lu Yifan only smoked half of his cigarette and stopped, then he put out the cigarette butt and said casually. Not going to solicit business anymore. There's a class dinner tonight. Chapter 14, The Talented Person at the Class Reunion. Liaoshan China Furniture City is the largest place selling furniture in Liaoshan, and its location, quality and after-sales service are the best in the area. Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang drove here. Zhao Yang was browsing the website along the way. If he had never paid attention to the price before, it was different now. He was eager to find the most affordable one. Don't look, we're here. Lu Yifan reminded Zhao Yang after parking the car. Yifan, I checked online in advance. There are only a few styles. How about we switch to another one? Zhao Yang expressed his judgment. What are you looking at? Without practice, you don't have the right to speak, you know. Lu Yifan lectured. Are you sure there is what we want in there? Zhao Yang looked at the huge furniture city and asked doubtfully. Follow me. However, what surprised Zhao Yang was that Lu Yifan did not go directly to the core second and third floors like most people did, but came to the top floor. Generally, few people come to the top floor because it is too big and the downstairs can generally meet the needs of ordinary people. The decoration of the top floor is not very good, and there is even no suspended floor installed on the roof. It is hard to imagine that such a central area would look like this. After observing for a while, Zhao Yang finally understood why Lu Yifan brought him here. Because there are some second-hand furniture here. Lu Yifan looked around here, and the boss here soon noticed the two of them. Some bold and sociable bosses even came out and personally asked Lu Yifan what he needed. However, while these people were observing Lu Yifan was also observing them. Those who looked greasy, fat, or shrewd were all ignored by him. After walking for a while, Lu Yifan fell in love with a middle-aged man who looked honest. Seeing that the two were interested, the boss went to meet them. Come in and take a look. They are all new. The boss tried politely, trying to get the two to come in and take a look. But Lu Yifan played another trick, making the boss think that he had intentions and was just pretending. He took a quick look, ignored the boss, and turned to leave. The boss was anxious and hurriedly stopped the two of them. The price can be negotiated. When he said this, Lu Yifan paused and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. First you arouse the boss's fantasy and then shatter it. This is the most torturous way, but it makes it easier to bargain. Then let's take a look. Come in and take a look, you will know after you have seen it. The boss said sincerely. After Lu Yifan walked in, he found that the things here were very complete, and there was no shortage of new furniture. It looked like they were just bought and sold a few days ago. Before long, Lu Yifan saw what he needed, but he did not directly ask the price of that style. Instead, he asked about other styles. Boss, this is nice. How much is it? Lu Yifan pointed at a set of black sofas and asked casually. Even Zhao Yang almost believed it. Would the school use this style? When it comes to social experience, he and Lu Yifan are really far apart. This one, if you want it, it's 488. The item is really worth the money. If it were the one downstairs, it would cost at least 1,800 yuan. What about this set? The one for two people in this restaurant. Lu Yifan pointed to another one and continued to ask. The one Lu Yifan mentioned the second time was also very new, and there are many like this. This set is 438, and you can get a discount if you order more. The boss quickly quoted his price. Because when buying this kind of restaurant sofa, basically people don't buy just one set, and one set is of no use. How much cheaper can it be? Lu Yifan asked cunningly. 400. How about this, boss? I really want a lot. Don't give me 400. Give me 368. Let's share. Wow, that sounds nice, but one move directly costs the other person 70. Seeing that his boss was in a dilemma, Lu Yifan knew that something was going to happen, and he added fuel to the fire. I will want it again in the future, can you get it for me? The boss thought about it, felt that this was a long-term business, and finally accepted the price. Okay, but I want this quality. And you can take me to watch TV. After some intrigue, Lu Yifan walked out of the furniture store satisfied. It was already late and the sun had already set. Yifan, I've really gained something today. As soon as Zhao Yang came out, he gave Lu Yifan a thumbs up. Stop talking about these nonsense and go buy a pack of cigarettes. Lu Yifan was ready to make up for what happened in the afternoon. Okay. China. Zhao Yangqian really agreed. China, your uncle. Lu Yifan kicked Zhao Yang with a smile and said jokingly. After Zhao Yang bought a bottle of yushi and got into the car, he fastened his seat belt and asked, Are we going to the restaurant now? No, let's go to Yushinshan first. Lu Yifan took out a pack of cigarettes and said to Zhao Yang. Why go to her? Get the car. One car is not enough for us. Zhao Yang asked puzzledly. Not enough. Lu Yifan denied, and then continued. Do you know why Yang Jinrong has a bad relationship with you? Isn't it just that he looks down on me, a second-generation rich kid? How good can he be? What's so great about being the son of an official? Zhao Yang said disdainfully. In the university dormitory, the two men looked down on each other. Even though there was a peacemaker like Lu Yifan in the dormitory, conflict still often broke out. You're right, but if we want to use him this time, we must first make him feel that we are useful to him, and my car is the best stepping stone. Lu Yifan explained. I understand. I heard that this guy has a good relationship with the school's logistics department. Zhao Yang is also a smart man and he knows all this very well. Let's go. I've got the location. After we disperse tonight, we'll set up a one-on-one meeting with him. Nominally, it's to reconcile you two. Lu Yifan left his phone in the car and said to Zhao Yang. Lu Yifan knew that if he wanted to ask someone like Yang Jinrong for help, he had to have a reasonable reason. Okay. The two of them got in the car, and when they rushed over, several people had already ordered the dishes, but there was still one person who had not arrived, that was Yang Jinrong. Har har, Yifan, Lao Zhao, I thought you guys were also acting like officials. A boy sitting in the main seat joked. The boy is the monitor of Finance 1802 class, Wang Zijin. He and Lu Yifan are not in the same dormitory. Today's class reunion is considered a gathering of boys in the class. But there was a girl sitting next to Wang Zijin. In Lu Yifan's mind, he thought that Wang Zijin had a strong sense of self-superiority because he always liked to belittle others for fun, so the relationship between the two was average, but this did not prevent Lu Yifan from saying a few words to him. I'm sorry, squad leader, there's a bit of traffic on the road. Lu Yifan said politely. This sentence did not arouse anyone's suspicion, as everyone knew that Zhao Yang had a car. After Lu Yifan took his seat, Yang Jinrong followed him, opened the door and walked in. There was no difference in time, just 2 sentences. Hey, Lao Yang, you are still so punctual. Wang Zijin teased as soon as he came up. Yang Jinrong looked at Wang Zijin's seat, and after being pointed out by him, his expression immediately fell and he sat down next to Lu Yifan. This was also something Lu Yifan had deliberately kept in mind. Not long after Yang Jinrong sat down, there was another knock on the door of the private room. Everyone thought it was the hotel waiter, but the person who came in was wearing a yellow work suit. Who's Zhang Mengmeng? The express delivery guy shouted as he came in, holding a Chanel bag in his hand. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Was it the wrong delivery? It's me. The girl next to squad leader Wang Zijin stood up and said with a smile, and she even waited for a while on purpose. After the express delivery guy handed the bag to Zhang Mengmeng, he left. The people here are all college students, how can they not see that this was done on purpose, but no one says anything. Zhao Yang couldn't bear to watch it, but was held down by Lu Yifan under the table. There are hundreds of things and thousands of kinds of people. What is this? Chapter 15, Using Connections. The party ended after 3 hours, during which Lu Yifan toasted Yang Jinrong many times, which satisfied Yang Jinrong's vanity extremely. Several people staggered out of the private room with their shoulders linked and came to the service desk. Just as the squad leader Wang Zijin indicated that everyone should pay AA, Lu Yifan stepped forward, smiled and pressed down Wang Zijin's hand, which had not yet been raised, and said, "Squad leader, the 3 of us are late today and have kept everyone waiting. We will treat you." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay the bill. The 3 people naturally included Yang Jinrong, which made Yang Jinrong even more touched. Yifan really treated me as a brother. However, everyone has been in the same class for 4 years, and no one thinks that Lu Yifan is trying to show off. Everyone knows each other very well. If it were Zhao Yang, some people would inevitably be jealous. But Wang Zijin's girlfriend curled her lip slightly, not thinking that Lu Yifan was being generous. After Lu Yifan paid the bill, he distributed cigarettes to everyone, and then everyone walked out of the restaurant one after another. The restaurant was near their school, so business had always been good. This person was obviously not the target that Lu Yifan wanted to capture in the early stage. Yang Jinrong and Lu Yifan were smoking, and they walked towards the front of the restaurant arm in arm. Zhang Mengmeng had wanted to mock Lu Yifan for a long time, but when she saw him walking straight towards a brand new white Mercedes-Benz, she finally couldn't hold it in, and said to Wang Zijin sarcastically, "Your friend is really good at pretending. Does he know how to open the car door when he walks over?" Ding di tilde. As soon as Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, the car turned on its double flashes. At this time, everyone had not walked far away and thought that the owner of the car had just returned. When they were about to step forward to stop the 2 drunk people, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Lu Yifan opened the back door and let Yang Jinrong get in first, then he followed. In front was Jiang Li, who had been waiting there. Jiang Li had just arrived. When she was bored at home, she sent a message to Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan told her that he would come over and take her out to play. Jiang Li, who who was already extremely bored, immediately put down the snacks in her hand, ran to the room, picked up her eyebrow pencil and lipstick, and prepared to put on her night makeup when she heard that Lu Yifan was willing to take her out to play. Everyone was completely stunned, especially Zhang Mengmeng. She had never thought that Lu Yifan was actually a rich man. It was ridiculous that she had just hired someone to perform a play. The car stopped after just a few steps. Lu Yifan politely greeted everyone and reminded them to go back slowly. Zhang Mengmeng accidentally saw Jiang Li in the driver's seat again. Seeing how beautiful Jiang Li was, her self-esteem finally collapsed. She angrily threw down the bag in her hand and walked in another direction alone. Wang Zijin also felt embarrassed because Lu Yifan had completely stolen his limelight. How could Lu Yifan not know these, but he did not pay too much attention to them. As long as he had a clear conscience, that was all that mattered. Where are we going? Jiang Li asked excitedly in the car. It seemed that she was looking forward to the next game. Lu Yifan glanced back and found Zhao Yang following him. He then said to Jiang Li, "That bar last time." After saying that, he looked at Yang Jinrong again. Lu Yifan knew that Yang Jinrong was pretending to be drunk, but he didn't expose it. Zhao Yang didn't drink any alcohol, so he followed Jiang Li closely. The bar is not far from Lu Yifan's school, only about 10 minutes drive away, and that's because Jiang Li drove slowly. Sure enough, when they entered the bar, Yang Jinrong was already completely sober. Lu Yifan asked Zhao Yang to accompany Jiang Li, while he and Yang Jinrong went to the bar. After ordering 2 glasses of good wine, the two started chatting. The content of the chat was very ordinary, just gossiping about which girl in the school and which teacher was feminine. "Lao Yang, do you know why I'm not in school this semester?" When getting ready to talk business, Lu Yifan first took out his freshly opened pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, handed one to Yang Jinrong, then lit one for himself and spoke slowly. Yang Jinrong took a sip and said casually, "I don't know. Senior year is like this. I just can't stand my dad at home. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to come. Old Yang, I'm planning to start a business at school. Do you want to join me?" Lu Yifan put down his cigarette and said sincerely. When Yang Jinrong first heard this, he thought Lu Yifan was just joking. Then, after taking a quick glance and realizing that Lu Yifan was serious, he remembered what had happened today. It was called a class reunion, but in fact it was Lu Yifan who treated the guests. There was also the latest model of Mercedes-Benz and the foreign liquor in front of them, which cost hundreds of dollars a glass. "Yifan, you and I have been together for so many years, and I won't hide it from you. My father just wants me to take the civil service exam, and he won't support me in anything else." Yang Jinrong was a little embarrassed. Starting a business requires money, and he has no money. Lu Yifan showed a regretful expression, clinked glasses with Yang Jinrong again, and said, "Then listen to uncle." Yang Jinrong felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had been friends for so many years, and Lu Yifan had always been nice to him. Now that he had something to ask for, he felt a little embarrassed to reject him. So he patted his chest and said generously, "Yifan, we have been brothers for so many years. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I will definitely arrange it for you if I can." Hearing this, Lu Yifan's heart skipped a beat and he said directly, "I want to do some welfare for the school now, but I can't communicate with the school logistics staff." Benefits? Yang Jinrong wondered. "Yes, I'm planning to replace the school's sofas with a few new ones. As you know, the stools in our old cafeteria are uncomfortable for the buttocks." Lu Yifan joked. The atmosphere was always relaxed under his control. Yang Jinrong also understood this very well. He laughed uncontrollably after hearing this. Afterwards, he said generously, "No problem. I'll take care of it. I'll tell my aunt tomorrow. She's in charge of this at school. It's a must. Come." The two happily drank some foreign wine, and then joined the disco group. When the party ended, it was already midnight. "Come on, Lao Yang, these cigarettes are for you to smoke." Lu Yifan took out half a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the trunk of the car, threw it to Yang Jinrong and said. Yang Jinrong did not think the unpacked cigarettes were ugly, on the contrary, he was very happy to see them. "Okay, then I'll withdraw first." Yang Jinrong said politely to them. "You really don't need me to send you off." Zhao Yang stepped forward and asked politely. Just now, with the help of Lu Yifan, the two reconciled their previous grievances. Need not. Then drive slowly. Well, it's quite late, let's all go back. Yang Jinrong got into the car he had just called and waved his hand while sitting in the car. After Yang Jinrong left, Lu Yifan's face immediately became anxious, and he asked Jiang Li, "Where does your sister work? Take us there." "What's wrong with my sister?" Jiang Li said hurriedly and worriedly after noticing that Lu Yifan was a little nervous. "I don't know. She just sent me a text message, saying that she wanted me to go there for something. I asked again, but she didn't reply." Chapter 16 Harassment. Jiang Ying's workplace is located on Changnan Street, which is neither far nor close to the community where Lu Yifan lives. If you take the subway, you need to change trains 3 times. Because Lu Yifan was drunk and Jiang Li was driving unsteadily, the three of them only drove one car. After all, Zhao Yang was familiar with Lieshan, and it was the middle of the night, so he reached the tutoring institution where Jiang Ying worked with just a few clicks of the accelerator. The organization is called Shuan Education and Training, which means it is the root of learning culture. When the three arrived, Lu Yifan saw through the glass that Jiang Ying was negotiating with a man. The man looked very irritable and his hands and feet were a little dirty. Jiang Ying looked helpless. Lu Yifan was the first to walk in and came between the two of them, before separating them, while Jiang Li ran to her sister, hugging Jiang Ying's arm tightly while comforting her. "Who are you?" the man said jokingly. He was very displeased looking at the person who suddenly appeared. Lu Yifan ignored him, but looked back at Jiang Ying and asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Ying looked a little haggard. She smoothed her hair back and said weakly, "This is the parent of one of my classmates. He stopped me when I was leaving get off work and told me that his child had been taking extra classes for a long time, but his grades still hadn't improved. That student had only been in my class for less than a week. I told him that I would pay more attention to him, but he acted like a rogue and said that he wouldn't let me go home today if I didn't give him an explanation." After saying that, Jiang Ying looked at Lu Yifan embarrassedly. She felt bad for bothering Lu Yifan so late at night. "I see." Only after Lu Yifan finished speaking did he look the man squarely in the face. The man was rather fat, weighing probably around 180 kilograms. "Let's talk outside," Lu Yifan asked provocatively. "I'm afraid of you." The man glared and said fiercely. He was using this as an excuse to take advantage of the teachers here, plus he had just drunk a bit of wine in the evening, and after his good fortune was ruined by Lu Yifan, he was obviously getting angry. "Don't." Jiang Ying held Lu Yifan's hand and shook her head slightly. It was only then that Lu Yifan noticed that Jiang Ying's wrist was a little red, and it seemed that the two had just had an argument. After all, Jiang Ying's workplace is not a school but a business organization. When customers harass her in the name of complaints, the organization will generally let both parties resolve the issue themselves and will not intervene unless it is absolutely necessary. But Lu Yifan knew that if a conflict occurred here, it might affect Jiang Ying's work. Jiang Ying failed to stop Lu Yifan in the end, and this was also due to Jiang Li's contribution. Seeing her sister being bullied by a bad guy, she also wanted to beat that guy up. Besides, she had witnessed Lu Yifan's temper on the first day. When she was cheated by her ex-boyfriend, it was Lu Yifan who stepped in to settle the matter. By the time Zhao Yang parked the car in the parking lot and rushed back, Lu Yifan and the man had already arrived outside the agency. As it was already very late, all the nearby shops were dark, and the only lights on were the street lamps. Zhao Yang was just about to go over and ask what happened when he saw Lu Yifan punch the man in the face. That was not over yet, as he punched the man again before he could react. After 2 punches, the man fell to the ground and didn't dare to stand up again. Zhao Yang was confused. Why did they start fighting? Then he ran over immediately. At this time, Jiang Ying and her sister also rushed to Lu Yifan's side. They didn't expect that Lu Yifan would be so heavy-handed. Lu Yifan spit and said arrogantly, "Get up, wasn't it quite powerful to beat a woman just now?" The man didn't dare to talk back. Zhao Yang stopped the impulsive Lu Yifan. After learning about the situation through Jiang Ying, he called the fat man from that day. "Mr. Zhao." The fat man was very efficient and arrived here in no time, accompanied by his younger brothers. This time, the younger brothers were very polite to Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang, calling them Mr. Zhao one by one. "Old Li, this kid bullied my friend. You should deal with it and don't make it worse." Zhao Yang pointed at the man and ordered. "No problem, Mr. Zhao." The fat man took a look and agreed with a smile. He was not angry at all for being woken up in the middle of the night. Several people walked up to the man and whispered a lot. After a while, the man who was shouting just now became soft. The fat man brought the man with a big red mark on his face to the Jiang sisters, and the man bowed timidly and expressed his humility. "Mr. Zhao, everything has been arranged." After the man apologized, the fat man politely walked up to Zhao Yang and reported back. "Well, you don't have to go to work tomorrow. I'll talk to them and then take you guys to buy some cigarettes," Zhao Yang said in a low voice to prevent Jiang Ying and the others from hearing. "Yeah, I understand." The fat man was also very considerate. Zhao Yang spoke softly, so he spoke even louder than Zhao Yang. Jiang Ying didn't understand yet, but at this time Lu Yifan had already walked over and told her that everything was fine. Seeing so many people, Jiang Ying didn't ask any more questions, and then they got in the car and left. "What did those people say to him?" Jiang Ying said worriedly in the car. She was worried that Lu Yifan and the other man would do something illegal for her. No, the people who just came happened to know that guy, and everyone found out it was all a misunderstanding. "Don't think too much about it," Zhao Yang explained with a smile while driving. After all, he was the one who called the people here, so he should explain. Jiang Ying looked at the two people who were quite relaxed and didn't think any more about it, but she still felt quite embarrassed today. "Just treat him and me to a meal some other day when you're on break. Zhao Yang and I eat the meals you cook for free every day, and you never say anything. Besides, we're still friends." Lu Yifan spoke at this time. He noticed that Jiang Ying was in a bad mood and realized that she might still be a little bothered, so he tried to comfort her. Lu Yifan's words did make Jiang Ying feel relieved. She didn't expect that the man didn't come for her child at all. "That's right, sister, that person is obviously taking advantage of you. I think Lu Yifan is right." Jiang Li raised her little fist of justice and protested. "If we talk about the person who knows Jiang Ying best, it must be her younger sister Jiang Li. Her elder sister usually doesn't bother others. If that man hadn't been pestering her today, Jiang Ying wouldn't have told Lu Yifan. It's all that man's fault." "Okay, I didn't take care of you just now, and I haven't asked you why you are here yet," Jiang Ying asked Jiang Li when she saw how active she was. She only told Lu Yifan that Jiang Li was there too, which meant that Jiang Li was still hanging out with Lu Yifan so late. "No, Artilda. Sister, please listen to my explanation and don't pinch me." Jiang Li begged for mercy. However, it was thanks to the addition of Jiang Li, the happy person, that Jiang Ying quickly let go of the matter. Chapter 17 Negotiated. The next morning, Zhao Yang appeared sneakily in front of a building at Liaishan University of Finance and Economics. "You stupid Lu Yifan, I didn't want to come, so I got up so early," Zhao Yang kept complaining. Following the address, Zhao Yang came to the floor where the school's logistics department was located. The school's logistics department was not in a dedicated office building, but in a classroom in the teaching building. The logistics department's working hours were 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yang checked the time. It was now 7:51. He decided to go to the office door to take a look first. It was not yet class time, most of the classrooms had their doors closed, and there was only one classroom with the lights on the entire floor. Through the glass, a classmate could be seen sitting in his seat, looking at something. Because he lowered his head, Zhao Yang didn't pay much attention. He walked a few steps and came to the logistics office, intending to wait here for the logistics to start work. 10 minutes later. At this time, the weather in Liaishan was still a bit cold, so he didn't wear too thick clothes. After waiting for a long time, no one came. In addition, there was still some draft in the corridor, and Zhao Yang couldn't stand the cold. When you take a breath, you can see the white mist. Go first to the classroom and come back when the door opens, Zhao Yang thought to himself. Zhao Yang came to the door of the classroom just now, and after finding that it was still the girl, he also walked in. The classroom was indeed much better than the corridor, and when Zhao Yang opened the door, the girl in the seat also noticed him and raised her head. The girl's facial features are very delicate, she looks like she has lost her youthful look, and the high ponytail on her back looks very capable. The clothes she wears are not as pure and cute as those of a student, and the styles she chooses also suit her well. Classmate, are you okay? Judging from their voice, he is probably around 24 or 25 years old. However, the person in front of him completely met Zhao Yang's aesthetic standards. He liked mature women, and he immediately felt that it was a perfect decision to come here today. I've been busy with Lu Yifan these days and I'm almost losing myself. Hello, teacher. I'm here to look for someone. Zhao Yang replied politely. With his many years of experience among women, he quickly made the most appropriate choice. When you meet this kind of person, you must not appear too frivolous, and secondly, you must not let the other person see that you are interested in her. As expected, Yiping just treated Zhao Yang as an ordinary student and said, "Are you here to look for someone in the logistics department?" "I am in charge of the logistics department." There was only one logistics office on the first floor of F, and Yiping quickly figured out Zhao Yang's purpose. "Yes, I'm here to see Teacher Yi." "Is that you?" Zhao Yang remembered what Lu Yifan said to him last night and naturally thought of Yiping. "Looking for me? Are you Xiao Yan's classmate?" Yiping asked with sudden realization. Yes. Zhao Yang smiled and stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Everything was under his control just right. When Yiping saw Zhao Yang extending his hand, she paused for a moment, but still shook it. Zhao Yang did not take advantage of the opportunity, but just touched it lightly, which made Yiping like him even more. "I forgot to bring my office key last night. How about we go directly there?" Yiping suggested tentatively. Of course Zhao Yang would not refuse. He opened the door for Yiping very gentlemanly and helped her carry her bag. Liaishan University of Finance and Economics has 5 cafeterias, and the one closest to Building F is the school's third cafeteria. "I heard from Xiao Yang that you and your friends are planning to start a business." Yiping took the initiative to ask Zhao Yang on the way. "We are just making small fuss, how can you not be like you, not only young, but also with such a high degree of education?" Zhao Yang said flatteringly. "Since you think I'm young, why do you still use honorifics?" Yiping said reluctantly. Zhao Yang paused for a moment, brewing his emotions, and suddenly said, "Because you are in my heart." Goose tilde. This sudden reversal made Yiping unable to hold back her laughter for a moment, and this once again brought the relationship between the two closer. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Zhao Yang opened the door first and took the opportunity to ask, "Teacher Yi, have you eaten? How about having a meal together?" When Yiping heard Zhao Yang still using honorifics, she remembered the cheesy words he had just said. She didn't know how this guy could be so shameless. But Yiping refused him and she did have breakfast. "Let me take you to find the person in charge of this canteen. Our school is under a contract system, and the people here are not under the jurisdiction of our school. I'm just introducing them to you." Yiping and Zhao Yang gave a detailed introduction. The two came to the kitchen, and Yiping took Zhao Yang to find the person in charge of the canteen. "This is my friend, Zhao Yang. This is the person in charge here, Mr. Qian." Yiping introduced first. "Are you here to talk about improving the cafeteria?" Qian Jun stretched out his hand and asked cautiously. It's not easy to do his job. What he fears most is the school teachers coming to his house. Zhao Yang also extended his hand and responded, "Yes, then let's go out and talk." "Sure." After knowing the purpose of the visit, Qian Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He wished Yiping didn't stay here. The three of them found a seat that looked relatively clean, and Zhao Yang even considerately wiped the table for Yiping. Qian Jun also saw all this. Seeing that Yiping did not stop Zhao Yang from showing his courtesy, he secretly pondered the relationship between the two and at the same time remembered the recent rumors. Yiping has taken a position in the logistics department at such a young age, so there must be someone behind him. Moreover, he will rely on this to make a fortune in the future. This person also needs to be pleased, after all, his cafeteria is under his direct jurisdiction. "Brother Zhao, my cafeteria actually makes a very small profit, and the prices of dishes here have always been the lowest in the school, so these are a little old." Qian Jun is also a smooth person. After analyzing that the two people in front of him should not be offended, he immediately said something deliberately flattering, and at the same time complained about being poor. Zhao Yang then generously sat next to Yiping and said, "Mr. Qian, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here to do some good for our school and to help my brother." "That's great." Qian Jun stood up and expressed his gratitude. Zhao Yang then stood up and shook hands with Qian Jun again. "Then I wonder what I can do." When talking about money, Qian Jun's voice became noticeably lower. You don't have to do anything. I'll move in a few sofas, install a TV here, and find a few people to help. Zhao Yan said with a smile, giving people the illusion of a fool. Is that all? Chen Jun said in disbelief. He really didn't believe that Zhao Yan would serve the people in this way. That's all. But we can choose the TV programs then, okay. Zhao Yang was so excited that he just brushed off the most crucial part with a laugh. Chen Jun didn't find any trick at all. He thought it was just a news release or something, so he agreed readily. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 18 Shopping. After the third meal, Zhao Yang and Yiping went to 4 other canteens and found their respective persons in charge to explain their purpose. When he finished, the sun was already directly above his head. Zhao Yang took out his cell phone and called Lu Yifan. Hey! How's it going? We have negotiated with 3 companies, and 2 of them said they would consider it. Is it 1 meal and 2 meals? How do you know? Zhao Yang asked in surprise. That's normal. The decorations of these 2 houses are better than others, so they naturally won't agree easily. You should come back first. Lu Yifan said on the other end of the phone. I have something else to do. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Zhao Yang hung up the phone without saying a few words. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. Lu Yifan sat on the sofa in the living room, staring at his cell phone, stunned. What's wrong? Jiang Ying came out of the bedroom and happened to see this scene, and asked curiously. Oh, it's okay, you just woke up. Lu Yifan looked up and greeted as usual. Jiang Ying wore a knitted cardigan and halter dress today, revealing her pair of white thighs. It was not clear whether she was wearing stockings or not. By the way, where is Zhao Yang? Jiang Ying suddenly asked. He's out, don't worry about him. Lu Yifan turned his head to the side and said nonchalantly. Jiang Ying didn't ask any more questions, walked to the kitchen and started preparing lunch. After a while, Jiang Li, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes with her hands, walked out of the second bedroom in a daze, dragged herself to Lu Yifan's side, and sat down. Do you like watching this too? Even though I was still very sleepy, I couldn't control my mouth. Lu Yifan was watching Song of the Sand at this time. There was also a pair of twin sisters in the anime. Yeah. Lu Yifan was watching seriously and replied without turning his head. Jiang Li found it boring after watching for a while, mainly because Lu Yifan ignored her, so she stood up and went to wash up. I thought to myself, it turns out that men still like girls who wear makeup. In the afternoon, Lu Yifan went to the shop to discuss business as usual. Now the company was about to be registered, so time was still a little tight. When he went to negotiate with the shop owner, he encountered some troubles, so when Lu Yifan returned, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. It seems that I have to buy a suit tomorrow, so that I will be more convincing. Fortunately, I have informed Jiang Ying in advance. Lu Yifan relaxed as soon as he entered the door, muttering to himself while sorting out his thoughts in his mind. Buying clothes. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Lu Yifan. It took Lu Yifan a long time to calm down, and he complained, "You walk without making any sound." The one behind him was naturally Jiang Li. Facing Lu Yifan's complaints, Jiang Li didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "I did it on purpose." "Who told you not to see me when you came in?" Looking at Jiang Li's neat row of snow-white teeth, Lu Yifan didn't care about it anymore. "I looked up at my phone and was about to go to the refrigerator to see if there was any leftover food when my stomach growled." "Are you hungry?" "Don't think about it. My sister always cooks just right." Jiang Li was like a worm in Lu Yifan's stomach and she immediately expressed Lu Yifan's thoughts. In this regard, Lu Yifan could only remain silent. "Didn't you just say you wanted to buy some clothes? It happens that I also want to go out for a walk. How about going together? And having a meal at the same time?" Jiang Li suggested. Lu Yifan thought about it and felt that it was an okay option. He estimated that Zhao Yang would not look for him tonight anyway. 5 minutes. Lu Yifan stretched out his hand and gave a time limit. "That's enough." 10 minutes later, the 2 of them came downstairs. Lu Yifan had guessed it a long time ago, but there was nothing he could do but turn a blind eye. Jiang Li was still driving, and the 2 of them first found a northeastern Chinese restaurant to have Lu Yifan's dinner. However, during this period, Jiang Li ate more than Lu Yifan, which made Lu Yifan wonder if Jiang didn't cook dinner. The clothing store usually closes at 10 p.m., and Lu Yifan and Jiang arrived at 8:15, so they were still in time. Lu Yifan first accompanied Jiang to wander around the women's clothing area. The two of them went into every store they saw, and it took them a long time to get from the first floor to the second floor. "You have so many clothes in your room, why do you want to buy more?" Lu Yifan complained while holding the bags bought by Jiang. "Those all belong to my sister. My room was originally where she kept her clothes, but I insisted on living in it later." Jiang defended herself. "Jiang," Lu Yifan asked doubtfully. "Yeah, you must know that you saw her wearing JK that time." Jiang still felt a little unsatisfied, but her wallet was already flat. After Jiang mentioned this, Lu Yifan finally remembered what was going on. No wonder he always saw Jiang coming out of Jiang's room. "Okay, let's go buy the clothes you want now." Jiang's hands suddenly moved faster, and she said to Lu Yifan excitedly. After walking a few steps, Lu Yifan saw an old acquaintance of his. "This is not." Jiang was about to say hello to Zhao Yang, but was stopped by Lu Yifan before she could finish her words. "Sure, don't call him." Lu Yifan held the shopping bag, made a gesture to keep quiet, and said in a low voice. Jiang quickly understood and started observing secretly with Lu Yifan from the side. Next to Zhao Yang was a woman with a high ponytail, who was smiling happily at this moment. Zhao Yang was also holding a lot of things in his hands. The two did not walk towards Lu Yifan, but went downstairs halfway. After waiting for a while, Lu Yifan and Jiang came out from the side. "Do you know that woman?" After making sure the two of them had gone far away, Jiang couldn't help but ask. "I don't know him, maybe he's his friend." Lu Yifan shook his head. In fact, how could Lu Yifan not know what kind of person Zhao Yang was? He also knew that woman, but there were some things he couldn't tell her. When Jiang saw Lu Yifan shaking his head, she believed him, and by the time she arrived at the suit shop, she had forgotten about the incident. "Try this one." Jiang picked up a plaid suit and tried it on in front of Lu Yifan. "It looks a bit old. If you want to wear it, try this one." Jiang picked out another one. This time, the salesperson at the side also agreed with a smile. "Sir, please try it, this one is of very good quality." "Not bad," Lu Yifan thought. Then he walked into the fitting room and came out after a while. When I came out, I happened to see the salesperson talking to Jiang. They were probably talking about something that was very suitable for Lu Yifan. The salesperson also noticed that in this situation, women's words are usually more effective than men's. "I still think it's not good. Let's wait and see." But Jiang is not someone who is easily fooled. If she thinks it's not good, no one can change it. Okay. Lu Yifan didn't care. Since he was here, he had to listen to others. When I got home, it was very late again. Chapter 19 Graduation Photos. A rare thing happened in apartment 702 today. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yifan woke up according to his biological clock. When he walked out of the bedroom, he found that Jiang had already washed up, wearing the new clothes she had just bought yesterday, and had put on makeup. At first, Lu Yifan thought it was Jiang, but after he saw the lavender phone case, he was sure of it. "Good morning." Jiang greeted sweetly. "Everything is normal, but not normal." Lu Yifan suspected that he had not woken up yet. After pinching his face, he asked incredulously, "Why did you get up so early?" Jiang looked up to check the time, jumped up, and threw away one of her slippers, saying unreasonably, "Why are you so lazy? You're getting up now." Lu Yifan stayed where he was, thinking, when did I offend her? The noise in the living room also woke Jiang up. The door opened, and Jiang smoothed her messy hair with one hand. She said in a hoarse voice, "Lu Yifan, hurry up and pack. Go to school with her today." After saying that, he closed the bedroom door again. Seeing that she had woken up her sister, Jiang deliberately slowed down her movements to avoid making too much noise, and at the same time she was no longer so excited. Lu Yifan was a little confused. Why did he have to go to school? And he needed me to accompany him? What did your sister say just now? Lu Yifan whispered. Didn't you hear? Our school is taking graduation photos today. I asked her to go, but she said she wanted to rest. So I had to let you go. Jiang Li said nonchalantly and a little shamelessly. Why? Lu Yifan spread his hands, expressing his incomprehension. How could this be possible? Does he look like the kind of young man who doesn't work and stays at home? Are you going or not? Let me tell you, many of my sister's classmates are teachers in my school. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. Jiang Li threatened arrogantly. Go, you can go now. Lu Yifan's expression immediately changed, and he agreed with a smile. He was no longer the determined look as if he would never return. Snort. 3 minutes. Jiang Li turned her face away and imitated Lu Yifan's words. 10 minutes later, Lu Yifan brought Jiang Li to Liaoshan University. In the car, Lu Yifan realized why he had to let her come along. It turned out that Jiang Li's ex-boyfriend was also studying in this school, and he was studying the same major as Jiang Li. So they were going to take graduation photos, so it was inevitable that the two would meet. Jiang Ying should have known about it, but she couldn't get away, so she asked him to come along. Lu Yifan had also seen that man. At that time, he felt that the man named Jiao Ping was a scumbag and was indeed very shameless. If he met Jiang Li, he would inevitably harass Jiang Li like he did that day. I am here to be the flower protector. Lu Yifan took out a cigarette and thought while smoking. The cigarettes he smoked were those $10 ones, and Lu Yifan didn't think they were bad. On the contrary, he felt that there was no difference between the expensive ones and this kind of cigarettes, and he didn't care anyway. After smoking the cigarette, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and followed Jiang Li in a casual manner. The agreed gathering place for Art Class 3 was next to an artificial lake in the school. Coincidentally, Jiao Ping's class was also here. This is understandable. Those who study art all like places with beautiful scenery. The two classes happen to be in the same time and place. It can only be said that Jiang Ying's worries are not unreasonable. Lu Yifan squatted by the lake, looking at the turtles swimming around in the lake with boredom. The water in the lake had just thawed, and there were only these turtles that had been released recently in the huge body of water. But he was standing aside, listening to the gossip of the girls over there. Didn't Lizzie date Takahira from class 1 before? Why don't the two of them take a photo? It seems like they broke up, which is a pity. Gaoping is so nice. Lu Yifan had never seen these girls before, and guessed that they were from other dormitories, and it seemed that they didn't have a very good relationship with Jiang Li. Can you please stop talking bad about others behind their backs? After hearing this, a girl put down her camera, turned around and condemned angrily. Lu Yifan still remembered this girl. It was she and Xiaoxin who got drunk that day and heard Jiang Li call her Lulu. I didn't expect that he looks quiet and gentle, but when he gets angry, he can be quite intimidating. Naturally, Lu Yifan could not participate in these things. He was just a spectator now. Those gossiping girls were ridiculed, grinned, and turned their heads away, looking a little disdainful. After Lulu finished speaking, Jiang Li persuaded her to stop and signaled her not to pay attention to him. After a moment of silence, the only 3 girls in the class came over again, talking about Jiang Li and Jiao Ping. Lu Yifan felt something was wrong, because it was obvious that this person was here to cause trouble. This might have been arranged by Jiao Ping, but this was indeed a clever move. At least Lu Yifan couldn't interfere with it at will. The hot-tempered girl couldn't help herself again, but this time before she was ready to speak, Jiang Li persuaded her to stop. Let's go somewhere else and ignore them. Jiang Li comforted. After saying that, he pulled his good friend away from them. When the people in class 1 saw Jiang Li leave, they stopped discussing and moved closer to Jiao Ping. Lu Yifan had been watching secretly from the side, and he saw some small details clearly. It seems that Jiao Ping does have some tricks up his sleeve. At least it's troublesome enough to find so many people to help him. Lu Yifan thought to himself. When Lu Yifan was thinking about something, he saw a classmate from class 1 coming to class 3. The person who came should be the monitor of class 1, or at least the secretary of the youth league branch, Lu Yifan guessed, because the person who came directly looked for the monitor of Jiang Li's class. Jiang Li's class monitor was a girl. Lu Yifan didn't hear clearly what the two of them said to each other. He just saw the girl nodded awkwardly, as if she had agreed to something. Then the boys in class 1 returned to their class, found a stone, stood on it, and began to give their speeches. Classmates, our art class is small. I just discussed with the monitor of class 3 that we should take a meaningful group photo with our 2 classes together, okay? The man spoke very loudly, and without caring whether anyone objected or not, he jumped off the rock with a smile and began to encourage everyone to move over. Some people didn't care, some were reluctant, and some were very enthusiastic. Two classes, about 50 people, gathered in groups of 3 or 4 from the periphery to the center. "Classmate, can you take a picture for us?" Lu Yifan was about to get up when a strange voice suddenly sounded behind him. I tilted my head back and saw that the person coming was the squad leader from before. Lu Yifan stood up, jumped his numb feet, and then said with a grin, "Cannot." Chapter 20, Get him in 3 steps. What? The squad leader thought he had heard wrongly. What was wrong with this guy? Logically speaking, who would refuse such a small favor? The commotion here also attracted the attention of other students. They didn't expect Lu Yifan to be so direct. If there was something, he could just decline tactfully. What was going on? Of course, there were also people who supported Lu Yifan and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yifan didn't care about anyone's opinion, he just simply didn't want to take pictures. Jiang thought that Lu Yifan was standing up for her. Everything that had just happened was obviously planned by Gao Ping, and the purpose was self-evident. Lu Yifan looked at the class monitor, who was still confused, and said to him with a smile, "Classmate, please make way." Then he came over to Jiang and greeted her roommate in a sloppy manner. Most of the people who supported Lu Yifan just now were them. Among them, Xiaoxin was a little nervous when she saw Lu Yifan hugging people one by one. When it was her turn, Xiaoxin, who had been prepared, pushed Jiang in front of Lu Yifan with her hands uncontrollably, forcing Jiang to help her out, and she regretted it afterwards. Jiang didn't react for a moment to the sudden hug. A blush quickly rose to her cheeks and she lowered her head in shame. The sisters also started to make a noise, and everyone present, whose eyes were originally on Lu Yifan, immediately started to make a noise loudly when they saw the two of them hugging each other intimately. Some people who loved to watch the fun even shouted to join in. After Jiang lay in Lu Yifan's arms for a while, she heard laughter and pushed Lu Yifan away, thus getting rid of the ambiguous posture. Gao Ping naturally saw all of this, and at this moment he wished he could give Lu Yifan a good beating. Lu Yifan also became thick-skinned, so he just let go and didn't care about the onlookers eating his melon. The roommates who were teasing Jiang told jokes one after another, and everyone completely forgot about taking pictures. Feeling that it was about time, Lu Yifan glanced at his phone and suggested, "It's getting late, everyone hurry up and take photos. I'll treat everyone to a barbecue at a newly opened restaurant later." "Really?" Lulu asked boldly in surprise. Because now it's not just the people in their dormitory who are here, Lu Yifan's words are obviously directed to all the students in Art Class 3. Of course. Lu Yifan nodded with a smile, then secretly gave Gao Ping a middle finger. Gao Ping's good thing had just been ruined by Lu Yifan, and now he was mocked by him. He got excited and said, "Let's have a meal together later. I'll treat you." This time Lu Yifan laughed even harder. He sounded very relaxed when he said this, but Gao Ping was obviously gritting his teeth to show off his strength. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker at once. Moreover, most of the students in Class 3 are girls. What's in Class 1? 20 boys. The school's allocation is really unreasonable. No wonder Gao Ping had to chase the girl into Class 3. "If you fight with me, I will make you heartbroken for the rest of your life." Lu Yifan teased Gao Ping contentedly, then picked up the camera and went looking for those girls who were dressed sexy. The squad leader of Class 1 became even angrier when he saw Lu Yifan, who had refused to take a photo just now, but now was holding the camera and was reluctant to put it down. However, he really couldn't do anything about a troublemaker like Lu Yifan, so he could only vent his anger on Gao Ping. If he hadn't asked him for help, he would not have lost face in front of so many people. At this time, Gao Ping just came in front of him and wanted to talk about treating everyone to a meal, but before he could open his mouth, he was retorted by the angry Gao Ping. "You said you want to treat everyone to a meal, then let's go with Class 3, so that we can have some fun together." Without giving Gao Ping a chance to regret, he left after saying this. The monitor of Class 1 was the kind of person who cared a lot about face. Originally, it was okay for him to help him fight against outsiders because they were in the same class. But now that he had lost face in front of so many people, he turned hostile and had long forgotten the insignificant friendship they had in normal times. Gao Ping suddenly felt overwhelmed. Instead of finding his love, he got himself into trouble. How could he afford to treat more than 20 people to a meal? When she turned around and saw her enemy Lu Yifan laughing and playing with so many girls, she almost cried. While Lu Yifan was acting as a photographer, he did not forget to secretly glance at Jiao Ping. At this time, Jiao Ping no longer had the complacency he had at the beginning. Instead, Lu Yifan felt very comfortable. He just came to take graduation photos with his friends, but he didn't expect that even though he didn't provoke others first, others wouldn't let him go and sent people to provoke him all morning. How could he tolerate this? When he got tired of taking pictures, Lu Yifan came to Jiang again and invited her classmates to have a meal together. On the other hand, Jiao Ping hoped that his class would forget about it, but his monitor did not let him go. When everyone arrived, Lu Yifan led more than 20 people to the school gate. 9/10 of them were girls, which made the boys passing by envious. Lu Yifan told them the address. Since it was not far away, most people chose to walk there. Lu Yifan and the 4 girls came to his car. Before getting on the bus, he happened to meet the boys from class 1. It seemed that they had discussed and planned to go out for a meal. Looking at Jiao Ping's face, which was darker than coal, Lu Yifan felt extremely relieved. Just now when Lu Yifan offered to treat everyone to a meal, no one thought much of it. But when they saw the new car worth more than 300,000 yuan behind him, everyone was envious. Some boys who liked to pretend stopped pretending now. They secretly put their cigarettes worth more than 30 yuan into their pockets, politely took Lu Yifan's cigarettes worth 10 yuan, and smiled and started to get close to Lu Yifan. Their main reason is that Lu Yifan is good at speaking, which makes these people feel comfortable listening to him and feel that Lu Yifan is a person who can get along with others. Come on, squad leader, I'm sorry for what happened just now. The main reason is that they had already made a reservation in advance. If they hadn't told me, I would definitely agree to you at that time. Lu Yifan handed over the cigarette with a smile, then lit it for Du Shu and said tactfully. In fact, I may not see these people again in the future, but why should I complain about something that can be solved with a pack of cigarettes? The monitor was very happy because Lu Yifan had lit the fire for him, which helped him regain face in front of everyone in the class. He said generously, "It's okay, brother. We are all friends. We just happened to be going to that barbecue restaurant. Let's have a drink later." "No problem, sure." Everyone in the group walked over happily, but Jiao Ping was not among them. Jiao Ping was extremely jealous of Lu Yifan at this moment, but he did not dare to provoke this evil star Lu Yifan again. He had realized that he could not defeat this man, and he completely gave up the idea of getting Jiang back. Looking at Jiao Ping's embarrassed look as if he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, Lu Yifan narrowed his eyes, crushed his cigarette butt, and got into the car. "He won't harass you anymore." After closing the car door, Jiang suddenly said to the passenger seat. Jiang still hadn't figured out what was going on, and Lu Yifan didn't say anything else. In fact, Lu Yifan only took 3 steps: divide, attack, and then kill. Chapter 21 Zhao Yang's attractive girl. You guys go in first, I'll take a call and tell your classmates to be polite. Okay, then hurry up. Lu Yifan waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Lu Yifan answered the call only after Jiang went in. Hey! Yifan! What's wrong? Were you cheated? Lu Yifan said nonchalantly. No, I think I'm in love. Zhao Yang shared sincerely with his good friend on the other end of the phone. Lu Yifan had heard this sentence countless times. He first laid the seat flat, turned on the speaker of his mobile phone, and then lay on the seat and smoked by himself. 10 minutes later. Hey, are you listening to me? Zhao Yang complained. Lu Yifan then sat up and said, I heard it. Where are you? I'll come find you and talk to you face to face. Zhao Yang didn't believe it and planned to come over to ask Lu Yifan for some advice. Lu Yifan looked around and found that he couldn't tell the answer, so he hung up the phone and sent a location to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang happened to be nearby and quickly took a taxi over. It's been a day since we last met. You've lost a lot of weight, brother. Lu Yifan teased as soon as they met. Zhao Yang's face was indeed a little pale, and this time he didn't fight back for the first time. He hesitated and said, Forget it, let's talk about it later. What are you doing here? Classmate Jiang is having a reunion, so I'm here to join in the fun. Let's go in together. Maybe you'll change your mind. Lu Yifan joked. I'm telling you, it's impossible this time. After saying that, he walked in first with his back bent. Lu Yifan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. He originally thought that Zhao Yang was still as indifferent as before, but after seeing him, he found that he was indeed a little different from the previous times. The barbecue restaurant is very large and was a bit deserted at first, but when about 20 people came, it suddenly became lively. The boss always had a smile on his face and treated everyone warmly. When Lu Yifan came in, he found that the first floor was already full, and the sizzling steam from the barbecue made the temperature inside very high. He took off his coat and walked to the table where Jiang was sitting, and Zhao Yang also sat down. Including the two of them, there were a total of 26 people, an average of 6 people per table. Jiang squeezed in and filled 4 tables. Have you ordered all the dishes? Lu Yifan took a chair next to him and asked casually. Give it to me, we've all eaten. Jiang took Lu Yifan's coat and complained. I'm waiting for this kid, but he has nowhere to go. Lu Yifan pushed all the responsibility onto Zhao Yang. Everyone present had seen Zhao Yang before, and after greeting him, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively again. Lu Yifan was eating the meat that Jiang had grilled for him, but he noticed that Zhao Yang hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. He poked him under the table and said, Eat first, we'll talk later. What's wrong with him? Jiang also noticed that Zhao Yang was in a bad mood and asked. Fine. Come on, raise your glasses, let's drink to celebrate graduation. Lu Yifan stood up and said to the classmate who invited him. Seeing that Lu Yifan didn't want to talk, Jiang didn't continue asking and stood up. Cheers! Cheers! The atmosphere reached a climax. At this time, the door opened again, and it was a group of people. The boss couldn't believe it. What was going on today? One wave after another. Please come upstairs. The boss greeted them with a smile and motioned for them to go upstairs. The boys first glanced at the people in Class 1, and then followed the class monitor to the second floor. The monitor of Class 1 nodded to Lu Yifan from a distance. Once they all went upstairs, the barbecue restaurant became less noisy. The dinner lasted for more than 2 hours. Since most of the people in Class 3 were girls, they didn't drink any alcohol, so after Lu Yifan paid the bill, he and Zhao Yang drove away. We'll be leaving first. Lu Yifan started the car and said goodbye to Jiang. Okay, bye. Jiang waved her hand with a smile, and she planned to go back to school with her friends. After Lu Yifan walked away, Jiang roommate couldn't help but said, Lizzie, what is your relationship with Lu Yifan? Anyone can tell that he is doing this for you. Yes. Facing her best friend's questions, Jiang shyly took their arms and changed the subject, saying, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Although she didn't admit it, she knew that Lu Yifan had indeed done a lot for her today. On the other side, Zhao Yang also asked the same question. Before he went in, he thought it was still the same few people as before, but he didn't expect that Lu Yifan actually invited more than 20 people. It's not what you think. Let's talk about you. How was it last night? Lu Yifan raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. We really didn't do anything last night. Zhao Yang said seriously. If Lu Yifan didn't know him well, he would have thought he was a gentleman. So where did you go last night after leaving the mall? How do you know we've been to the mall? Zhao Yang seized the floor in Lu Yifan's words, turned sideways, and asked back. Oh. Lu Yifan also realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Feeling guilty, he didn't dare to answer. Well, after she and I finished shopping, we found a cafe and chatted for a while. Guess what we talked about? Zhao Yang didn't insist and told Lu Yifan what happened last night. I don't know. Lu Yifan didn't bother to guess, he slammed the steering wheel and overtook a car. She said she didn't like the luxury things I bought, and said that if we wanted to be friends, we wouldn't have to buy them for her in the future. You better listen to me first. Seeing that Lu Yifan wanted to interrupt and attack him, Zhao Yang raised his hand to stop him and continued. I also thought she was acting at first, but after chatting for a while I realized I was wrong. She told me that her family had some background, which made everyone think that she was able to become the school's logistics director at such a young age because of her family's connections. But she told me that it was not the case. She won the position through her own competition. But because of her family, no one believed her. Do you believe it? Lu Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. I believe it, Yifan. Don't you think she looks like me? And she is different from my previous girlfriends. I was just playing around with them. They thought I was rich. I thought they were good looking, but Yiping was not. This is the first time I'm attracted to her. Zhao Yan suddenly became excited. Lu Yifan observed Zhao Yan carefully and found that he was very serious. Then he fell silent and did not continue speaking. He also paused the music playing in the car. After Zhao Yan finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, and the two of them remained silent for a few minutes. A few minutes later, Lu Yifan spoke again, and said in the same serious tone, I haven't spoken to her, so it's inconvenient for me to comment. I'll ask her to come out for dinner some other day. Well, she also put in a lot of effort when talking to the restaurant managers yesterday. After Zhao Yan calmed down, his voice became much lower. Did you see her yesterday? Lu Yifan said something irrelevant again. Yes, I just finished talking to you on the phone. We met at the playground. Fans, 3118093339. Chapter 22, The Little Devil in Apartment 702. Did she speak to you? No. Oh. But Yiping asked me. She. What did you say? Zhao Yan's words actually aroused Lu Yifan's interest. What can I say? Tell her that she is my good brother's ex-girlfriend. Zhao Yang took out a cigarette, put it in his lips, and said vaguely. When Luo Shui came over, I said hello to her, but she gave me a cold shoulder. Yiping saw me like that and asked me who that girl was. I just said at the time that we were classmates and had some minor conflicts. Zhao Yang complained a little. How was she at that time? Lu Yifan asked again, ignoring Zhao Yang's little emotion. What do you mean? You two have broken up, why are you asking these questions? Zhao Yang ignored Lu Yifan this time. When he talked to him about his own affairs just now, he was indifferent. Now the situation has changed. Lu Yifan didn't ask any more questions. Zhao Yang was right. Since they had broken up, what difference would it make if they knew about it? He and Luo Shui established their relationship in the first semester of their freshman year. At that time, it was still a big news in the University of Finance and Economics. Everyone was ruming that Lu Yifan, who was in finance, had caught the freshman school belle. That night, countless people I hid in bed and cried all night. But no matter how beautiful the love is, it only exists in fairy tales. After the love period passed, the problems between the two began to emerge. Luo Shui is from the south, and her parents don't want her to find a boyfriend from the north. Of course, this is an external conflict, but this is the reason Lu Yifan used to break up. The breakup time was a few days before Lu Yifan returned to Lieshan. At that time, he had already planned to rent a house outside. Get off. Go back upstairs and stop doing business. Zhao Yang asked confused. Lu Yifan didn't say anything and walked straight upstairs. Zhao Yang understood that Luo Shui was still the pain in Lu Yifan's heart after all. After calming himself down to avoid bringing bad emotions home, Lu Yifan opened the door, only to see a scene that shocked him. Even Zhao Yang, who had caught up with him, couldn't believe it. Is this your home? Zhao Yang even stepped back, looked at the house number and confirmed it. Nonsense. Do you still need to read it? It's no wonder that Zhao Yang reacted so strongly. Lu Yifan was a little bit unconvinced. With such a mess, 10 Jianglis might not be enough. The originally clean little house now had no place to step. Shoes and clothes were scattered everywhere, and the sofa cushions were even on top of the refrigerator. While the two were hesitating, Lu Yifan saw a child. It's impossible to tell whether it's a boy or a girl, but Lu Yifan is sure that it's definitely a naughty boy. The next person to come out was Jiang Ying, who was jogging after the boy, her hair tied casually with a flowery rope. Only then did Lu Yifan see that the boy was holding his collectible Lego Porsche in his hand. Hashibi and Sak. Lu Yifan was so anxious that he spoke the Japanese he had just learned. Unexpectedly, the little boy just grinned at him, then raised his little foot and stepped heavily on it. One kick after another seemed to step on Lu Yifan's fragile heart. It's better not to say anything. When the boy stopped destroying the car, Jiang Ying caught up with him and saved the scrapped Porsche. Lu Yifan was devastated at this moment, as he had spent 3 nights to build that car. Jiang Ying picked up the boy with both hands, then turned to Lu Yifan, put her hair on his back, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to be so troublesome." He spoke with sincerity and seemed ready to endure Lu Yifan's wrath. Lu Yifan took a deep breath and decided to endure it. He forced a smile. What is this? However, in Zhao Yang's opinion, Lu Yifan's expression was uglier than crying. Jiang Ying carried the boy to the sofa, then squatted down and tied it up roughly, saying, "The neighbor said that the old man was hospitalized this afternoon, so he asked me to take care of him. I didn't expect that." Lu Yifan understood. According to Jiang Ying's personality, she would not refuse even if she knew, not to mention that she didn't know that the child was so troublesome. The boy had just been put down by Jiang Ying. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he was about to make a fuss again. Fortunately, Lu Yifan was quick-witted and ran to his side and held him down. Zhao Yang walked in carefully, step by step. From the expression on his face, it can be seen that he now sympathizes with Lu Yifan's situation. Even if your beloved car is destroyed, you still have to protect the culprit. The one next door at 701. Lu Yifan asked, holding the little boy with one hand and helping Jiang Ying clean up with the other. Well, she left in a hurry, and I have never taken care of a child before. I'm sorry. Jiang Ying took all the responsibility on herself without any intention of blaming the little boy. Lu Yifan glanced at the boy with shining eyes and comforted Jiang Ying, "Don't blame you, maybe he misses his mother. I'll take him downstairs later." "Well, it's just right that you watch for a while I clean up the house," Jiang Ying said casually, not realizing that this was a lecherous boy. She didn't see it, but could Lu Yifan see it? With those little eyes, one could tell at a glance that he was another pervert. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhao Yang also noticed that something was wrong with the little boy. When he saw Lu Yifan looking at him, he denied it. "Keep an eye on him, don't let him move." "Why?" Zhao Yang was unhappy. "Then help me clean up the house." Lu Yifan stood up and said. Zhao Yang looked at the messy house, sat down obediently and took over this important task. It took Lu Yifan and Jiang Ying an hour to tidy up the house back to its original state. "Okay." Lu Yifan put the mop back into the bathroom and said with satisfaction. Zhao Yang saw Lu Yifan's hands were free and was about to hand the little devil over to him when the doorbell rang. Jiang Ying wiped her hands on her apron and walked over to open the door. "Xiaoyin, I'm sorry to trouble you." The person who greeted me was a young woman in her 30s. On this March afternoon, the sweat on her forehead could be clearly seen. "It's okay, Sister Jiang." Jiang Ying welcomed her in with a smile. Sister Jiang thought Jiang Ying was the only one at home. When she came in, she saw Lu Yifan eating an apple and Zhao Yang with notes plastered on his face. Looking at the two strangers, Sister Jiang asked curiously, "What is this?" Jiang Ying had just finished her work and forgot to introduce her for a moment. After listening to Sister Jiang's question, she hurriedly said, "That is my new roommate, Lu Yifan. The other is his good friend, Zhao Yang." Sister Jiang is really discerning. She identified Lu Yifan at a glance. The young man has good taste and chose Xiaoying as his roommate. Sister Jiang praised with a smile. Originally, Lu Yifan had only heard Jiang Li talk about what happened next door, but today he saw it, and it was indeed as enthusiastic as the rumors said. "No way, no way." Lu Yifan chewed the apple and said with a smile. "We are all decent people, and the minimum greeting is indispensable." After their little devil returned home with his mother, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 23 Memories of the Past. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it began to rain lightly in the city of Lieshan. When Jiang Li rushed back from school, the rain inexplicably became heavier again. "I'm back." Jiang Li greeted the person in the room as soon as she entered the room. Looking at Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang lying on the sofa with their arms and legs spread out, Jiang Li's heart was filled with doubts. Lu Yifan glanced at the slightly wet Jiang Li unwillingly, then glanced at Jiang Ying who had already stood up, then he turned his neck back and continued to eat Jiang Li's snacks. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Li changed her slippers at the door, took the towel handed to her by her sister, and asked with wide eyes. Both of them looked very tired, including my sister, whose clothes had some dirt on them. "Could it be that he went to help someone move house? The kid next door came to our house and made a lot of noise. We just cleaned up." In the end, it was Jiang Ying who resolved Jiang Li's curiosity. "Oh Tilda, that's what I said. Get up and save some for me." Jiang Li pulled on her slippers and sat down in front of Lu Yifan, saying unreasonably, I say, miss, if you want to snatch it, just say so. Can you please stop blocking me from watching TV? Lu Yifan couldn't help but complain. Yours is not good. Let me choose one. After saying that, she picked up the remote control and chose a program she liked. Okay, you take a look yourself. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Lu Yifan got up from the sofa with difficulty and went to the kitchen. The three of them had been waiting for Jiang Li to come back. Ying was cooking in the kitchen. Lu Yifan came to the door nonchalantly and said in a teasing tone, "Do you want me to take you to work later?" He was lying on the sofa doing nothing. Seeing the rain getting heavier outside, he started thinking about Ying. However, he didn't know how to talk to Ying without appearing too intimate. After thinking for a long time, he decided to pretend to be a street urchin. However, Ying seemed not to hear it. After heating up the leftovers from lunch, she poured them into a plate. The only sound in the kitchen was the metallic sound of the spatula hitting the pot. Lu Yifan hit a wall, twisted his mouth, and left here tactfully. It's time to eat. When Jiang Li heard about the time to eat, she became the most enthusiastic person in the room. Yang was used to it now and no longer felt embarrassed. The vegetables that came up just now were bought by him. After dinner, Ying went to work as usual, leaving the three of them at home to wash the dishes. Lao Zhao, edit the video after dinner. The main thing is to make it attractive. Okay. Yang took 2 bites and stopped eating. Lu Yifan followed him and left. What's going on? Who am I? Jiang Li was still stupid enough not to understand the intentions of the two. She watched as one on the left and one on the right stood up and left their seats. It took her a long time to realize what was going on. Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan didn't expect that Jiang Li would take a minute to realize something was wrong, nor did he expect her to chase him into his bedroom. What's wrong? Lu Yifan pretended not to know and asked in confusion. Looking at Lu Yifan's innocent expression, Jiang Li once wondered if she had wronged a good person. One should not judge others by one's own standards. Nothing. When he spoke again, his voice became weaker. If there's nothing else, we'll just get busy. Lu Yifan turned around and started discussing with Yang on the computer. Oh, excuse me. Jiang Li closed the door stupidly, and now she was even more confused. When the sound of washing dishes was heard in the kitchen, Yang finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter, holding his waist. Yifan, how come they have such bad genes when they have the same mother? This time, Lu Yifan did not respond for the first time. Instead, he stared at the computer seriously, not moving an inch. What's wrong? Yang also noticed that Lu Yifan was in a low mood and looked at the computer. When did you take this photo? Lu Yifan asked in confusion. Yang also saw the person in the photo and wanted to say something but didn't dare to. It turned out that when Yang was taking pictures of the shops, one of the shops had a glass door, and it was night time, so he happened to capture 2 people across the street. The photo was not very clear, but how could Lu Yifan not recognize who that person was? It should be the day when I went out with Jiang Li. Yang thought about it and said it out. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself. He knew best how much Lu Yifan loved Luo Shui, but he accidentally slapped Luo Shui in. At that time, the distance between them was only 1 step away. He could have relied on time to slowly forget it, but now because of his own negligence, not only did he not notice it at the time, but his good friend also saw it. Needless to say, it must have brought back some of Lu Yifan's previous memories. Indeed, when Lu Yifan looked at Luo Shui's blurry back in the photo, he recalled the time when they went shopping together. Don't put this photo in. After a long time, Lu Yifan said in an uninterested tone. Good. Lu Yifan stood up from the chair, put his hands behind his back, and lay down on the bed to rest, while his thoughts had already flown to the University of Finance and Economics not far away. When the school started, the first person I met was Luo Shui. She just got off the school bus at that time. Since we were in the same department, we happened to meet each other during registration. Luo Shui had just finished high school at that time and didn't know how to put on makeup. Lu Yifan's first impression of her was that she was tall and fair. It was just a wonderful encounter, and no one thought that the two would meet again. We met again a week after school started, and we were assigned to the same team for military training. Maybe this is fate. Lu Yifan often thought so after that day. During the 2 weeks of military training, the two people who were just beginning to fall in love became familiar with each other over time and added various contact information to each other. Even after the military training ended, Lu Yifan did not give up what he believed to be fate. Love at that time was still very pure, he just liked her without considering anything. After pursuing her for half a semester, one day, Lu Yifan told his good friend Jiang that he had a girlfriend. Of course Jiang was disdainful. He had already changed 2 girls and she was not the school belle of this year, so what was the big deal? The school beauty contest was held at the end of military training. At that time, girls were no longer required to be without makeup. In previous years, bored boys in the school would organize voting, but there would always be controversy. However, there was surprisingly no opposition in the 18th class. When Lu Yifan said Luo Shui's name, Zhao Yang cried all night long, and his reaction was the same as everyone else who heard the news. Luo Shui, this is the goddess that so many people dream of, and she was snatched away by a loser? From then on, Luo Shui fell from the altar, and there was no more campus beauty in the School of Finance. When Lu Yifan woke up, he found his face a little wet. He wiped it casually and put his thoughts aside. At the same time, the rain outside was getting heavier. Chapter 24. It's raining. Zhao Yang was still busy in front of the computer and did not notice anything unusual about Lu Yifan. Lao Zhao, what time is it? His voice was still a little hoarse as he had just woken up. It's 11 o'clock. Jiang Li came in just now, but she didn't wake you up because she saw you were asleep. Zhao Yang stared at the computer and said with his back to Lu Yifan. Did she say anything? Lu Yifan cleared his throat and asked. Do you want to drink some water first? She didn't say anything. Zhao Yang asked with concern. I'll go out and take a look. Lu Yifan came to the living room and found Jiang Li holding a cell phone, texting with someone unknown. The TV was on, but there was no sound. Jiang Li also heard the sound of the door opening, and when she looked up she saw Lu Yifan who had just woken up. Lu Yifan, let's go pick up my sister. She got off work early today and it's raining so heavily outside. Jiang Li saw Lu Yifan picked up an empty kettle and poured him a glass of water. Lu Yifan took it and took a sip. Immediately, the bad mood disappeared and he returned to his normal voice. Well, you want to go too? Just now Zhao Yang said you were looking for me, so it's about this, right? Well, I'm a little worried about my sister. Jiang Li frowned and said sullenly. Don't worry, we'll leave now. Well, thank you. Jiang Li felt a little embarrassed for always bothering Lu Yifan. If you say so, then introduce your classmates to me. Lu Yifan teased. Jiang Li didn't expect that just when she had a little affection for Lu Yifan, this man suddenly became so bad. He rushed towards Lu Yifan, beat him quickly, and said angrily, No way, don't even think about harming my sisters. Lu Yifan felt that he had been wronged. How can they say that? Maybe they want to harm me. It was just an unintentional joke, but Jiang Li let Lu Yifan off this time. The two stopped talking and entered the elevator in silence. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Just as Lu Yifan was waiting for the elevator door to open, Jiang Li suddenly said something that Lu Yifan had not expected. Do you like my sister? Jiang Li asked, standing behind Lu Yifan without moving. Hearing this, Lu Yifan felt nervous for a moment, but soon adjusted his attitude, turned around, touched Jiang Li's face with a smile, and said jokingly, I still like you. It must be said that Jiang Li's face was indeed smooth, and Lu Yifan was reluctant to let go of it when he touched it. But it is time to let go, just like the relationship between him and Luo Shui. If he doesn't let go, he will suffer. After taking advantage of Jiang Li, Lu Yifan quickly ran out of the elevator and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yifan. Just wait for me. When Jiang Li reacted, the person had long disappeared. She really didn't expect Lu Yifan to be so brave. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Jiang Li finally caught Lu Yifan in the car. She imitated Jiang Ying's method and twisted Lu Yifan's thigh hard until Lu Yifan called her sister. Then she stopped. Humph! You are so bold to take advantage of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will think I am not a tiger. Sister, I was wrong, stop twisting it. Lu Yifan rubbed his thigh with one hand, and wanted to block it with the other hand but didn't dare to. He maintained an awkward posture and begged Jiang Li to let her go. But all these hardships are not in vain, at least I feel very satisfied in my heart. After the vehicle started, Jiang Li let Lu Yifan go. It was raining heavily and the sky was dark, so Lu Yifan drove much more carefully than usual. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Jiang Ying's workplace. That looks like my sister. Jiang Li's eyesight is really good. She can see Jiang Ying's figure clearly even from more than 100 meters away. Lu Yifan also looked in the direction Jiang Li pointed and found that Jiang Ying was standing in front of a bus stop with her hands on her head, standing on tiptoes and looking at something. She didn't tell Lu Yifan beforehand, so Lu Yifan guessed that she wanted to take a taxi back. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. Get in the car. Although Lu Yifan spoke very loudly, the sound transmitted through the car window was very slight, and the sound of raindrops hitting the car was too loud. Although Jiang Ying couldn't hear clearly, she knew that Lu Yifan was here to pick her up after seeing his car. But she still hesitated before getting in the car because she was soaked all over. Lu Yifan could see Jiang Ying's worry and was also a little annoyed. Get in the car. Don't worry about that. The rain also hit his face through the car window. Seeing this, Jiang Ying stopped being pretentious, rolled up her trouser legs, and went straight to the back row. After closing the door, the noise outside immediately became much weaker. What are you doing? It's raining so hard, why don't you get in the car? Lu Yifan was really angry and scolded Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying felt a little guilty, not because Lu Yifan blamed her, but because she had completely wet Lu Yifan's new car, even though she had wrung out the corners of her clothes before getting in the car. What are you doing? Can't you speak a little more quietly? Jiang Li didn't care about anything else. Lu Yifan was angry with her sister, so she dared to scold him. She was the kind of person who would only help her relatives and not her sister. In addition, seeing his sister getting wet in the rain, his temper flared up and his voice was also quite loud. I'm not looking at your sister. Lu Yifan's momentum was suppressed, and his momentum was indeed much weaker. I know, but can't you just say it nicely? And sister, you too, what if you catch a cold? Jiang Li was fighting two people at once and had the upper hand. Her arguments were clear and logical, and her reasoning was well-founded. Put this on first. Lu Yifan took off his coat and handed it to Jiang Ying, holding the steering wheel with his other hand. Although the three of them quarreled, no one really blamed anyone else. Sometimes, things are just so strange. Seeing Lu Yifan driving like that, Jiang Ying quickly took over his coat, and the warm air in the car kept the three of them warm. You're back, what's wrong with you? Zhao Yang didn't expect that the three of them were in a more miserable state than each other. Now this place has become his home, and no one was surprised to see him at home. It's raining too heavily outside. You can't hear it clearly in the house. Go out and feel it and you'll know. Lu Yifan said jokingly. You still make fun of me even after getting caught in the rain. I'll go get you towels. Zhao Yang retorted, then ran to the bathroom and got 3 dry towels. It's quite late, you should go wash first. Jiang Ying came into their house, wiped her dripping hair, and said to Lu Yifan. After hearing this, Lu Yifan just smiled, took the last towel, and walked directly into the room. Before entering the room, he pointed at Jiang Ying, then pointed at the bathroom, and asked her to look at her current appearance. This is not Lu Yifan trying to be brave. Could he be more anxious than Jiang Ying when he just got a little wet in the rain? Chapter 25 Enemies. The next day, as expected, Lu Yifan had a fever. Jiang Ying is safe and sound. Last night, he was bragging loudly. When Lu Yifan got up in the morning, he really wanted to stay in bed, but he was finally woken up by thirst. After waking up completely, he had a splitting headache, a blocked nose, and a hoarse throat. Symptoms of a cold, measured with a thermometer, 38.2 degrees. I'll go make you some ginger soup. Jiang Ying looked at the red line on the thermometer in her hand and said worriedly. Today is Saturday and she has to go to class in the morning. She only has a break in the afternoon on this day of the week, so she is the first one to get up today. As soon as she brought breakfast downstairs, she saw Lu Yifan, who looked sick and his lips were as white as if they were covered with lime. No need. Lu Yifan leaned back on the sofa and said hoarsely. My throat hurts a lot when I talk. Jiang Ying ignored him. She had to go to work soon and didn't have time to waste with him. Just when Jiang Ying entered the kitchen, Zhao Yang and Jiang Li also woke up and came out. What's wrong? Jiang Li heard the noise outside and felt uneasy, so she said in a daze in her pajamas. He covered his mouth with his hands and yawned while speaking. Lu Yifan raised his hand to indicate that he was fine, but Zhao Yang was sharp-eyed and saw the thermometer on the coffee table. He picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, "Damn, Yifan, when did you become so weak?" Lu Yifan said unhappily, "Let me ask you, when I was lying in bed alone last night, did you leave the window open?" He said this while enduring the pain in his throat, and then he quickly pinched his inflamed throat with his hands. Zhao Yan suddenly realized something and said, "That seems to be the case. I was smoking yesterday and was afraid that you would choke me." His voice became weaker and weaker as he spoke, because Lu Yifan was glaring at him fiercely. It seemed that he also knew that Lu Yifan's illness might be caused by him. But Jiang Ying didn't think so, or it would be more appropriate to say that she didn't care why Lu Yifan got sick. "Don't hang around here, go wash up. The soup is ready." Jiang Ying brought a bowl of ginger soup and sent the two people who had just woken up away with a few words. At the same time, she glared at Lu Yifan, who was not honest at all. "You're still talking so much even when you're sick. Drink." There was some complaint in his tone, because Lu Yifan covered his throat when he spoke. Jiang Li understood her sister. She was gentle, but when she got angry, she would really teach someone a lesson. When eating breakfast, everyone was talking about the patient Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan was even a little dazed. He usually never ate breakfast, but he actually felt that it was pretty good. In fact, he mainly enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. "Let's go together." This time Lu Yifan was the first one to finish eating. The key point was that he didn't eat much. Knowing that Jiang Ying was going to work, he suggested. Jiang Ying looked at him with an incredulous look, then she stood up, walked into the room, and prepared to get her bag. "Eat quickly." Lu Yifan impatiently urged Zhao Yan, who was sipping his porridge. He didn't know why he was in such an unusual mood today. "Is it on your way?" Jiang Ying didn't ask Lu Yifan why he went out when he was sick, she just cared about whether it was on his way. "We are all adults, and in a big city like this, no one has an easy life." Lu Yifan nodded and responded, "It's on my way today, so I'm going to pick someone up there." "Oh, has your company been registered?" Jiang Ying asked again with concern. "It's almost done. I went out for this." Lu Yifan continued. After drinking the ginger soup and taking the medicine, he felt much better now. "Let's go, then. After the rain last night, the weather has warmed up a lot today." Jiang Ying even wore only a thin white suit, matched with high heels of the same color. She really looked like a queen. "Just get in the passenger seat." Seeing that Jiang Ying was still the same as yesterday, Lu Yifan said something politely. Jiang Ying's behavior actually made sense. She didn't know whether Lu Yifan had a girlfriend or not. She took the initiative to sit in the back row for their own good. But since Lu Yifan had brought it up, she stopped being pretentious and opened the passenger door again. Zhao Yang hurriedly put on Lu Yifan's coat and ran downstairs, just in time to see Lu Yifan turning around. "Damn it, they didn't even wait for me. And Jiang Li too, they even wanted me to wash the dishes." Zhao Yang kept complaining with a fried dough stick in his mouth. "You know what, it's really nice to have breakfast occasionally." He didn't know Lu Yifan's plans for today in advance, and didn't ask. He just followed behind. The two cars drove one after the other on the city highway, and after a few blocks they arrived at Jiang Ying's workplace. While looking for a parking space, Lu Yifan looked down and saw some people who looked like students getting out of their luxury cars and then walking in with a smile. It seems that this is still a tutoring institution for rich people. Lu Yifan thought secretly. No wonder Jiang Ying basically has no holidays in a year and works night shifts every day. "We're here." Lu Yifan parked the car and said goodbye to Jiang Ying. "Thank you. Be careful on the road and drink more water," Jiang Ying said with concern before getting off the car. After watching Jiang Ying go in, Lu Yifan picked up his phone and glanced at the chat messages on it. The message was sent by Yu Shinshin, and the general meaning was that everything was ready. Lu Yifan came here to pick up Yu Shinshin. When the three of them go to the University of Finance and Economics, Yu Shinshin will be able to help with some ideas. Yu Shinshin lives alone outside, and her residential area is only 3 blocks away from Jiang Ying's workplace. When Lu Yifan said it was convenient, he was not exaggerating. After passing 3 traffic lights, in less than 5 minutes, Lu Yifan followed the navigation on his mobile phone and arrived downstairs of Yu Shinshin's house. Zhao Yang followed closely and just caught up with Yu Shinshin coming down the stairs. Get in the car. Zhao Yang whistled wildly and said with a smile. Yu Shinshin didn't want to go up at first. Although she knew that what Lu Yifan said was indeed right and her family's affairs had nothing to do with Zhao Yang, she still felt a lump in her heart. It's strange to say, but when he came this time, Lu Yifan also asked for her opinion. Only after she said it was okay did Lu Yifan let Zhao Yang come. In the end, Yu Shinshin got into Zhao Yang's car. Hearing the slam of the door, Zhao Yang's temper flared up, and he teased, "Hey, why aren't you wearing suspenders today?" After saying this, he raised his head in a sullen manner, which clearly showed that I was a scoundrel. Yu Shinshin raised her hand angrily and was about to hit her, but Lu Yifan persuaded her to stop. Lu Yifan honked the horn in the car and reminded, "While driving, you have to pinch me when you get out of the car. Old Zhao, please stop talking. We will be a team from now on. How can we fight all day long?" Then he criticized Zhao Yang just because the two of them knew each other better. Sure enough, Zhao Yang closed his mouth, and they both took a deep breath, and no one spoke. The first official meeting between the two had a lot of unpleasantness. Looking at the enemies, Lu Yifan shook his head helplessly and walked forward. Chapter 26 School Beauty Luo Shui. In the library of Liaoshan University of Finance and Economics, the school beauty Luo Shui was leaning on the table with her head in one hand, not knowing what she was thinking. It was her friend who noticed something was wrong and said with concern, "Xiao Shui, don't think about him anymore. He is a heartless man and it's not worth it." "Chichi, it's not." Okay, you hate it most when people say bad things about him, but think about it, you've already broken up, and if you keep being listless like this all day long, your body won't be able to take it sooner or later. Friend Chichi advised earnestly. "I understand," Luo Shui said dejectedly. Chichi wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only change the subject and suggested, "Xiao Shui, let's go to the cafeteria. I'm a little hungry." It is now 11 o'clock in the morning. Chichi actually just wants Luo Shui to change the place and change her mood. Yeah. Luo Shui didn't want to stay here any longer. The library was full of memories between her and Lu Yifan, and she couldn't learn anything by staying here. This year's postgraduate entrance examination results were announced. Both Luo Shui and Chichi, two top students, were admitted to graduate school. In contrast, Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang probably don't even know which website the registration entrance is. Luo Shui remembered that the two had a big fight about this. Luo Shui felt that Lu Yifan had no ambition, while Lu Yifan was disdainful. His philosophy has always been that practice is the basis. He worked very hard to get into this university in the college entrance examination. Now he wants him to study. No way. It was fine at the beginning, but as time went on, the conflicts between the two began to emerge. Luo Shui likes hardworking and competitive people. Obviously, Lu Yifan's behavior in college did not conform to her values. Luo Shui regretted her breakup as soon as they broke up. In fact, it was just her wishful thinking to ask Lu Yifan to accompany him to take the postgraduate entrance examination. She also knew in her heart that even if Lu Yifan took the exam, it would be a waste of time, as his strengths were not in those rigid knowledge. Although Lu Yifan was not interested in studying, he was interested in stock trading. He was also brave and lucky, which allowed him to earn the first capital for his business. However, Luo Shui didn't know this. On the day when the postgraduate entrance examination results came out, Luo Shui happily shared the news with Lu Yifan. It was also on that day that Lu Yifan proposed to break up. Luo Shui didn't know the specific reason, but Lu Yifan said that her hometown was in the south and her parents did not agree, that's all. She really wanted to know why, but the two never spoke to each other again after that day. The school started in a daze, and Luo Shui was alone adapting to the days without Lu Yifan. She walked listlessly on the campus of the School of Finance. Fortunately, she would leave soon. In order to give her some comfort, Chichi went forward, took her hand, lifted the door curtain affectionately, and walked into the cafeteria. And at the same time, "Yes, master, hurry up, the students will be here soon." Lu Yifan was checking whether the TV was aligned and was standing not far away directing the master who was installing the TV. The owner of the furniture store acted quickly. The person Lu Yifan contacted last night sent someone to deliver the items today. The items were in very new condition and did not look like second-hand goods at all. Yu Shinshin was organizing another group of people to place sofas, while Zhao Yang found a sofa, sat on it, and checked the video. "Get up. Don't you see everyone is busy? Yu Shinshin was displeased and came over to find fault. After listening to these words that had become so repetitive, Zhao Yang no longer wanted to argue with her. This morning, he finally understood that Yu Shinshin was just looking for trouble. Okay, do you think it's okay? At this time, a person in charge of the installation looked at the results of his busy morning work and asked with satisfaction. Lu Yifan was also very satisfied. He looked around and was about to speak, but his eyes stopped on one person. Luo Shui. I have to say that Lu Yifan made a lot of noise. He installed sofas and televisions for the cafeteria for free, acting like a living lei phone. All the students passing by would more or less glance at him. It was a pity that he didn't meet a single acquaintance in the whole morning. But the first person I met with great difficulty was her. Luo Shui was already in a bad mood, and when she suddenly saw Lu Yifan, she didn't care about the occasion at all and started crying. Tears flowed down her fair face, making many boys passing by feel heartbroken. My goddess is crying. My heart is so sad. Zhao Yang also felt something was wrong, so he stopped arguing with Yu Shinshin, stood up, and looked in the direction Lu Yifan was looking. It would have been fine if I didn't know this, but when I saw Luo Shui crying in public, I immediately couldn't sit still. Damn it, if someone gets caught on camera, won't Yifan be scolded to death on the school forum? Zhao Yang stood up quickly and walked towards Lu Yifan, which scared Yu Shinshin who was standing beside him. She thought Zhao Yang couldn't help but want to fight back. Yifan, what should we do? I told you something was going to happen, but you didn't believe it. Zhao Yang came over and whispered. Lu Yifan didn't want to talk. His throat was sore and his fever was still a little bit off. He had been busy all morning and had a terrible headache. Just as he pretended to be cruel and was about to leave, Luo Shui ran over, pushed Zhao Yang away, and threw herself into Lu Yifan's arms. Wow! Unaware passers-by thought it was a reunion of lovers after a long separation, and started to make a noise. Zhao Yang still didn't understand what was going on, but he really wanted to understand. Did you do all this? Are you planning to start a business? After crying for a while, Luo Shui raised her head and sobbed. That pitiful and beautiful look made Lu Yifan at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Are you reluctant to leave? Have. Do you like it? Who doesn't like it? Is it suitable? It's really inappropriate. At least if Lu Yifan knew about her parents, they would not agree. But he still couldn't bear it. Even though he pretended to be ruthless, his words could not hide his concern for Luo Shui. Don't cry. After hearing these 3 words, Luo Shui started crying again, because this was the first time Lu Yifan had spoken to her in 2 months. Looking at the bewildered Lu Yifan, his good friend Zhao Yang couldn't bear to watch any longer. On the other side, Chi turned her head away angrily, obviously not wanting to forgive the man who always bullied her best friend. Lu Yifan did not propose a reconciliation, but only invited Luo Shui and Chi to have a meal together. Are you sick? Luo Shui walked behind Lu Yifan and mustered up a lot of courage to ask this question. Come to the front of the car. Chi, you and Zhao Yang get in that car. Lu Yifan pointed at Zhao Yang's Land Rover, indicating that he wanted to talk to Luo Shui alone. Chi didn't understand at first, but when she saw Lu Yifan got into a car by himself, she immediately realized that he was going to take her good friend away alone. Wait, when did Lu Yifan get a car? Stop looking. They want to say something from their heart. Why are you rushing to join in the fun? Zhao Yang said sarcastically after getting in the car. So much nonsense, drive. Yu Shinshin still didn't let Zhao Yang go, and started looking for trouble whenever she got the chance. Zhao Yang shrank his neck, fastened his seat belt carefully, and stayed as far away from Yu Shinshin in the passenger seat as possible. He was afraid that if he accidentally touched Yu Shinshin, she would chop him with a knife. Chapter 27 and Her Misunderstanding. Thank you for your willingness to work harder for me. Luo Shui had just got in the car and couldn't wait to praise before she even sat down. On the one hand, she saw Lu Yifan today and he did not refuse her hug. On the other hand, she saw Lu Yifan's efforts. In fact, it was not Luo Shui who proposed the breakup. Luo Shui had never disliked Lu Yifan. She just hoped that he would be better. Now seeing him working hard, Luo Shui liked him even more sincerely. First love is the one that is hard to give up, and Luo Shui's personality is even more so. Unfortunately, Lu Yifan just wants to be alone now. After Luo Shui finished speaking, Lu Yifan was so scared that the cigarette he had just put in his mouth fell out, his face full of confusion. "What's going on?" Lu Yifan said in his heart. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Shui noticed that something was wrong with Lu Yifan and asked blankly. "Oh, it's okay." Lu Yifan still couldn't bear to say it, because it would be too embarrassing. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Luo Shui continued to ask relentlessly. No, nothing. Let's go eat first." Luo Shui could also feel at this time that Lu Yifan didn't want to say anything, so she turned around, lowered her head sadly, and didn't ask any more questions, but this time it made her heart stronger. When they were eating, the two did not sit together as intimately as before, but faced each other and kept a distance, and did not speak to each other. "Old Zhao, go back and check it out this afternoon, and have it broadcast on TV tomorrow." Lu Yifan had been discussing work matters with Zhao Yang and Yu Shinshin, and did not give Luo Shui any chance to ask any questions. "Okay, I think it can be done tonight," Zhao Yang promised. He was also looking forward to his first business order. In fact, the purpose of Lu Yifan saying this was to find an excuse for Zhao Yang to send Luo Shui and her best friend back. Luo Shui also understood the meaning of the words and didn't want to eat anymore. She kept chopping the rice grains with chopsticks in a bad mood, as if she was using it as an object to vent her anger. Lu Yifan curled his lips, watching the rice grains splattering, and didn't dare to say anything more. After dinner, Lu Yifan quickly calmed down and prepared to devote himself to work. Having just finished arranging his school affairs and having nothing else to do, Lu Yifan planned to go back upstairs first. After all, he was really feeling uncomfortable due to his cold, and he had forced himself to go to school this morning because he had no other choice. Yu Shinshin followed Zhao Yang and left. Zhao Yang probably wouldn't come over again tonight. Lu Yifan also relaxed after returning home. Jiang Li was the only one at home, sitting on the sofa eating snacks. "You didn't eat?" Lu Yifan looked at the empty kitchen and asked. "You're back. I just ordered takeout. It will be here soon. Have you eaten?" Jiang Li glanced at Lu Yifan and said calmly. "No, I just ate a little." "Okay then." Jiang Li put down her phone and went back to eating. A palace drama was playing on TV. Lu Yifan came to the living room and put the clothes scattered on the sofa aside first. Then he sat down and casually watched TV. Feeling that he had no interest, he leaned on the pillow and played with his mobile phone. Originally, they didn't disturb each other, but Jiang Li felt bored and started to act weird again. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Li took advantage of Lu Yifan's carelessness and snatched his cell phone. Jiang Li was watching a short video on her phone. When she saw it, she looked disdainful and said, "You guys just like to look at the girls on the video. You don't even look at a living person like me." Lu Yifan couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "What do you mean I won't watch you? How can you compare with the people who shoot videos? Why can't I compare? How am I inferior to them? Tell me." Neither of them would give in to the other. "Hurry up and take it. Do you understand the privacy of stealing someone else's phone? I didn't read your chat messages with others. What does it have to do with your privacy?" Lu Yifan was still weak and was too lazy to argue with Jiang Li today. The main reason was that when a woman becomes unreasonable, nothing he said would be of any use. "You play, I'm going to go into the house to rest." After saying that, he stood up, took his phone, and was about to go back to their house. HMPH. Now it was Jiang Li who felt bored and started to sulk alone. After closing the bedroom door, Lu Yifan thought to himself, "Women are such a hassle." After so many years, the man finally expressed this emotion. He also admired Zhao Yang a little, for being able to juggle so many boats at the same time, and he really wanted him to share his experience. After returning to the room, Lu Yifan did not lie on the bed to rest. Instead, he sat on a chair and sorted out recent events. "I found a pen and paper and wrote on it. The University of Finance and Economics has 3 canteens, a total of 6 floors, 18 televisions, dozens of sofas, and more than 20 shops. Now the preliminary preparations are almost completed and the investment has basically come to an end. During this period, we just need to operate it well. Wait for a month to achieve results, then slowly consider the next stage of development. We also need to talk to the other 2 companies in the finance university and try to take over the entire finance university. But it's not that easy. They all have matching sofas and TVs. It seems that we still need to invest some money. It's not enough to find these few stores now, we need to continue looking for more shops. In addition, we will need to recruit some people in the near future. It is really too slow to rely on only 3 people. Only after thinking about the next stage of things did Lu Yifan relax. After picking up the cup on the table and finding that there was no water, Lu Yifan reluctantly went to the living room. Jiang Li was eating the spicy hot pot that had just been delivered to her. It was so spicy that she kept sticking out her tongue. When she heard the noise, she looked up and even forgot how embarrassing she looked. Lu Yifan happened to see this funny scene. He quickly picked up his phone and took a picture of Jiang Li. Jiang Li's expression in the photo is a little silly, and she is sticking out her tongue because it is too spicy. She looks very cute and funny. Jiang Li's reaction was really slow. She only reacted after Lu Yifan finished taking the photo. Jiang Li, who realized it later, immediately refused to do it and ran over shouting without even wearing slippers. Lu Yifan, what did you just do? Lu Yifan denied it and said, what did I do? I was warning you. Oh my god. Lu Yifan didn't expect Jiang Li's reaction to be so crazy. He thought everything was fine the previous second, but the next second Jiang Li rushed to him, stood on tiptoe, jumped up frantically and tried to snatch his phone. The war for the throne broke out again. In the end, Lu Yifan announced his surrender, but his cell phone was still snatched away by Jiang Li. Untie it. Okay, stop hitting me. Lu Yifan was still planning to act like a jerk, but Jiang Li's hand reached out again. Seeing this, Lu Yifan no longer planned to tease her. Opening the photo album, under Jiang Li's supervision, Lu Yifan deleted the photos. Jiang Li let him go only after making sure that everything was safe. At this time, the door rang. Chapter 28, Look Down on Me. Jiang Ying got off work half an hour later than usual today. When she opened the door, she heard fighting sounds in the room. When she opened the door, she saw the 2 people who had just finished fighting. Jiang Li and Lu Yifan also looked towards the door. When they saw that it was Jiang Ying, their reactions were different. Lu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, because if Jiang Ying came back earlier, there would inevitably be some misunderstanding. What if her sister happened to see him teasing her own sister? It's over. Jiang Li was very flustered, not because of the fight between her and Lu Yifan. Sure enough, when Jiang Ying saw the mess in the house, her good mood disappeared without a trace. Lizzie, what are you doing? Although her voice was not loud, Jiang Li knew it clearly in her heart, because the house was indeed too messy, and most of the credit was on her. Sister, I was wrong. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Jiang Li used her usual methods, acting coquettishly and acting cute. What Lu Yifan didn't expect was that Jiang Ying actually fell for it. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to see Jiang Li get humiliated. Unfortunately, Jiang Li was a real brat. Just when Lu Yifan was about to fan the flames, he was stopped by Jiang Li's eyes before he even found the lighter. Looking at Jiang Li's ferocious expression, Lu Yifan felt that it would be better to be more harmonious. Jiang Ying didn't say much when she came in. She put down her bag, went to the sofa and started packing by herself. I don't know if she has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but every piece of clothing is folded neatly. Lu Yifan once had the honor of visiting her room, which was cleaner than her face. The floor felt like it could be used as a mirror. After Jiang Ying came back, the house became quiet. With such a serious person around, no one could make trouble. Lu Yifan could also watch the palace fighting drama with Jiang Li because it was really boring. But when Lu Yifan was finding it interesting, Jiang Li returned to the room, and he suddenly felt bored again. It turned out that watching TV was best done when there were many people around. Lu Yifan didn't expect those college students to look at his advertisements in the cafeteria alone. He thought of this when choosing sofas, so the sofas are specially prepared for couples. In this way, couples will be attracted and go as a couple. The stores selected in the early stage are also suitable places for couples to date. As time goes by, they will start to recommend them to people around them, and naturally more and more people will come. In addition, with the eye-catching background elements that he asked Zhao Yarn to edit, Lu Yifan is still very confident in his ideas. While he was daydreaming, Jiang Ying and Jiang Li both changed their clothes and walked out of the second bedroom, but Lu Yifan didn't notice them at all. By the time he noticed, Jiang Li had already come to his side, pretending to be indifferent, and said, Lu Yifan, my sister and I are going to the mall, you come with us. Looking at the two people who looked brand new, Lu Yifan was dazed for a moment. After he came to his senses, he first examined them carefully, then pretended to be displeased and said, "Can't you be polite when you ask for help?" Jiang Li immediately refused to do it, gently pushed Lu Yifan, stood up, and threatened, "You can go or not. If you don't go, I will drive your car away, and if you hit or bump into something, you can come and let us deal with it." "Okay, auntie, I'm afraid of you." Lu Yifan couldn't stand it anymore and begged for mercy. He himself didn't realize that his tolerance towards Jiang Ying and her sister had reached an unprecedented level. Jiang Ying didn't have time to listen to their chatter. After Lu Yifan agreed, she had already changed into the marten boots on the shoe rack at the door. It was supposed to be her entertainment time once a week, so she didn't have time to listen to their chatter. Lu Yifan stood up and looked at the two sisters who were dressed exactly the same, and suddenly felt that it was worth going out to play. Having two beauties accompany you shopping is a dream that many people dream of. "No, it's me who accompanies them." "What are you looking at, pervert?" Jiang Li cursed again when she saw Lu Yifan's eyes stayed on Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying didn't care that Lu Yifan was looking at her. Instead, she felt that the two of them were really enemies. It had only been a short time. Lu Yifan didn't even blush when he was exposed. He went into their house, picked up a coat, and walked out. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jiang Li followed him and continued to nitpick, saying, "Can't you just find a piece of clothing?" Lu Yifan then looked down at his yellow coat and said disdainfully, "I'm happy to do so." This made Jiang Li very angry and she didn't know what to say. She and Jiang Ying each wore a white windbreaker, but the male companion looked like an uncle. Although Lu Yifan appeared to be strong and shameless on the surface, as soon as he entered the mall, the coat had disappeared. Going shopping with a girl means nothing more than eating, shopping. The purchasing power of large shopping malls is indeed very strong, and the main reason for this is that there are large traffic flows. When more people know about it, business will naturally be good. The shops that Lu Yifan chose are actually not worse than those here. They are also clustered together and the prices are much cheaper than here. It is really a very suitable place for college students. If a college student often comes to this kind of big shopping mall to go shopping, what can they buy? "That one suits you very well, come in and take a look." This is what Jiang Ying said. She usually doesn't talk much, so Lu Yifan didn't expect her to speak. "Okay, let's go in and take a look." Lu Yifan felt a lot more relaxed when getting along with Jiang Ying. This mature lady who was obsessed with uniforms was much more mature than her sister. "TSK. Sister, you have to help me choose one too later," Jiang Li said jealously. "Oh my god, you can even compare to this?" Lu Yifan felt unbelievable. "I am happy to do so." "What's it to you? She is my sister." "Okay." Lu Yifan quickly raised his hand to stop her. He never thought Jiang Li was so annoying. The three of them walked into the men's clothing store one after another. Jiang Ying took a fancy to a purple sports jacket. Lu Yifan tried it on and felt very satisfied. This type of jacket was indeed suitable for him at his age. Jiang Ying is indeed good at picking clothes. Just like the clothes at home, no matter which one she wears, it will not make people feel out of place. "This is it," Lu Yifan said to the salesperson next to him without even looking at the price. When the salesperson first saw the twins, he looked at them a few more times like most people did, but that was all he did, because among these three people, although there were two rare beauties, who were twins, they all looked like college students, and although they had good taste in clothes, your age could still be seen. For small luxury stores like theirs, performance is the most important thing. They are not like those big brands that are not worried about no one buying their products. They are also different from those cheap brands that are in the middle and face the greatest competitive pressure. So after they first thought that the three of them had no purchasing power, their service attitude was inevitably negative. They still had to save their energy for those who would actually buy. No one paid attention to Lu Yifan's first call, so he called out again, and this time with some emotion. "Well, here it comes, take a look first. I've picked it out. Just pack this one for me. You don't need to introduce it to me," Lu Yifan said unceremoniously. "Okay, this is our new product this season." Without waiting for the salesperson to finish speaking, Lu Yifan directly scanned 2,000 yuan. He didn't want to listen to the nonsense and didn't ask them to pack it. He tore off the label, threw it on the ground, put it on and walked out. The salesperson picked up the label, looked at the backs of Lu Yifan and the other two, and stood there in a daze. This was the first time she had met such a willful customer. The price was indeed enough, and he gave a lot more, but she did not feel very happy because Lu Yifan obviously would not come to consume again. If she had been more enthusiastic at the beginning, she might have been able to keep Lu Yifan as a customer, and she would have had an extra VIP customer. Unfortunately, there is no if. Chapter 29. What is it like to go shopping with twin sisters? After paying the bill, Lu Yifan left the store without looking back. Jiang Li also felt that the man was looking down on others, and her inner sense of justice burst out. Because of the clerk's little incident, the three of them lost interest in continuing shopping and found a cafe to sit down. At the same time, Zhao Yang was being interrogated by Luo Shui in the University of Finance and Economics. At first, he asked who the girl next to him was and how they knew each other. Then he asked where Lu Yifan lived now. Zhao Yang didn't dare to say these. Although they had broken up now, looking at Luo Shui's attitude, it seemed that she wanted to fight back. If Zhao Yang didn't say anything, Luo Shui naturally wouldn't let him go. She surrounded Zhao Yang in the cafeteria for the entire afternoon, as if she was going to kill him if he didn't say anything. Sister Shui, please let me go. I really can't tell you. Go ask Yifan. This was the nth time Zhao Yang had begged. No. By the way, was that your new girlfriend that day? I seem to have seen her somewhere. Luo Shui stroked her forehead, looking thoughtful. When Zhao Yang heard this, he almost fell off the table and begged for mercy. Stop it, Sister Shui, I'll tell you. Zhao Yang didn't dare to say that he fully understood Luo Shui's character, but when it came to doing bad things, he had never been defeated by anyone except Luo Shui. Who could have imagined that the campus belle of the University of Finance and Economics would be someone who would dare to do what she said? Facing her threats, Zhao Yang absolutely believed that she could really do it. If Luo Shui ran to Yiping and told all the bad things she had done over the years, what a shame. Hurry up and tell me. Luo Shui put her hands on her hips, looking like she was interrogating someone. Xinshin and I just met each other a few days ago. It's just a simple employment relationship. Don't think too much about it. As for her background, don't ask about it. Anyway, it's a boss-employee relationship. Zhao Yang spoke incoherently and hesitantly, but the more he said it, the more interested Luo Shui became. Luo Shui glanced at Yu Xinshin, who was sitting over there. At this time, Yu Xinshin was sitting on the sofa adjusting the TV. She didn't notice the movement here at all, and she didn't want to pay attention to it. Then where does he live now? Does he live with you? Luo Shui retracted her gaze, looked down and asked. Zhao Yang had been thinking about this question just now. What he said about Yu Xinshin before was just to delay time so that he could wait for Lu Yifan's reply. I glanced at the phone under the table and saw only 2 words on it, your home. He lives with me and we rent a house. Zhao Yang gave the answer very readily. Unfortunately, Luo Shui's IQ is far higher than Zhao Yang's, and even though Zhao Yang said it so straightforwardly, she didn't believe it. Zhao Yang quickly remembered that Lu Yifan had talked to her about Luo Shui's suspicious personality, so he hurriedly explained. Sister Shui, don't be so suspicious all the time. With his stingy look, where can he live, right? As expected, when Zhao Yang said that she was suspicious, Luo Shui did think about it for a moment, because Lu Yifan had also said the same thing to her, and she had indeed wronged Lu Yifan a lot for this. Okay, you've been sensible, otherwise. Luo Shui raised her tender little pink fist and protested. Zhao Yang was really afraid of people like Luo Shui, and he slowly discovered this when they were in a good relationship. Yes. Sister Shui is right. I will stand on your side from now on, what do you think? Zhao Yang saw that Luo Shui's mood had improved a lot, so he suggested to negotiate. Who cares about your trivial matters? Luo Shui said disdainfully. By the way, you are not allowed to say that Lu Yifan is stingy. I will expose you in a moment. No. In the coffee shop, Lu Yifan felt a headache after sending a message to Zhao Yang. What's wrong? Are you still suffering from a cold? Jiang Ying was the first to notice and asked with concern. No, there was something going on at school. It should have been resolved by now. Lu Yifan put down his phone, picked up a cup of coffee out of habit and took a sip. But he soon realized something was wrong because he didn't order coffee. Lu Yifan. What do you mean? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Jiang Li said angrily. No, listen to my explanation. Okay, I'll compensate you for what you want. Jiang Li's fierce look made Lu Yifan dare not continue to explain. He turned around and began to admit his mistake and flatter her. That's better. I want to let you know the consequences of taking advantage of me. Jiang Li crossed her arms across her chest, still looking arrogant. Lu Yifan curled his lips secretly and quietly vented his dissatisfaction. This scene happened to be seen by Jiang Ying. Seeing that the two of them looked completely childish, Jiang Ying also covered her mouth and chuckled. After coming out of the cafe, Lu Yifan wanted to refuse the bill, but couldn't bear Jiang Li's insistence. Lu Yifan, if you don't invite me and my sister to have dessert today, I won't be done with you. Lu Yifan shook his head and said in a calm tone, how about I invite you to eat at the largest Michelin restaurant in Liège, then go to watch a recently popular movie, and finally go to a hot spring. Jiang Li felt that what Lu Yifan said was not reliable at all, but she still asked with expectation, really, you're not joking, but... However, before she could finish her words, Lu Yifan interrupted her and said, Miss, you were kidding me first, okay? I only have 2,000 yuan in total, and I just gave it all to the salesperson. How can I have money left to treat you to dessert here? A small piece of cake there costs $200, 200. As Lu Yifan spoke, he became more and more agitated, trying to express his dissatisfaction. Jiang Li then realized that Lu Yifan was playing a trick on her. Without saying a word, she rushed over with her fists raised. The two men soon started fighting each other, but Lu Yifan did not fight back and just kept dodging. Jiang Ying looked at her silly sister and expressed deep helplessness. If she acted like this, wouldn't she be at a greater disadvantage? Helpless, there were so many people here and I couldn't bear to watch it, so I had to step forward and pull the two apart. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many people. The three of them together already attracted a lot of attention, and now they were still so noisy, so naturally there were many people watching. Who wouldn't want to take this opportunity to take a closer look at this pair of identical beauties? Okay. I'm just teasing you. Can't I take you there? Lu Yifan felt that it was about time, so he held Jiang Li down and started to negotiate with her. HMPH, I don't want to eat again. Jiang Li changed her attitude for some reason. At the same time, with so many people watching, it seemed that she also felt it would not look good in public, so she spoke in a particularly low voice. Okay, do whatever you want. I'm convinced by you too. She teases me and you just watch the fun from the side. Lu Yifan teased. Others thought that he was enjoying shopping with two top beauties, but only he knew that it was not so easy to enjoy the blessing of having two wives. Lu Yifan misunderstood her, and Jiang Ying was not angry. This is her temperament and she doesn't like to argue with others. None of the three of them continued to argue. They walked around for a while and returned to the apartment after dark. Chapter 30. What are the two people in the room doing? Since the heavy rain, the temperature in Liège has gradually warmed up. Today is Sunday, and Jiang Ying is still the first one to get up. Since the weather is nice, she has already put on the new stockings she bought yesterday. On the other hand, Lu Yifan still feels very cold when she stays in the room. Still feeling unwell. After Jiang Ying bought breakfast, she opened the door and saw Lu Yifan holding a warm baby, and asked with concern. Lu Yifan blew his nose and replied with a heavy nasal voice, it's almost gone. This disease will get worse when it gets better. Maybe this is a return to the light. No one says that. Jiang Ying was amused by Lu Yifan's wording and replied with a smile. Is Li Zi not awake yet? He then thought of Jiang Li and found that she was indeed not in the living room, so he said as he walked. I turned the doorknob of the room and it actually opened. Jiang Li in the room was sprawled on the bed, sleeping soundly. You stupid girl, you don't even close the door when you sleep. As an elder sister, Jiang Ying really can't do anything about this younger sister. Get up. Jiang Ying then walked into the room, locked the door, pulled back Jiang Li's quilt, and said loudly. Aha! Oh Tilder. Jiang Li felt a little cold, groaned a few times, and then touched herself reluctantly again. Here, check what time it is. Jiang Ying couldn't bear to watch it anymore and handed the phone over to Jiang Li. Jiang Li opened one eye, checked the time, and after a while, opened the other eye. Sister, can I sleep a little longer and skip breakfast? He negotiated with difficulty. It seemed that he was still not fully awake. Even in this situation, he still wanted to fight for himself. No. Get up quickly, you'll be hungry again if you get up soon. If I'm not at home, are you expecting Lu Yifan to cook for you? Jiang Ying threatened. At the same time, she supported Jiang Li's back with her hand, trying to help her get up. While Jiang Ying was speaking, Lu Yifan finally let out the sneeze he had been holding back for a long time. Achoo! Lu Yifan wiped it with toilet paper and said to himself comfortably, finally it came out, it feels so good. What are these two doing in there? Why haven't they come out for such a long time? Lu Yifan was also a little hungry. He remembered that Jiang Ying had been in Jiang Li's house for some time, so he wondered. After saying that, he stood up, walked to the door and knocked on it. What are you two doing? If you don't eat, Jiang Ying, you will be late for work. After saying that, he put his ear closer to listen to what was going on inside, and vaguely heard something. Look, Lu Yifan is here, hurry up. No, sister, this is not mine. I don't care about you. What are you talking about? Lu Yifan didn't hear it clearly and asked in confusion. Then Jiang Ying's voice was heard in the room, it's okay, if you're hungry just eat first. Their voice sounded a little anxious. Lu Yifan, who was extremely curious, was indeed curious, but it was Jiang Li's bedroom after all, and it was not a good idea for him to peek through the crack of the door to listen. He suppressed his evil thoughts and left. As soon as I sat down, the door opened. Jiang Ying and Jiang Li's faces turned red, especially Jiang Li. What's wrong? Lu Yifan asked stupidly. No, nothing. Lizzie, go wash up quickly, or the food will get cold. Oh, okay. Looking at the two people who were hesitant, Lu Yifan didn't ask any more questions. As usual, Jiang Ying lived a working life between 2 points, Jiang Li washed dishes, and Lu Yifan went out to discuss business. Now Chunfeng Media Company is about to be successfully registered, but the company's location has not been confirmed. Missing this link will not work. Lu Yifan has made an appointment with Yu Xinshan to rent an office location. Zhao Yang will be considered absent from work today. You bastard, I broke up with him, and he shamelessly told me he was going on a date. Lu Yifan kept complaining to Yu Xinshan in the car. On the other hand, Yu Xinshan still had that unapproachable look on her face. She didn't say anything or smile. She just listened to Lu Yifan without saying a word the entire time. But Lu Yifan didn't treat Yu Xinshan as an outsider. He fully demonstrated his social prowess and never stopped talking since he met Yu Xinshan. If Zhao Yang was just absent from work, Lu Yifan wouldn't be like this. It was mainly because of what happened to Luo Shui yesterday. Last night, Luo Shui first pretended to complain to him, saying that Zhao Yang had said bad things about him behind his back, and then told Lu Yifan that she had helped to teach him a lesson, and then said a lot of sweet words to Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan did not express his opinion, nor was he willing to object. He only dared to say that kind of words once. If he said it a second time, he would feel pain and was also worried that Luo Shui would be upset again. But since he didn't say it, Luo Shui would naturally guess the best. As a result, Lu Yifan and Luo Shui chatted until 3 in the morning, and Jiang Ying, who was unaware of the situation, thought that Lu Yifan's cold had not healed. Although he chatted with the beauty for half the night, Lu Yifan did not feel happy, because he had to give in to Luo Shui when he spoke, for fear of saying something wrong and making her unhappy. She would cry when she was unhappy, which made Lu Yifan very upset. Damn Zhao Yang, it's all his fault. By the way, are you talking about this place? Lu Yifan felt that it was about time, so he looked outside and got to the point. Yu Xinshan nodded and said only one word. Lu Yifan knew about Yu Xinshan's personality from the first day, so he didn't think much of it. This place is not far from Jiang Ying's workplace, but it is relatively far from her home. But then again, that area is originally a residential area and there are indeed few commercial areas. Residents live together, and of course they also do business together. However, Lu Yifan didn't think too much about these things, because he didn't plan to come here to punch in for work, it was just a requirement for registering a company. Parking here is quite convenient. After getting off the car, Lu Yifan and Yu Xinshan came to the real estate agency. The agent was very enthusiastic, much better than the salesperson yesterday. But compared to the girl who sold the car before, Lu Yifan felt that they were still a little worse. It was like these people lacked that kind of heartfelt sincerity. I don't know how she is doing. I guess she is still being bullied by the manager. I'll try to recruit her if I get a chance. Lu Yifan thought of Ning Xinyu and thought to himself. You just said that you wanted to find a company for daily use. We do have one that meets your requirements. Would you like to look at it here, or go there with us? After an agent patiently introduced it to Lu Yifan and the others, he tried to ask. Let's go over there and take a look. Lu Yifan said without hesitation. For such a matter, it would be unreasonable not to conduct an on-site inspection. After all, there was more than just him in the company. Okay, then shall we set off now? The agent asked again. Okay, it's not far. Not far, just nearby. Let's go. If it's suitable, we can decide today. Chapter 31, The Gossiping Student. The store for rent is located on Hepping Road. Coincidentally, Jiang Ying's workplace is not far away, just one street away, only 500 meters away. The house has 2 floors, and the agent said the total area is about 200 square meters. Lu Yifan went in and took a careful look around, and it indeed met his requirements. The company would have to grow bigger sooner or later, and doing it in one step would save trouble in the future. The store is well decorated and equipped with toilets, tables and chairs, and all kinds of office supplies. You can just buy a few computers and start working there. There are 2 partitions on the 2nd floor. The agent is indeed thoughtful, but most people cannot afford to rent such a complete store, so they have been idle. You just said 8,000 a month. Lu Yifan took out a cigarette, walked to the door, and said slowly. I also handed one to the agent, who politely declined and said, well, as you can see, the office facilities here are very complete, and the water and electricity are all free. It's a bit expensive, but you said you were in a hurry, so I'll take you to see this one first. I think he also thinks that the rent here is too expensive and most entrepreneurs simply can't afford it, but the conditions proposed by Lu Yifan are harsh, so the agent is also willing to give it a try. Lu Yifan thought for a moment, then walked to a distance and observed the store from outside. The location is great, quiet, the place is big enough, the transportation is convenient, and most importantly, it is upscale. Okay, let's sign the contract now. I'll sign for 3 years. After thinking it through, Lu Yifan stopped wasting time and said happily. Okay, let's go to the next one. What? No problem, let's go back to the company now. The agent really didn't expect Lu Yifan to sign here, and said excitedly in disbelief. If this deal goes through, he won't have to worry about his performance this month. After the contract was signed, Lu Yifan and Yu Shinshin came out of the agency. Lu Yifan looked at the time and said to Yu Shinshin, you go to the University of Finance and Economics to keep an eye on it and see how the students respond. I won't go there. Okay. Yu Shinshin was very happy and went to hail a taxi. After Yu Shinshin left, Lu Yifan felt that he had nothing to do. It was still early and it would be too boring to go home. Jiang was not there either. Lu Yifan thought for a long time but still couldn't think of where to go. Why are you here? Looking at the word Shuan on the sign, Lu Yifan muttered to himself in the car. He had been wandering aimlessly before, and as he was not very familiar with the area, he unknowingly arrived at Jiang Ying's workplace based on his memory. It is now 11:15 in the morning. Lu Yifan doesn't know whether Jiang Ying is in class or not. He thinks that the tutoring teachers here should have rest time just like the normal classes in school. After parking the car, Lu Yifan planned to go in to take a look and learn a little. But what Lu Yifan didn't expect was that the teacher's office here was only as big as his bedroom, and there was no teacher inside. No rest area. Lu Yifan couldn't believe it. In fact, he was not making a fuss about anything, but he did not understand the business model here. If students take time out for tutoring, how can teachers still have time to rest? After Jiang Ying finishes teaching this class, she has to go to the next one. She usually works 5 or 6 hours and is busier on Sundays. Walking in the small corridor on the 2nd floor, Lu Yifan could see the teacher on the podium and the students inside through the window. This tutoring institution is really good. Although there are only about 20 students in each class, every one of them listens very attentively. However, meet the right person. At this moment, Lu Yifan heard the familiar voice and looked inside through the door and window. Jiang Ying was standing on the podium and writing words on the blackboard with chalk. Her serious look was also charming in a unique way. Lu Yifan looked at the girl who didn't like to smile but was extremely gentle, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Jiang Ying looked at Lu Yifan for a long time before she noticed someone outside the door looking at her. She turned around and looked at Lu Yifan's dazed expression. She was not surprised, but couldn't help laughing. At this time, the students in the audience were very surprised. Teacher Jiang could also smile. And she smiled so beautifully. Lu Yifan stayed there for a long time before he realized that Jiang Ying had noticed him. He said embarrassedly, "It's okay." Jiang Ying understood what Lu Yifan meant from his mouth shape, and then gave up the idea of leaving. After that, Lu Yifan waited at the door. He didn't know why he came to find Jiang Ying, but now that he was seen, he naturally couldn't just leave like that. Half an hour later, the entire second floor gradually became noisy. This was the signal for the end of school. No matter where they were or what kind of students they were, the end of get out of class was always their favorite time. The glass door of Jiang Ying's classroom was first pushed open by a boy, and then the classmates came out one after another. After they saw Lu Yifan outside the door, they all looked at him a few more times, and some even hid under the stairs and looked over here. Finally Jiang Ying came out, her grape-like eyes full of curiosity, and she smiled at Lu Yifan and said, "What's the matter?" This smile was different from the previous one. It was purely out of politeness. Lu Yifan was not a brat who had never been in love before, so he smiled and said, "It's okay. I just finished my work here, so I came to see you. Do you want to have a meal together?" "Sure, just come back before 2 p.m., but I'll treat you to dinner." Jiang Ying didn't act pretentiously. She had always wanted to treat Lu Yifan to a meal to thank him properly. Lu Yifan did not refute. There were so many people here, there was no need to push and shove for a meal or two. "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go get a bag." "Good." The two didn't say much in the corridor, and the students who were watching the fun didn't see anything fishy, which made them feel very bored. Since the teacher didn't get to eat the melon, a group of students ran downstairs out of boredom, let loose downstairs and started gossiping with each other. "Hey, that guy and teacher Jiang, are you talking about? You don't look as rich as Lao Gao. TSK, what do you boys know? I think that guy is pretty good looking, tall and fair-skinned. What's the point of being handsome? With Mr. Jiang's conditions. If you can do it, go ahead. He is just a strong talker." Lu Yifan could guess these things, and even what they said, because which student doesn't like a beautiful teacher who is mature, domineering and beautiful? When he and Jiang Ying were going downstairs, they saw some classmates gathered together not far away and whispering about something. Lu Yifan secretly observed Jiang Ying and found that she didn't seem disgusted, so he didn't care. Their mouth is on other people's body, and these are just boring tea talks among students. However, Lu Yifan could not change his pretentious nature. After Jiang Ying got in the car, he actually drove the car near the students and honked the horn several times to tease those students. The student who had just mocked Lu Yifan as a poor boy was slapped in the face immediately, and some people who thought Lu Yifan was too pretentious could not help but complain at this time. Depend on. Chapter 32 Ticket. Jiang Ying didn't expect that Lu Yifan, such an old man, would still like to argue with a group of teenagers, so this time she also pretended to be harsh and criticized him a few times. "How old are you? Why are you comparing yourself with them? I'm not angry, I just want to take care of it out of habit. This is the difference between being in charge and not being in charge at home." Lu Yifan didn't dare to talk back because he still relied on Jiang Ying to cook for him. Lu Yifan smiled embarrassedly, I played with them for a while, I won't do it next time." "You dare to do it again next time? If you do this again, don't come here anymore," Jiang Ying said angrily. No. Jiang Ying looked at Lu Yifan's playful and frivolous look and was also amused. He usually looks quite mature, but why is he like a child sometimes, Jiang Ying thought. She took Lu Yifan to a nearby hot pot restaurant, ordered a lot, and asked where Jiang was. Lu Yifan said he had something to do, but didn't say anything specific. Jiang Ying had no choice but to give up and sent Jiang Ying back home at 1:30 p.m. "I rented a store nearby. I'll go over and take a look when I have the chance," Lu Yifan said, sticking his head out of the car window. "Okay. I'll go in first. You drive slowly." Jiang Ying got out of the car and greeted him. "Good." After they separated, Lu Yifan thought for a moment, turned the steering wheel, and headed east. In front of the driving school where Jiang Li is learning to drive, the pancake uncle is still selling pancakes. People are coming and going, and business is good. The uncle always has a smiling and enthusiastic expression on his face. Girl, would you like a set? No, thank you. A woman who was at least 80% beautiful replied in a disinterested tone. The woman was Ning Xinyu. After leaving the 4S shop, this girl with a smile on her face finally showed fatigue. She is different from other girls. Although she does not have a high level of education, she loves life and works very hard. But life does not love her. She was undoubtedly desperate today. A big order was snatched away by the manager again. She had been counting on that commission to pay the rent, but now, a little girl who just turned 20 and came to the provincial capital to work hard was bullied everywhere and suppressed all the time. I wonder if she still has some love for life at this time. Hello, Mom. He answered his mother's call. Daughter, what are you doing? How are you doing recently? Ning Xinyu calmed down and forced a smile. I'm fine, how are you guys? It's still the same. Your brother said he wanted to sign up for an English class. It seems he wants to study abroad. Ning's mother hesitantly spoke for a long time. Okay, I understand. I'll transfer the money to him later. Please take good care of my dad. Well, don't worry about your family. Are you really okay? Ning's mother asked when she heard the sobbing. I'm fine. I won't say any more. A customer is coming. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. After hurriedly hanging up the phone, this girl who was full of love for life couldn't help it. She hugged her head, squatted on the side of the road and cried. She was thinking, why is she always so unfortunate? Why do mom and dad always think that her brother is good and let him do whatever he wants? Beep, beep, beep tilde tilde. Hi, beautiful. But when others are sad and in pain, there are still people laughing loudly and teasing her. Ning Xinyu slowly raised her head and saw a disgusting face. Of course Ning Xinyu remembered who this person was. When she was scolded by her manager, this person just stood by and watched the fun, just like today. That time was even worse, he even teased her when he left. After taking a look, he turned his head away angrily, hoping that Lu Yifan would leave by himself. But who is Lu Yifan? How could he feel embarrassed? He continued to tease, Beauty, why are you alone on the roadside? Aren't you afraid of encountering bad guys? These words immediately broke the mild-tempered Ning Xinyu's defense. She stood up and shouted loudly, regardless of the occasion, what are you doing here? Why don't you leave? What does my business have to do with you? Lu Yifan was stunned. He really didn't expect Ning Xinyu to be so excited. He just thought that her work was not going well, because he had expected this a week ago, but he was still too confident. After Ning Xinyu vented her anger, she glared at Lu Yifan angrily. One was stunned and the other was angry. In the end, Lu Yifan was the first to soften. There were so many people here, and if he was misunderstood, things would inevitably get troublesome. Lu Yifan got down, opened the car door, and said softly, come up first. I have something to talk to you about. Ning Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but finally got into the car. It was obvious that Lu Yifan came specifically to find her, and she didn't want too many people to see her in her current state. As soon as Ning Xinyu got in the car, Lu Yifan planned to start the car, but unfortunately, before he started, a police car stopped in front of him. Damn, it's over. Lu Yifan said dejectedly. Then two policemen came down from above and walked straight towards Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan checked himself first. He had not drunk any alcohol, had any contraband, and had not broken any law. Call. Ding ding ding. The police knocked on the car window several times, and their purpose was self-evident. Lu Yifan lowered the car window and said politely to the policeman, Sir. After the police saluted, he first glanced at Ning Xinyu who had just cried, and then asked Lu Yifan, what were you two doing just now? Lu Yifan smiled and said, no, her boyfriend and I have a little conflict. The police obviously believed this answer because it looked like. In fact, Lu Yifan didn't need to lie, but saying this would prevent the police from continuing to ask questions, saving time. Okay, if you have any problems, find a place where there is no one to solve them. Why do you do it on the main road when there are so many cars? The policeman gave him a few words of instruction. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yifan quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, since there's nothing wrong, just pay the fine for illegal parking. After saying that, he took the ticket from his colleague. R. What? Who told you to quarrel on the road? Don't you know you can't park here? Okay, I'll pay it. Lu Yifan looked bitter. Seeing Lu Yifan being punished, Ning Xinyu, who had been like a frightened cat, softened and felt sorry for Lu Yifan. After they paid the fine, received a few words of lecture, and promised not to commit the same offense again, the police let them go. In the car, Ning Xinyu was the first to apologize and said, "I'm sorry for what happened just now. I hurt you." Ning Xinyu thought Lu Yifan would be angry, but he wasn't. Instead, he said calmly, "These are nothing. I just said that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Don't mind it. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave for a while. They will think we have a conflict." "Well, it's okay," Ning Xinyu said softly. Girls always feel embarrassed when facing such things, especially someone as simple-minded as her. "Shall we talk then?" "Yes." Ning Xinyu agreed. Chapter 33, Ning Xinyu's Secret. In a coffee shop not far from the 4S store, Lu Yifan and Ning Xinyu each ordered a cup of coffee and sat facing each other. The cafe is not big, but it is very quiet, and it is a good place to talk. Maybe it was because of what she did to Lu Yifan just now and Lu Yifan had to pay a fine again. Ning Xinyu felt a little embarrassed. She kept her head down and fiddled with her fingers under the table. Seeing this, Lu Yifan comforted him, "Don't take what happened just now to heart. I'm not angry." Ning Xinyu still didn't say anything, and her fingers under the table dug faster. Lu Yifan had no choice but to state his purpose directly. "Let me get this straight to the point. I came here because I hope you can join my team. You want me to resign?" Ning Xinyu had been a little nervous since just now, but Lu Yifan's words made her feel unbelievable and she mustered up a lot of courage. If she hadn't really been unable to help herself, she probably wouldn't have dared to ask. When she was in the car, she was thinking about the purpose of Lu Yifan coming to find her, but she really didn't expect this. "Right. I think you know better than me about what happened to you in the car shop. Your manager has wanted to kick you out a long time ago, right?" Lu Yifan didn't expect Ning Xinyu to be so timid. She kept her head down and didn't say anything, so he deliberately exaggerated the matter and made it sound very serious. After hearing this, Ning Xinyu lowered her head sadly. She had doubts about this matter before. But what can she do? Having a guaranteed salary is better than being unemployed. Seeing Ning Xinyu wavering, Lu Yifan added fuel to the fire and said, "I just heard you talking to your family on the phone. Is there something wrong at home?" This really hit Ning Xinyu's soft spot, and she hesitated. Ning Xinyu finally made up her mind, revealed a determined look, and asked in a low voice, "What can I do?" Lu Yifan smiled because he knew that this matter was successful. Ning Xinyu said 6 words this time. "I have founded a media company. Your main task is to help me communicate with all parties. You may have to train some newcomers later. I fully believe in your abilities, so you don't have to worry about your salary." Lu Yifan said patiently. "Really?" Ning Xinyu still couldn't believe it and whispered carefully. She was completely different from the one who had just lost control of her emotions and yelled at Lu Yifan. "Why would I lie to you? You can start working tomorrow." Ning Xinyu's shyness, which was completely different from before, made Lu Yifan feel a little sympathy. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. How could such a cute little girl be bullied by others? Besides, she is still her own person now. After the matter was settled, Lu Yifan changed the subject and said, "Just now I heard you say that something happened at home. Can you tell me about it?" Ning Xinyu was a little hesitant, but she couldn't resist Lu Yifan's urging, and she had just vented her emotions at him because of this matter. With a sigh, Ning Xinyu thought about it and said it out loud. After all, this matter had been suppressed in her heart for too long. "I have a younger brother who should be in college now. My parents have always wanted to support him in his studies because boys are very important in our place, but he didn't want to go to school. He agreed to go to college last year because my parents gave him 10,000 yuan in pocket money." 10,000 a year? Lu Yifan asked curiously, because spending 10,000 yuan a year on living expenses is indeed reasonable. "I hope so. He has only been in school for half a year. The winter vacation started in mid-September last year and ended in December. He came home during the winter vacation and told me that he still owed his classmates 2,000 yuan. Ning Xinyu said embarrassedly. She must have known that this was not a glorious thing. Less than half a year. Even Lu Yifan found it unbelievable. Yes, my father is in poor health and can't work. Usually my mother does odd jobs, and they all rely on me for support. Now there is an ignorant younger brother. Today my mother told me that my younger brother wants to sign up for a class. Maybe only they believe this. I want you to pay for this. Well, if he was really ambitious, I wouldn't say this, but I know him very well. He scored 300 points in the college entrance examination, and his family used a lot of connections to get him into this junior college, hoping that he would transfer to a university in the future. When I was admitted to university, my parents didn't let me go to school, saying that girls are useless and will sooner or later be married to someone else's family. At this point, Lu Yifan noticed that Ning Sinyu's emotions were gradually breaking down. She had said so much, but her voice was very low the whole time. It was unclear whether she was afraid that others would hear her or she was embarrassed to talk to Lu Yifan. It is really hard to be born in such a family. What are you going to do? Your brother is in Lieshan. Lu Yifan asked with concern. After all, if employees have problems at home, their work will be affected if they are not dealt with. Now I'm wondering if he goes to school. The tuition of 20,000 yuan a year plus the living expenses of more than 20,000 yuan, I really can't afford it. So you want to go see it? Well, I plan to go there in a while. Ning Sinyu gathered her emotions, raised her head, and said decisively. Lu Yifan saw determination in her eyes. The experience during this period must have changed her mind. Lu Yifan couldn't persuade her to do this, because Ning Sinyu didn't change her mind and chose to compromise blindly, and no one could help her. I understand. I'll go with you after I'm done with this busy period. But Lu Yifan did not choose to ignore it. He was the one who asked others to say it, and his purpose was to help Ning Sinyu solve the problem. However, Ning Sinyu needed to figure out her own ideas, and he could and wanted to help with external factors. It's okay, let's talk about it later. There's no rush. Can you tell me specifically what you need me to do? I'm afraid I can't do it well. He changed his mood, changed the topic, and asked Lu Yifan carefully. Seeing that Ning Sinyu didn't intend to continue talking, Lu Yifan didn't ask any more questions. As long as he knew the general situation, it was enough. Picking up the phone on the table, Lu Yifan flipped out some information and handed it to Ning Sinyu, saying, "This is our company's business items. I'll send it to you later. When you get home, take a closer look. If there's anything you don't understand, send me a message. We mainly promote shops, and our target group is those businesses in small streets and alleys. We may change it later based on the specific situation. The media we place are mainly in universities. Your main job is to communicate with the merchants and schools and get them to agree to our requirements. The specific details are all above." After Lu Yifan finished speaking, Ning Sinyu also roughly read the above information, which was written in great detail, including salary and commission. "All our money is invested within a month." Ning Sinyu asked in disbelief after reading it. "Yes, this is the risk of this project, so I came to you. You must try to find more merchants that meet the requirements within 1 month. The more merchants there are, the better our benefits will be, and we will have more advantages when we negotiate next month." Lu Yifan explained patiently, because this matter is the most important point in the entire process. "I understand. I will resign today." Ning Sinyu mustered up her courage and said firmly. "This little girl is really lovable." But Lu Yifan shook his head. "Finish your work this month and take leave for the rest of the time. You still have to get your salary from the 4S shop. Tomorrow I will arrange for a friend of mine to buy a car from you and return your commission for that day." Ning Sinyu frowned to show her confusion, but Lu Yifan didn't say anything more. After sending her home, the two separated. Chapter 34 by another one. Lu Yifan sat in the car, took a puff of cigarette, and thought about what happened to Ning Sinyu just now. What puzzled him was Ning Sinyu's behavior today. When they bought the car that day, she was very talkative, but today she looked shy and timid. He no longer wanted to figure it out, and just accepted it as it came. Everything had been discussed, and there was nothing he could do if he was wrong. Just as he made up his mind and was about to go upstairs, the phone rang and it was Zhao Yang. "Mention Cao Cao and Cao Cao will appear." "Hey, Lao Zhao, how are you feeling today? How are things going?" He started by joking. "Don't you know how the progress is?" In broad daylight. Zhao Yang retorted on the phone. That's hard to say. Okay, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's annoying. Did you say you had something to talk to me about? Zhao Yang skipped that topic and asked. Well, didn't you tell me before that your cousin wanted to buy a car? I recommended a model to her. Lu Yifan then told Zhao Yang about him and Ning Xinyu. I understand. You don't have to worry about it. She listens to me and wants to buy the same car as me. Why would a girl drive such a big Land Rover? I'll talk to her now. Zhao Yang said. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Lu Yifan asked worriedly. It's okay. I'll make sure to arrange it for you tomorrow. That's fine. Early the next morning, inside the Guangdong Road Mercedes-Benz for S store. Because Lu Yifan asked Ning Xinyu to continue working this morning, although Ning Xinyu was very puzzled, she still believed Lu Yifan's words that he asked her to finish her last shift. Wearing standard business attire, Ning Xinyu was still standing outside the door welcoming customers who came to see the car. Hello, welcome. Ning Xinyu bowed politely. Although she had decided to leave, she was still very enthusiastic at this moment. The visitors were a man and a woman. The man looked rather unruly. Although the weather had turned hot, it was rare to see someone wearing only a shirt, not to mention with blonde hair. If you look closely, you can see that the girl and the boy look very similar and she is affectionately holding the boy's arm. They appear to be a brother and sister. Zhao Yu is different from her poor brother. She is the only daughter of the second branch of the Zhao family and the only precious granddaughter of Mr. Zhao. She is the apple of the family's eye and her attire is naturally incomparable to Zhao Yang's. But this proud little princess only likes this careless brother and obeys him blindly, even to the extent that she wants to stick with Zhao Yang all day long. How could this happen? If Zhao Yang always had such a domineering sister around him, he would be lonely. Three beauties in front of the door bowed to welcome him. Zhao Yang naturally did not forget to admire them. He took off his big sunglasses and rolled his eyes upwards. But before he could see enough, he was interrupted by the manager here. A smiling man came over and said politely, "You too, come to see the car." As a manager who has been in the business for many years, seeing Zhao Yu dressed in luxury goods, he would naturally not let go of such a big client. Zhao Yang took a look, nodded, and took Zhao Yu and followed the manager into the exhibition hall. HMPH. If you do this again, I'll leave. As the two of them walked behind, Zhao Yu said to Zhao Yang angrily. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yang asked, pretending to know the answer. You are still pretending. Why were you staring at what others were doing just now? Aren't you here to help Brother Yifan? Zhao Yu said angrily. Zhao Yang stopped trying to coax his sister and consoled her. I just wanted to confirm if it was her, so that I wouldn't find the wrong person. As expected, Zhao Yu believed it, or rather, she never doubted Zhao Yang at all. What price range do you want to buy? I'll introduce some to you. The manager maintained a polite attitude. Tell us about this one first. Zhao Yu casually pointed to a luxury car with a very high base. It seemed that even if she didn't buy a Land Rover, she would buy one that looked similar to Zhao Yang's. Looking at the new GLE, Zhao Yang wiped his sweat off his forehead and whispered, "This car costs over 80 yuan. Do you have so much?" Who would have thought that when Zhao Yu heard that it was only 80,000 yuan, he looked at his brother with an incredulous look and said, 80 yuan is still expensive. This sentence made Zhao Yang speechless. He forgot that this was the treasure of the family and was incomparable to him, a waste. The manager on the other side was even happier to see Zhao Yu being so casual. He liked this kind of generosity. No problem, this car. The manager introduced the car from inside to outside, always with a smile on his face. Oh, I don't understand what you said. Tell me about this one. Zhao Yu picked another top-of-the-line car. No problem. Over the next 2 hours, the manager introduced one car after another to the two men. I still don't quite understand. Brother, do you understand? Zhao Yu still didn't quite understand after listening, so he turned to ask Zhao Yang. They are all about the same. Zhao Yang said perfunctorily. To be honest, he was a little hungry. He thought about when he had ever bought a car like this. Before, he would just pick one and pay for it directly. Okay, this one then. After going around in circles, Zhao Yu finally pointed to the first car, which was the one she had her eyes on before. Okay. But even so, the manager still agreed with a smile. Would you like to pay in full or in installments? The manager asked carefully according to the procedure. Need I say more? Full payment, top configuration, no bargaining. Zhao Yan said angrily. After so long, this man finally showed the domineering attitude that the Zhao group should have. But, did I say we should buy it from you? Huh. The manager thought he had heard it wrong. Why didn't anyone say anything when he was introducing it just now? We are Ning Sinyu's friends. We bought this car from her. Also, thank you for your explanation just now, although I didn't hear a word you said. Also, the drinks are good, right? Zhao Yan casually arranged. Yeah. It seems that Zhao Yu is in a good mood today because Zhao Yan accompanied her to buy a car. These two sentences completely confused the manager. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Seeing Zhao Yang walking to the door of the exhibition hall with a grin on his face and looking for Ning Xinyu, the person he disliked the most, the manager of the car shop became even more furious. However, he did not dare to offend Zhao Yang and the others. He could only think about how to make things difficult for Ning Xinyu and pray that Zhao Yang and the others would not buy the car. I don't know what Zhao Yang and Ning Xinyu said, but I saw 3 people walked into a meeting room. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 people walked out. This is the one. When it's done, let them drive the car to this address. After finishing the job, Zhao Yan smiled at Ning Xinyu. Yes, thank you. You don't have to be so polite, you know. Well, thank you. Ning Xinyu lowered her head again when she saw Zhao Yan talking like this. The manager on the other side couldn't believe it. He had worked so hard for 2 hours to negotiate a big deal, but it was snatched away by someone else like that. Chapter 35 Zhao Yu. Lu Yifan was lying on the sofa with his arms and legs spread out. On his phone was a message sent by Zhao Yang from the scene. Jiang Li, who was standing next to him, wrinkled her nose in disgust. Not sure if she couldn't bear it anymore or wanted to eat something, Jiang Li picked up the pillow and threw it at Lu Yifan while complaining, Lu Yifan, can you please sit still? After saying that, he glared at Lu Yifan fiercely. This is a sign of holding back a big move. Lu Yifan looked at Jiang Li's appearance of holding back, and was not prepared to challenge her bottom line again, so he sat up seriously. Snort. After proving her status, Jiang Li grabbed a large bag of potato chips. No more? Give me a bag. Lu Yifan said shamelessly. You don't have hands. Jiang Li said relentlessly. Forget it, I'll ask Lao Zhao to bring me some fresh food from downstairs. Lu Yifan said nonsense. As expected, Jiang Li was fooled and she still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Here, eat it. But she always prefers to lose the battle even if she loses the fight. Lu Yifan took the potato chips contentedly, and said to himself, little guy. Not long after, Jiang Ying walked out of the room. She didn't work the night shift last night, but she did get up later than usual. Seeing Jiang Ying coming out with her hair combed, Lu Yifan said, old Zhao and her sister said they would come over later, so we wanted to get to know each other. Jiang Ying was still wearing her purple pajamas and hadn't washed yet, so she didn't say much to Lu Yifan. Washing and putting on makeup are things every woman would do. Jiang Ying had just finished putting on light makeup when there was a knock on the door. Lu Yifan walked over, opened the door, and saw their brother and sister outside. Jiang Ying and Jiang Li also looked over. Zhao Shui had said before that she wanted to come and meet the twin sisters, but Zhao Yang thought it was troublesome, so she delayed it for a week. Sister Jiang Ying, Sister Jiang Li, my name is Zhao Yu, Zhao Yang's sister. Zhao Yu was also very outgoing. Before Lu Yifan could start introducing herself, she greeted them with a smile at the door. Hello. Hello. Jiang Li liked this tender little girl very much. As for Jiang Ying, she was so gentle to everyone. Brother Yifan. Zhao Yu smiled and greeted Lu Yifan at the door. Well, come in. After all, Zhao Yu helped him today. Although it was nothing to her, Lu Yifan had to express his gratitude. After welcoming Zhao Yu into their house, Lu Yifan immediately brought out all the snacks in the house. On the other hand, Zhao Yan seemed like he was raised by a stepmother. He always got whatever he wanted to eat or drink by himself. No one here treated him as a guest for a long time. Jiang Li also sat over and watched TV with Zhao Yu. The two quickly became friends and talked about each other's college life. Ying was planning to go downstairs to buy groceries, and Lu Yifan followed her. Ying saw Lu Yifan following out and asked curiously, "Are you going too?" At that moment, Lu Yifan and Ying talked about Zhao Yu's matter. After saying that, "We just arrived at the supermarket downstairs." "Got it, I'll buy it today as a way of thanking them, but I'll have to trouble you a little bit," Lu Yifan said embarrassedly after explaining. Because in the end he still needed Ying's help. With his limited cooking skills, he might as well go out and find a random restaurant. "I see. What about the girl who sold the car?" Ying didn't think it mattered. It would be better if she could help Lu Yifan. "After signing the contract, I will ask for leave from their manager this afternoon. It can be regarded as my repayment to her. I had to do that at the time in order to have a better talk with her," Lu Yifan answered seriously. "Good." The two bought several boxes of mutton and shrimp in the supermarket and planned to go back and have hot pot. The feeling of eating hot pot at home is different from that of eating hot pot outside, because you can't let go outside. After returning, Zhao Yang ran over and asked in a low voice, "Yifan, I didn't expect that Xiao Ning you mentioned is quite pretty." "What? Aren't you dating that Yiping?" Lu Yifan teased. "No, I haven't caught up yet. There's a girl that you haven't been able to deal with in 3 days." Lu Yifan pretended to be surprised. "Go away, let's talk business. I don't think she is as shy as you said. I also talked to her and she is indeed a strong communicator." Putting aside his joking thoughts, Zhao Yang objectively expressed his evaluation, which was also what Lu Yifan had mentioned to him before. Lu Yifan thought of Ning Sinyu's shy look in the cafe that day, and then said, "Let's wait and see. She will ask for leave in the afternoon. I will ask her to go to the other 2 cafeterias in the school to talk. If you have nothing to do, follow her. Okay, just a few words." "Yeah, but it's hard to explain over the phone." After the 2 brothers finished talking, they came to the sofa in the living room. At this time, Jiang and Zhao Yu were also playing together. Zhao Yu told Jiang a lot of ugly stories about Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang, because she knew Lu Yifan half a year after Zhao Yang knew Lu Yifan, so she knew a lot of stupid things the two had done before. It just so happened that Jiang was very interested in these things. She was worrying about how to deal with Lu Yifan. The appearance of Zhao Yu just solved this problem, so the relationship heated up very quickly, so fast that Lu Yifan did not expect it. Looking at the 2 people who were eager to sleep in the same bed, Lu Yifan showed deep helplessness. Zhao Yu had revealed his past affairs to Jiang, so how could he bully her in the future? Thinking that if he pissed Jiang off in the future, she would threaten him, saying that she would tell the whole world about how he and Zhao Yang got drunk and slept on the toilet, Lu Yifan felt that their future life together would be extremely dark. And Lu Yifan couldn't say anything, because it was Zhao Yu who helped him pay off a favor today. Coming to the sofa, Lu Yifan also sat down and said politely to Zhao Yu, "Thank you for today, Xiaoye." Lu Yifan expressed his gratitude in person. "It's okay, brother Yifan. I was planning to buy one anyway. Just remember to call me more often when you go out to play with my brother. I have a car now. My brother always thinks I'm troublesome and doesn't want to take me with him wherever he goes." Zhao Shui said sweetly. "Yes, of course. You can come here often in the future." Lu Yifan sold Zhao Yang out immediately. That's right. Jiang agreed. It seems that she really likes Zhao Yu. Although Zhao Yu looks silly and spends money lavishly, Lu Yifan knows that this little girl is actually very smart inside, otherwise how could Mr. Zhao love her so much? As for whether Zhao Yang saw it or not, Lu Yifan had no idea. But he guessed that the reason why Zhao Yu always acted so well with Zhao Yang was probably because she couldn't bear to see her silly brother being isolated by the family. At least that was one of the reasons. On the other hand, she really liked this simple-minded brother. Everyone envies rich people, but rich people also have their own troubles. Chapter 36 Negotiation. After dinner, Lu Yifan continued to live his life wandering the streets as usual. Now, the 3 canteens of the University of Finance and Economics, a total of 2 floors, have been playing the advertisements day and night. According to Yu Xinshin's response, there is indeed an effect, but it is not very obvious yet. Lu Yifan understood that all things are difficult at the beginning, so he did not give up, but instead prepared to exaggerate some data. Now that his company has been established and he has an office, he has basically started operations. As long as he can produce proof, he will dare to ask for a high price. On the other side, Ning Xinyu and Zhao Yang also came to the University of Finance and Economics. What's wrong with you? Ning Xinyu looked at Zhao Yang's sneaky look and asked softly with concern. Zhao Yang was still looking around, and after hearing Ning Xinyu talking to him, he said worriedly, "Keep your voice down, there is a big devil in the school." Big devil? Ning Xinyu was puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. How could there be ghosts in broad daylight? She hasn't met Luo Shui yet. Zhao Yang first brought Ning Xinyu to Sankan to learn about the situation there. Look, we installed these TVs for free. Zhao Yang looked around first, and when he found that no one noticed him, he found a corner and sat down and said. Ning Xinyu looked up and saw that there were indeed several huge TVs on the walls of the restaurant. Some attractive restaurant advertisements were playing on the TVs, and not far below each TV, there was a sofa that was incompatible with the decoration style here. Although it is a bit incongruous, students like to sit there. Unfortunately, they underestimate the power of love, so the sofa is basically filled with college couples showing their love. Ning Xinyu never went to college. At this moment, looking at those college students, each of whom was living the best time of their youth, she couldn't help but feel envious. I understand. I'll go talk to the persons in charge of the first and second meals. Ning Xinyu said, putting away her emotions. Can you do it? Zhao Yang found it a little difficult. Let's try it first. I don't think there will be any problem. After all, you also said that we can give them some benefits appropriately. Ning Xinyu didn't dare to guarantee it, after all, she hadn't even seen the person. Yes, then go ahead and try it. We'll wait for someone and go over together later. The person Zhao Yang was waiting for was naturally Yi Ping. Although they were not in a romantic relationship yet, Yi Ping was happy to help Zhao Yang with some small favors, as if she really regarded him as a friend. As for what kind of friend, it was unknown. 5 minutes later, Yi Ping also arrived here. Yi Ping wore a long beige windbreaker today, paired with flesh-colored stockings and white low-heeled leather boots, making her look a lot taller. This is also Zhao Yang's favorite type, with long legs and a good figure. In comparison, although Ning Xinyu is not short, she is somewhat dwarfed when standing next to Yi Ping. However, Ning Xinyu is very beautiful, even Zhao Yang has to admit that, but it's a pity that she doesn't dress up much. Just like she is now, still wearing a professional outfit, her whole temperament is different from Yi Ping. It turns out that women really need good clothes. Fortunately, Ning Xinyu is not the kind of girl who likes to compare with others. After learning that Yi Ping is Zhao Yang's friend, she just greeted her politely, and the distance between the two of them has always been just a little bit. In front of the two of them, she did not behave as shy as Lu Yifan said. Although she was not as outgoing as Zhao Yu, she was just like a normal person. In fact, Zhao Yang has been observing Ning Xinyu. If she has social phobia, she will obviously not be able to do this job. However, so far, Zhao Yang is still very satisfied with her. Since we know each other, let's go. Zhao Yang took the lead in proposing. As a mutual friend of the two, he naturally had to speak first. Let's go. Yi Ping still acted like a big sister and led the way. The three of them first came to the meal that Zhao Yang had failed to get before, and found the person in charge of the meal through Yi Ping's influence. After arriving here, Ning Xinyu began to observe the environment here. The environment is very good and it is obvious that it has just been renovated. The lights on the ceiling are very nice, and the dining table and matching chairs look expensive. The most important thing is that there is a TV here. The news was being broadcast on TV at the time, but no one was watching. However, this did not affect the students from coming here to eat. After all, whether or not there is a TV is just the icing on the cake, so I guess the situation at the second meal should be similar to here. There didn't seem to be many people there, maybe it was because it wasn't time for dinner yet. The person in charge came in front of the three people soon, but what was strange was that when he saw Zhao Yang this time, he obviously did not give him a good look. I'm afraid that if Yi Ping was not still there, Zhao Yang would not have a good time judging from this situation. Director Yi, I've already told you, why are you still coming? Do you think my business is not bad enough? The person in charge said sarcastically as soon as he came up. Zhao Yang and Yi Ping were both a little confused because they didn't have this attitude when they came last time. But the astute Ning Xinyu saw the clue. She guessed that it might be related to the decoration of the three restaurants. After all, no matter how good the environment here is, there are no couple sofas. Hello, we are from Chunfeng Media Company. Would it be convenient for us to talk? Ning Xinyu suddenly said. The person in charge also noticed the unfamiliar face in front of him. Dressed in a professional female suit, she looked more reliable than the sloppy Zhao Yang. The key point was that this girl spoke very gently and always gave people a warm smile on her face. After thinking about it, the person in charge decided to sit down and talk. After all, he didn't dare to offend Yiping. Hello, our general manager Zhao also talked to you last time, but I heard that you did not agree. May I ask why you refused? We will not charge you a penny. Ning Xinyu said politely. The person in charge was just a contractor, he had never seen such a polite girl. He was a little dazed by the repeated "you" from her, but he was an old hand after all, so he would not agree so easily. The person in charge replied, I have a TV here too, and the sofas don't cost much, so why should I advertise for the shops outside? I wish all the students would eat here. This sentence really hits the point. When Zhao Yang first faced this sentence, he didn't know what to say. After hearing this, Ning Xinyu smiled, you are right, but is it really true? After all, the cafeteria you contracted is in the school. There are nearly 40,000 people in the entire University of Finance and Economics, and more than 30,000 of them are on campus all year round. Does it really affect you if some people occasionally go out to eat? Neither Zhao Yang nor Yiping expected Ning Xinyu to say this. They didn't know how she knew all this. And she was right. There would always be some students who were tired of the school meals and wanted to go out for a change. What Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang are doing now is just to guide these students who want to change their taste to the stores that they cooperate with. The company will conduct an inspection and then recommend it to the school, so that students who want to eat out can go there. To put it bluntly, the cafeteria has not lost anything, after all, they still have the advantage of location. Seeing that the person in charge was a little shaken, Ning Xinyu took the opportunity to say, if I'm not wrong, you are affected now, right? This sentence really touched the heart of the person in charge. Even though he did not agree, the number of students decreased, but it was still a lot. Yes. The person in charge nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Xinyu smiled again. Finally, the half-hour conversation ended, and the person in charge agreed. Then the three of them went to the second restaurant, and the result was unexpectedly successful. Only then did Zhao Yang finally understand why Lu Yifan spent so much money to help Ning Xinyu. Chapter 37, Shy Subordinates. Yifan, we have taken down the other two. Got it. Tell Xiaoyu to come see me tomorrow morning. Good. After Zhao Yang and Lu Yifan finished their report, they hung up the phone and asked Ning Xinyu to report to the company tomorrow. Then the two parted ways. At this time, Lu Yifan was haggling with a pastry merchant. Sister, is it okay? Please consider what I just said. I'm also very busy. I don't know whether Lu Yifan washed his hands or not. He picked up a piece of mung bean crisp and started eating. Young man, you have been talking to me for half an hour. I also told you to wait for me to think about it. The aunt said helplessly. Then why don't you want my business card? I really am from a media company. I do advertising, not posting flyers. Lu Yifan didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. I told you I can't read, so it's no use giving it to me. Then find someone who can read. Trust me, sister. It really won't do you any harm. I'm not a liar. However, no matter how Lu Yifan persuaded her, this middle-aged woman, who was at least 40 years old, just disagreed. Helplessly, Lu Yifan had to give up this one for the time being. In the past half hour he was here, he basically tried all the pastries here and came to the conclusion that he must take this one. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. You guys go back and discuss it. Give me half a pound of each of these. Lu Yifan pointed at the glass counter and said politely. Both. Both. There are at least 10 kinds of food here. It is the first time that the elder sister has seen such a strange guest. Although Lu Yifan ate some of each kind, the elder sister still sticks to facts and tells you how many kilograms it is. When paying, Lu Yifan paid 20 yuan more. I'm back, Xiaoye is gone. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yifan returned to room 702. Well, I just asked her to stay, but she said she had something to do at home. Jiang Ying replied. She just happened to have dinner, and she and Jiang Li had been waiting for Lu Yifan. Then don't worry about her. That girl is very smart. Lu Yifan put the pastries in his hand on the dining table and said casually. Jiang Li had noticed the bag in Lu Yifan's hand just now. As a senior foodie with more than 20 years of experience, she could tell that these pastries were delicious just by their color. Fortunately, Jiang Ying was quick-witted and quick-handed. It should be said that she had already known Jiang Li's character and stopped her in time. Eat well. You too, what are you doing putting these here? After that, he did not forget to criticize Lu Yifan. The two people who were criticized not only did not get angry, but instead smiled at each other with understanding. After dinner, Jiang Ying went to work as usual, while Lu Yifan and Jiang Li sat on the sofa and started eating again. It's not that the food Jiang Ying cooks is not delicious, but it's the freshness of it. Where did you buy this? This is delicious. There were 7 or 8 kilograms of pastries on the table, but Jiang Li felt that Lu Yifan bought too little. I encountered it on the street today. Lu Yifan said absent-mindedly. Because he had tasted it beforehand, he did not have as big a reaction as Jiang Li. You went there again today? Jiang Li asked curiously. Even eating couldn't stop her curiosity. Well, I'll go there again tomorrow. If you still want to eat, I'll bring you some then. Lu Yifan said casually. He didn't care how much Jiang Li could eat, he just felt a little troubled that he didn't make the deal today. Really? Then go buy more of this tomorrow. I have to save some for my sister. She will probably be hungry after work tonight. And these are for you to eat tomorrow morning. Jiang Li then divided the cakes into groups. Although she was full, she still looked a little regretful. Okay. The next morning, Ning Xinyu arrived at the new company early, and Lu Yifan arrived shortly afterwards. He planned to take Ning Xinyu on a tour. After all, it would be unreasonable if she had worked for so long and still didn't know where the company was. He was still wearing his business suit, but there seemed to be something special on his face today. Here, I bought this, have some. Lu Yifan handed over the pastries he bought yesterday. Oh, thank you. Ning Xinyu became shy again. This puzzled Lu Yifan. Yesterday, Zhao Yang told him about Ning Xinyu's behavior. Although it could not be described as neither humble nor arrogant, if that was the case, could she have taken over those two families? Try it. This is part of the job. Don't be nervous. Lu Yifan tried his best to comfort her. Yeah. Ning Xinyu responded softly and turned her head to the other side. This look made Lu Yifan feel helpless. After the tour, Lu Yifan took Ning Xinyu to the same street as yesterday. In the car, he patiently explained today's mission. Our main goal today is to take down these few stores. The family that made the cakes you just ate needs special attention. Yes, it is delicious, thank you. Seeing Ning Xinyu like this, Lu Yifan couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so polite, I won't eat you. Well, Lu Yifan knew that it was all in vain. It was the first time he had seen someone with Ning Xinyu's personality, which gave him a headache. After stopping the car, the two walked to the pedestrian street one after the other. The small street doesn't have much traffic, mainly people living here. It was Ning Xinyu's first time to come to such a place, and her reaction was exactly the same as Lu Yifan's the first time. It felt fresh and new. This kind of place is far from the school, but the transportation is convenient and the flow of people is small. This is our main goal in the early stage. Once the company's influence increases, we will consider the next step. Although Ning Xinyu was still a little hesitant, Lu Yifan still tirelessly told her the details, because this was indeed indispensable. The two of them arrived at the pastry shop not long after walking. Sister, what do you think about what happened yesterday? When the middle-aged woman saw Lu Yifan, she obviously wanted to pretend not to know him. She didn't know if Lu Yifan saw through it, but she still took the initiative to speak politely to her. Seeing that she couldn't get away with it, the middle-aged woman said helplessly, "Young man, I told you yesterday what you are doing. I don't understand what you are saying." It's okay. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly yesterday. Today I've asked our company's supervisor to talk to you. Lu Yifan also spoke without hesitation. Ning Xinyu took a long time to realize that there were only two of them, so the supervisor Lu Yifan was talking about was naturally her. Hello, sister. Ning Xinyu was indeed able to do it. She adjusted herself quickly and said with a smile. The middle-aged woman also looked at the young Ning Xinyu. Seeing her innocent and lovely appearance, to be honest, she was even more unconvinced. However, she still didn't know how to refuse, because such a lovely girl should not be a liar. Sister, let's talk. There are not many customers right now anyway. We will buy some from you later. It will only take 5 minutes. Ning Xinyu seemed to have become the capable person she was in the car shop again. Okay. Hearing these words, the pastry shop owner didn't know how to refuse, so she agreed. Chapter 38 Lu Yifan's Distress. Little girl, you really didn't lie to me. When the proprietress said this, Lu Yifan always felt that she seemed to be looking at him. Really, we just took a few photos just to promote you. Many people have already done this now. Ning Xinyu smiled patiently. Okay, I believe you. The proprietress thought about it and finally agreed. This made Lu Yifan feel unbelievable, but when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. Lu Yifan saw everything that happened just now, but he put Ning Xinyu's character behind him. The two then visited several more companies and, as expected, successfully negotiated with them all. When I finished my work, the sun was already hanging overhead. Come on, I'll take you to eat. Lu Yifan felt that it was about time and wanted to take Ning Xinyu to have lunch. But Ning Xinyu refused. She was completely different now than she was just now, and she started to be shy again. Looking at such an interesting and capable girl, Lu Yifan smiled. He no longer insisted and said, "You will be in charge of this area in the afternoon." In short, it is the requirements I mentioned before. I have something else to do in the afternoon. He wants to cultivate his employees' ability to do things on their own. After all, he can't always follow them. This is equivalent to an assessment for him, and the purpose is to test Ning Xinyu's true potential. It doesn't matter if she doesn't do well. After a long time, she will become proficient. Okay. Ning Xinyu agreed without hesitation. Lu Yifan didn't expect Ning Xinyu to agree so readily, but he didn't say much. What a strange girl. Lu Yifan thought to himself. Since the other party agreed, then he naturally has no problem with it. After separating from Ning Xinyu, Lu Yifan contacted Jiang. Where are you? Lu Yifan asked on the phone. I'm at school, what's wrong? It's okay, wait for me there. Since he was driving, Lu Yifan didn't say much, and Jiang just talked about that little thing. Turned around and drove towards the school again. 10 minutes later, Lu Yifan arrived at the main entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. Coming. The security guy at the door greeted Lu Yifan with a smile. Yeah, buddy, what happened today? Lu Yifan stopped the car, rolled down the window and responded. Since Lu Yifan asked, the security guard started to complain. Hey Tilder, they said that someone from above would come these 2 days, and now the teachers don't drive. Look, my brothers and I haven't driven this railing for a day. I was wondering when I saw this car. It's nothing, wait for me to find the remote control for you. So that's how it is. Sorry for the trouble. What's the matter? Wait. The security guard walked into the gatehouse enthusiastically. Okay. After that, the railing opened. Lu Yifan released the brake, started the car, and threw half a yushi out of the car as he passed the gatehouse. Here, we'll share the cigarettes among you guys. We'll come have a drink with you guys someday. Lu Yifan said without turning his head, not giving the security guard a chance to refuse. Okay, I'll wait for you. The security guard took the cigarette and shouted to Lu Yifan happily. After Lu Yifan left, several people at the door started talking. Is this kid from our school too? He's quite capable. You don't know. This guy is called Lu Yifan. He is also very famous in the finance major. The school beauty is his girlfriend. Now that you mention it, I seem to remember it. As expected of a finance major, you drive a luxury car before you even graduate. Yes. Several people became envious. Lu Yifan didn't know all this because he underestimated Luo Shui's influence in the University of Finance and Economics. To be precise, Luo Shui's influence is not limited to the University of Finance and Economics. If the nearby campuses knew about their breakup, the door to the University of Finance and Economics would probably be broken down. There's no way, school beauty Luo Shui is really too famous. But now Lu Yifan's mind is not on this at all. He just wants to see how the school is progressing. When he arrived at the logistics office in the teaching building, Lu Yifan found Zhao Yang. Yiping was of course also here. It seemed that the two of them were talking about business, but in fact they were in love. What's wrong? Zhao Yang asked curiously as he looked at Lu Yifan, who came in knocking on the door. Lu Yifan greeted Yiping first, then replied, "See how things are going at school and how your talk went." Even though he knew that the two were slacking off, Lu Yifan did not point it out. Zhao Yang was a little embarrassed at this time, and said carelessly, "We just watched the cafeteria, now I will take you to have a look." After saying that, he stood up and planned to take Lu Yifan away. Lu Yifan waved to Yiping again, and Yiping responded with a smile. After leaving the teaching building, Lu Yifan couldn't help but complain, "I asked you to come here for work, but it turned out to be a date." When Zhao Yang heard this, he probably felt that Lu Yifan had wronged him, so he retorted, "She and I haven't gotten together yet." After hearing Zhao Yang's shameless words, Lu Yifan suddenly didn't want to say anything anymore. When they arrived at the restaurant, fortunately all the guests invited were people who worked there last time, and the position of the chauffeur met Lu Yifan's requirements. However, just when Lu Yifan was about to take Zhao Yang to do the next thing, he turned around and saw Luo Shui. Luo Shui was obviously dressed up carefully, with a white shirt, pleated skirt, stockings, and high-top flat shoes, which was the most popular fashion outfit at the time. Lu Yifan looked at Luo Shui's tempting pink lips and her thin and long eyeliner, and immediately understood. Before Lu Yifan looked at him, Zhao Yang confessed, "I met him this morning. He threatened me and forced me to tell him the truth." This is indeed Luo Shui's character. Lu Yifan is really helpless about it. Besides, there is no point in saying anything now. Since seeing Lu Yifan, Luo Shui's face has been filled with smiles, and one can even see her two dimples. Lu Yifan. Judging from his tone, he seems very happy. What? On the other hand, Lu Yifan was in a bad mood. But Luo Shui seemed unaware of it and still wanted a hug happily. Lu Yifan inadvertently blocked it, changed the subject, and hurriedly said, "Zhao Yang and I have something else to do. If you have anything to say, please wait another day, or send me a message, and I will reply to you when I see it. See you later." Zhao Yang thought Luo Shui would lose her temper, but this time it was beyond his expectation. Luo Shui just snorted to vent her dissatisfaction. "HMPH. Then I want to go too," Luo Shui said shamelessly. "It's up to you, but make it clear that I won't send you back later." Lu Yifan threatened, but this threat was really pale and powerless. "Who wants you to send it?" In the end, Lu Yifan compromised, because as long as the person in front of him acted like a rogue, he would have no way to deal with her. Lu Yifan sighed inwardly, "Well, let's take it one step at a time." Chapter 39, Old Matters Revisited. Lu Yifan, does it look good? Lu Yifan was driving and glanced at the passenger seat inadvertently. Luo Shui raised her right wrist and shook it, trying to let Lu Yifan see it. On her hand was a violet jade bracelet, which was completely purple and did not fade in the light. The bracelet actually suits Luo Shui very well, because Luo Shui is naturally fair. "Well, it looks pretty good. Did your uncle give it to you?" Lu Yifan said casually. Lu Yifan didn't think there was anything to be surprised about this valuable bracelet, because Luo Shui's family was in the bracelet business. "Do you look good or not?" Luo Shui pouted her pink lips and said dissatisfiedly. "What's wrong?" Lu Yifan asked without turning his head. "You didn't even look carefully." After Luo Shui finished complaining, Lu Yifan took a deep breath and looked a little angry. Then he parked the car on the side of the road. Lu Yifan looked at Luo Shui. His serious look even made people feel a little scared. Lu Yifan looked straight at him and said, "I think we should have a good talk." There was a firmness in his words that could not be refused. However, Luo Shui was no longer as unreasonable as before, and there was a little wondering in her eyes. Lu Yifan did not evade this time. He hardened his heart and continued, "At first, you thought I was not doing my job properly and not striving for progress. Now I am busy with work, but you keep pestering me all day long. You even won't let me go when I'm driving. We've broken up. To be honest, I don't want to say it again, but why won't you let me go? Can you give us some space?" Luo Shui lowered her head and chose to remain silent. While the two were in a stalemate, Zhao Yang rushed over from behind. He still didn't know why Lu Yifan stopped the car. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yang also noticed that the atmosphere in the car was a little strange, but but by the time he reacted, the words had already been spoken. Nothing. Lu Yifan replied casually to Zhao Yang. Seeing that Luo Shui didn't say anything, Lu Yifan opened the car door, got out of the car, and said before leaving, "Let's all calm down first. You can use the car first." Then he got into Zhao Yang's car nearby. As for letting Luo Shui take a taxi back by herself, he still couldn't bear it. Zhao Yang looked at the two people who were arguing again, and didn't know whether he should leave or not. Lu Yifan spoke. "Walk." "Oh, Sister Shui, we'll be leaving now. Please be careful." Then he exchanged a few polite words with Luo Shui before stepping on the accelerator. "Lu Yifan, I won't let you go. I, Luo Shui, have chosen you for my whole life." As soon as the car started, Luo Shui suddenly shouted again. If you listen carefully, you can hear some crying tone in her voice. "Yifan." Zhao Yang was at a loss again. "Let's go." Luo Shui was so sad, and Lu Yifan was not much better. He just said something to Zhao Yang in a low mood and did not choose to comfort her. Looking at this pair of enemies, Zhao Yang also sighed. After all, this was a matter between the two of them, and it was difficult for him to persuade them. After they walked away, Zhao Yang asked with concern, "What do you think about you and Sister Shui?" Lu Yifan stared out the window in a daze and did not answer Zhao Yang's question. "Here, smoke one first." Zhao Yang felt helpless when he saw this and handed over a cigarette. Since Lu Yifan didn't want to say anything, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yifan took it, lit it, and started smoking. Not long after, the two came to the parking lot of Electronic City in Liaoshan. "Have you contacted me?" Lu Yifan asked about the business, suppressing the unhappiness just now in his heart. "Well, that person is Xiaoye's friend. Xiaoye has already said hello to him." "That's good, then we don't have to lower the price, as long as we don't get cheated." "Okay, I can't buy a few of them anyway." The two came to the electronics building while chatting. This can be said to be the largest electronics wholesale market in Liaoshan, with all kinds of mobile phones, computers, and accessories. If you really don't know anyone, you will probably be taken for granted. They didn't expect it to be so big inside, and they were confused not long after they entered. "Is that there?" At this time, Zhao Yang suddenly pointed to a place and said excitedly, "How do you know?" However, as soon as Lu Yifan finished asking, he felt that this sentence was redundant. Looking at Zhao Yu, who was looking happy, Lu Yifan also showed deep helplessness. "I finally got rid of one of them, and now another one has arrived. Brother Yifan, what a coincidence." Zhao Yu also saw the two of them and waved her hands in greeting, without any concern about her status as the eldest princess of the Zhao group. "What a coincidence. Tell me, are you waiting for us?" Zhao Yang walked over and said unhappily. Zhao Yang was even more afraid of his sister than Luo Shui, mainly because she was annoyed. "What? I'm just here with my friends." Zhao Yu's tone made Lu Yifan suspect that she had really suffered a great injustice. "Friend." As soon as Zhao Yang finished asking, he saw Jiang Li again. There was another person next to Jiang Li. That person was not Jiang Ying, at least Zhao Yang didn't know her. Zhao Yang looked at Lu Yifan with a questioning look in his eyes. Lu Yifan was also puzzled, but the two were very sure that the person was Jiang Li. Because Jiang Ying would never come to accompany Zhao Yu to do such boring things. "Yes, Li Zi and her friend and I came out. Li Zi said she wanted to buy a tablet and some drawing equipment, so I brought them here." Zhao Yu's words left Zhao Yang speechless. At this time, Jiang Li and her friend also rushed over. Both of them had wet hands, and it seemed that they had just gone to the bathroom. Jiang Li also noticed Lu Yifan and Zhao Yang, and said in surprise, "Hey, Lu Yifan, what a coincidence, you are here too. It seems that this silly girl doesn't know that she is being used by Zhao Yu." "Well, who is this?" Lu Yifan asked politely. After all, when you meet new friends, saying hello is the most basic thing. "Oh, my best friend from my hometown, Xiaojia." Jiang Li introduced. "This is Lu Yifan, my sister and I's roommate, and this is Zhao Yang, Xiaoye's brother." He then introduced the two brothers to Li Jia. "Hello, Lu Yifan." "Hello, Zhao Yang." "Hello, my name is Li Jia." It was their first meeting and the three of them were still a little unfamiliar with each other and didn't say much. "By the way, Lu Yifan, why are you here instead of doing your business?" Are you following us? Jiang Li said in shock, thinking that Lu Yifan was a pervert. Lu Yifan really admires this. This silly girl still doesn't understand it. We are here to buy computers for our company's office use. Xiaoya introduced this to us. Lu Yifan explained. He didn't want to be treated as a pervert by Jiang Li and then have a quarrel with Jiang Ying when he got home. He would probably never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Oh, that's great. Xiaoya's car hasn't come down yet. You guys can take us back later. You may say she is stupid, but she has some beautiful thoughts. Okay, my lady, whatever you say is what I will do. Just don't treat me as a pervert. There was only deep helplessness in his words.